join the EU, integrate the West, and they see this as a very retrograde step. So, I mean, that's very symbolic what we're seeing now. Up on the wall here, if we turn our camera up there, you can see a protester wearing the flag of the Union. Of the European Union, and that's a symbolic sign. As the protester mounts and tries to scale that wall. As I say, we're at the entrance to the Georgian parliament, making his feelings pretty clear there, sending that single finger gesture towards the MPs beyond, who are now leaving parliament, having done their worst in the minds of these protesters in terms of approving that bill. So if we look away now, maybe to our left, we can see the crowds. I'll just show you over here. The crowds that have gathered in the area outside the parliament. Thousands of people here being addressed by opposition politicians and activists, and they've come here. I mean, I think they will be disappointed and deflated, but I think they've known it's inevitable because the Georgian Dream governing party does have a majority in the parliament. And even though any number of European official and American official had come here to warn the Georgians against going ahead with this bill, the Georgian Dream Party had struck a position of defiance in the days leading up to this vote, and I think it was expected. They knew this was going to happen, despite the extraordinary outbursts of people power protest that we've seen on the streets of Tbilisi, the Georgian capital. I think most people thought this vote would happen. The question is what happens next. Can America and the European Union persuade the governing party here to relent and to water down the bill, maybe not to enforce it to the full? Will the Georgian president, who is on the side of the protesters, veto the bill? And if she does, will that give a kind of face-saving off-ramp for the governments to bow to those European and American calls for the bill and the law as it now is enacted not to be imposed? Or are we going to see a standoff between the government of Georgia digging their heels in and digging their heels in a direction that people here do not want to see, which is leading Georgia towards closer ties with Russia? And does the government really want to use this bill to crack down on the media and on non-governmental organisations and human rights organisations? So those are the questions I think that people are asking themselves here as we face an uncertain future in this former Soviet republic.
And Dominic, we should at Sky just apologise if any of our viewers were offended by the gestures that they saw on screen a little earlier. But just wanted to ask you a question about the crowd. You know, we're looking at behind you, large numbers of people gathered quite peacefully, but of course we saw those people right close to the gates wearing gas masks and masks. Is this because people are concerned about their safety, or are they just trying to hide their identities?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. I think people are trying to hide their identity because the police have been increasingly violent. There's been a campaign of intimidation ahead of this vote. Opposition MPs have been followed home and beaten up by hooded thugs that most people here believe is the work of the government. So, yeah, people are protecting their identity. They also warned a few days ago if they did anything to block the entrance to the parliament here, they could face 4 years in jail. So, for obvious reasons, they are protecting their identity, but also the police have been using tear gas. So I guess it's protective measures against that as well. Let's just ask a couple of protesters here how they feel now that this law has been passed. What are your thoughts? Because the MPs have voted for this bill, the Russian bill, as you call it, the foreign agents bill. What is your reaction to that?
It's absolutely insane that the country like Georgia has accepted this bill, because it's complete violation for our future. For example, I'm studying medicine, but for our future, I stopped studying for medicine, and I'm here because of it. Because this bill is insane. I can't even express my feelings because it's different. I'm sorry.
It's hard to find the words.
Exactly.
Just tell me though, what does it mean for your country? What does it mean for the future of the country? And how worried are you by that?
This bill, exactly what it does is makes us more far away from Europe and the rest of the world. Because after all, if we getting closer, when we're getting close to the Russian government, no one can save us after that. No one can, I don't know how to describe it. We just felt alone because no one gonna help us. like it will happen to us what happened to Ukraine after a while. So yeah, I can describe it. My friend can describe it.
So you're worried about the country getting closer to Russia, further away from Europe, and more like
not just
Ukraine.
Europe, not just Europe, just like the rest of the world. Because after some time, like no one can help us because just I don't know, man.
Thank you very much. How do you feel?
I feel great because this is my people. Our universities in Georgia all gather and we protest our governments and we are against Russian law. We will keep fighting until this process may process.
Thank you very much. So yeah, that is, sums up, I think, Jane, the strength of feeling here, and that fear of Georgia being left on its own, and the sense that it's kind of not been helped by its friends and allies, not been helped by the European Union friends they have, and by the Americans. What they've heard so far is a lot of words, a lot of rhetoric, a lot of diplomatic rhetoric, but they're not seeing anything in terms of actions that they feel is going to reassure them that this country in 2003 was one of the first countries to have a people power colour revolution that was able to wrench itself away from Soviet domination. They feel now is heading back in that direction towards Russian domination. Let's ask someone else. How do you feel about what's happened with this vote inside the parliament?
We've been protesting this law since the last year, and the government gave us a promise to reject the law. But after a year, we're here again. It's been a month, we're outside. We quit our jobs. We spend the whole time here protesting, but it kind of makes no sense. But we keep fighting because this is the voice of Georgian people, the Generation Z, the youth, and I think that they should listen to us. I'm an artist from Georgia. I used to paint of every kid who graduates school, and this year mostly all of the paintings are about the European Union and Georgia and the situation that is going on in my country. Yes to Europe, no to Russian law.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you, sir, how do you feel about the vote?
How do I feel about it? I'm furious, I'm angry. All the people in Georgia, everyone protesting, we're really angry, we're very furious because our government is a Russian government. We don't want Russia. I'm not gonna swear, but Russia is never the way. I'm Georgian, therefore I'm European. We want Europe, we want freedom, and we are Georgian. This is our country, and Russia has nothing to do with us. Fuck Russia, hell to Europe.
Without swearing, tell me, what do you do next? What can you do next now this law has been passed?
I am going to stay here and protest as much as I can, do as much as I can. Obviously, we're not going to go the lengths that they're going on. Our government is really crossing the lines. This last couple of weeks, this last month, we will be as peaceful as possible, but we need to change the regime, we need to change the system, and we need to say no to Russia.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. And I think that is the question now. Let's ask one more gentleman about the vote. And what do you do about it?
How do I feel about it? I think me, as well as every single Georgian at the moment, feel anger, feel pain, and disappointment that, again, in our history, there is a government that goes against our wishes.
And what do you do about it? What's the next move? Because your campaign so far has failed.
Georgian people have been very patient. We have been trying to do this peacefully, right? This is what our vision of this is, right? And I see only two options. Either wait for the elections, right? Or do something worse, which we do not want to do.
Thank you very much. Jane, I don't know if you can still hear me. It's extremely loud here, but I'll just leave you these pictures of the protesters smashing against the barricades outside the Georgian parliament. Beyond there, we can see police through the bars who are gathered in sort of a central courtyard of the parliament. I imagine the MPs have long gone, but protesters are still gathering in numbers here, and I suspect as the afternoon goes on and the evening draws near and darkness falls, we're going to see more scenes of anger and protest and possibly violence here. And I think, as the campaigners have been saying, that for days, for weeks, they have maintained a campaign of non-violence and peaceful protest. That has failed and the census law has now been passed. And I think the question mark now remains over what do they do next? Do they move on to more aggressive tactics, or do they try and stay peaceful and hope that the outside world comes to their aid and tries to bring their government to its senses?
Dominic, we're going to keep on these pictures that you're providing us, these remarkable pictures of the gates of the Parliament building there in Tbilisi while these protests continue. We're just going to take a step back and get a wider picture while we continue to look at these pictures from Alex Scrivener, who's the policy manager at Global Justice Now, a social justice campaigning organisation who's also in Georgia for us. Alex, it was inevitable, wasn't it? It was feared and it was inevitable by the protesters. Those we've talked to down there clearly feel very strongly about it, but what proportion of the Georgian population are with the protesters now, would you say?
Well, I mean, what you heard there from the streets and from the mouths of the young people protesting is the huge anger, the huge passion that people feel against this particular law, but also for the country's future. This is an existential question. For this generation. This generation feels that they've been betrayed by their political elite, by the governing party, who promised them in 2020 when they were elected to bring them into the European Union, and instead are doing the polar opposite. In Western Europe and in the UK, sometimes the European Union, Brussels, is associated with bureaucracy and sort of dry legislation. But in Georgia, the European Union symbolises freedom. It symbolises an alternative to authoritarian government of the sort that is represented by Vladimir Putin, and represents democracy. And here the EU flag actually means something to those young people. It means their future. And that's what they're fighting for. And the overwhelming majority of people in Georgia back these protests. Not everyone, but a very large majority of people do. Because people do not, and it's kind of core to Georgian national identity, that Georgia is not dragged back into the Putinist system that it escaped many years ago.
If so many of the population back these protests, why has the government pressed ahead?
Well, that's the interesting question, isn't it? I mean, it feels like politics as normal has completely broken down here in Georgia. If you look at the footage of the parliamentary session when they just passed the bill, it basically on several different occasions just collapsed into an open brawl with parliamentarians, MPs punching each other and pulling each other's hair. Politics here is completely
Alex,
collapsed.
Let's just pause you to say, you're saying that, actually, Alex, we have images that are just from today, I believe, where we did see some physical confrontations inside the Georgian parliament. I think we can bring them to our viewers now. I mean, these are extraordinary scenes, aren't they, Alex, of any political institution?
I mean, yes, it's been like that all day. I mean, just open brawls, punching in parliament. And to the opposition piece are getting up and standing up and saying things quite openly, like, this is a betrayal of our country. This is a betrayal of Georgia and the betrayal of a mandate that these people were elected to serve in 2020, and government MPs, some of which are quite big in stature, as you'll see, will just often come up and attempt to physically assault the opposition MPs who are making those points. I'm not going to say that violence was all on one side, obviously not, but from what I saw of the footage, it felt like most of the instigation was coming from the pro-government side.
We have elections, though, in October. Georgia goes to the polls. Presumably, if the majority of the population are as furious as they seem to be with this legislation, will the government change?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? I mean, if the elections are held freely and fairly, and there's a huge observation delegation coming from across the world to observe these elections to make sure they are held freely and fairly. If they are, then it's very hard to imagine this government managing to keep its overall majority with this level of anger at this legislation if nothing changes. Having said that, the opposition here, the main opposition party, the United National Movement, was in government before this current government and has, its own rather checkered record of human rights abuses in its past, and for that reason is quite unpopular also amongst the large section of the population. So what the Georgian population are looking for is some way through this crisis where it can elect a government that actually will defend democracy and push forward on the EU trajectory that Georgia has been on for almost 3 decades now.
How organised is the opposition? I mean, you know, for those we've spoken to down there, a lot of young people, a lot of students, a lot of people who said that they'd stopped studying or they've given up work.
Yes, well, the opposition is quite divided in Georgia and not very well organised. So the main group is led by the currently imprisoned former president of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili's team, who were in power before 2012. But they are, as I said, quite unpopular among sections of society because they too, when they were in power, resorted to rather authoritarian methods of governance. So there are other parties, including parties that split off from that main opposition party. And the hope is, I suppose, that a range of these parties together, and perhaps some even, you know, from who were formerly in the Georgian Dream government, for example, former Prime Minister Georgi Gacharia, who was elected, who was the Prime Minister when this government was elected in 2020, who split with the government a few years ago over demands from the billionaire founder of the ruling Georgian Dream Party, Bidzina Ivanishvili, that he arrest the main opposition leader. He said no, he refused to do so and resigned, and now is leader of one of the opposition parties. So people like him, who are neither of the Saakashvili era government and have split with this current government, they sort of represent the third force in Georgian politics. But the opposition is very, very divided. There are several small opposition parties, and they have to overcome 5% of the vote in order to enter parliament. And the ruling party's hope is that enough parties don't get that 5% to be able to get into parliament, and they can sort of manage to win the elections with a minority of the vote.
Alex Scrivener, policy manager at Global Justice Now. Really interesting to talk to you. Thanks very much. Let's just return to Dominic, who's down on the ground there. Dominic, the cameras managed to poke through the hole that the protesters have pulled through this outer gate. What is the feeling down there? I mean, you can see when you look through it that the police are still through another set of gates quite a long way away. Presumably, the members of Parliament have now left the building.
Yeah, it's a pretty febrile atmosphere, as you can say. You can sense, I think, probably from where you are, a very violent or sense of impending violence here, I think, and a real sense of anger, frustration and massive disappointment that the MPs did vote for this bill. As you can say down here, you can see they have smashed their way up. They've prized open these barricades outside the Georgian Parliament, and beyond that there's a sort of archway area, and then beyond that there are more gates. So even if they get through here, there's still a gate for them to get through before they do anything like storming the Parliament. I think what they're doing at the moment is really just expressing their anger, and having gained some kind of access, they've not decided to go through it yet. But they are showing their anger and outrage at this foreign agent bill or Russian law being passed by the Parliament. And I think they're trying to work out what they do about it. I mean, at the moment, it's just a lot of angry protest. They're climbing over the barricade from time to time. They're giving aggressive gestures to the police beyond, and they're trying to tear apart this barrier, but they're not so far going beyond that to get into the building itself. So we'll have to see how the police respond. From what we're seeing through the holes in this barrier, the police are looking rather bemused, slightly bewildered, and trying to work out their next move in response. No sign of riot police and no riot shields or helmets. So they're standing there waiting to see what the crowd does next. I think you're right, Jane. I think the MPs will have gone. And the MPs, there were angry scenes inside Parliament earlier as opposition MPs shouted at Georgian Dream MPs and politicians, and it came to blows at one point. There was brawling, angry scenes, a kind of a scene of chaos inside the Parliament. That settled down eventually, and the MPs voted for this act. It was a third reading of the bill in a plenary session, so the last chance to block this act. Let's just get out of the way as these protesters try and use another barricade to smash the metal barricade again. As I say, inside there were angry scenes, not aggressive as this, obviously, MPs fighting with each other, but the Georgian Dream governing party coalition has a majority, and so they were able to push through the bill in the teeth of intense opposition from the people of Georgia, who've come out in their tens of thousands in recent weeks. The greatest number seen on Saturday, the kind of protest we've not seen here, not since the Rose Revolution of 2003. when Georgia prized itself away from Soviet domination. And we've seen thousands of people on the streets since that night. And we've seen the police reacting in a pretty heavy-handed way, using snatch squads and beating protesters. So far, Jane, I have to say there is no sign of the police trying to control the situation here on either side of the barricade. I imagine they're working out what they do next, but they have been out in force yesterday using riot police and snatch squads and intimidatory tactics to try and intimidate the crowd from doing their work. No sign of it at the moment. So there's been intense opposition from the people of Georgia, but also from its allies, from the Americans, who say that this law that's just been passed by a majority of 83 against 30 inside the parliament today, the Americans say that law is a Kremlin-style law. It's a Kremlin-inspired bit of legislation, and they have been urging the Georgians not to pass it. Europeans also saying that if it was passed, it would make it a lot harder for Georgia to join the European Union. As I say, despite all that protest from abroad and all the protests we've seen on the streets of Georgia, the MPs have come here today for the final reading of the bill and have passed it. And now we have to see how the people of Georgia, the people and the students of Tbilisi respond themselves. So far, they're doing so with violence against this barricade, and they're gathering in their thousands outside the parliament. We'll have to see what they do next. As I say, they've prized open the barricade. They've chosen not to go through it so far, but I sense it may be a question of time really before they do. And then if they do, what do they do inside the building if the police do not react?
And Dominic, as we look at these images, I mean, clearly they're furious, clearly they're very angry, but from the people that you spoke to a short while ago, what is also clear is that they feel they've tried everything they can do democratically to stop this happening. You know, anger, pain, disappointment. They feel that they are powerless.
They do, and they're very proud of the fact that their campaign against this bill has been non-violent, that it's been peaceful. And every time yesterday we were there from dawn on the other side of the building as the police moved in considerable numbers and moved them on, and then used snatch squads in scenes that really you're far more used to seeing in Russia on the streets of Moscow by Russian police than on the streets of a city that's the capital of a country that wants to join the European Union. But every time that happened, protesters went out, and even though they were being attacked by the police, they went out, put their hands up and urged the crowd not to respond in a violent way and to calm the situation. So the leaders of this protest have been at great pains to make it a non-violent protest, in the hope that that would lead to sympathy abroad and it would lead to a change of heart on the part of their government. Now, that has failed, as we heard from the protesters earlier in the last few minutes, that they are now in a quandary. They don't know what to do next. Their non-violent campaign has failed. This law has been passed. They haven't seen action from their friends and supporters in the outside world, from either the Europeans or the Americans. They fear their country is being dragged in Moscow's direction by a pro-Russian government that is dominated by a very rich oligarch who made his money in Russia and who they believe, at least, is in hot to Russia and owes Vladimir Putin a favour. I have to say his party deny that vehemently, but that's certainly how he has seen this oligarch, and they fear that that's the fate of their country, that it's going to be dragged in a direction that will be dominated by the Kremlin. And certainly from what you're hearing from diplomats abroad, there's a lot of sympathy for that position. So I think that their question now, their dilemma is, if that campaign has failed, if it hasn't won enough support from the outside world to persuade their government to have a change of heart, what do they do next about it? Do they just use people power, non-violent people power, to get more and more people out on the streets? Or do they try and do something more extreme? And obviously that is going to lead to a crackdown. It's a battle they can't really win, but it's certainly something that I think will lead to soul-searching on the part of the leaders of this movement. I think what we're seeing at the moment, Jane, is more spontaneous. It's just these people are very, very angry, they're very frustrated, and they're taking it out on this metal barricade. What they do after that, once they've sort of peeled it open, which they've partially done, I think it's hard to say. They probably don't know themselves, but the police are ready on the other side. They're not wearing riot gear, but as we've looked through those holes, you can see they are looking on, and you can imagine as they've been very ready for the kind of protest they've seen in recent days to respond in force if they want to. I can expect it's only a matter of time before they're going to do so again. Today they've used tear gas, they've used snatch squads, they've used violence and pretty brutal methods at times. I suspect we'll see similar scenes if the situation outside the Georgian parliament continues to kind of unravel out of control, which is what it seems to be doing at the moment.
Dominic, we'll stay on this footage while we talk and bring back in Alex Scrivener, the director of the Democratic Security Institute, who's looking at these images as well. And Alex, in terms of what happens now, the EU and the US delegations are there. Do you think we're now going to see sanctions, perhaps, by the US, by the EU on the Georgian government?
Well, it's very difficult to say what's going on behind the scenes in the corridors of power in Brussels or in the White House or in London, for that matter, in Westminster. But it's definitely the idea of sanctions, targeted sanctions against the particular political figures who are responsible for this bill has always been mooted and is being supported by the opposition here and by the protest movement. But yeah, I mean, there is still a sense that there's time for this to be turned around. The law passing isn't the end of the road. The protesters haven't failed yet, actually. The president of Georgia, who is aligned with the protesters, has to veto legislation, and that buys us time. So these foreign delegations that are in Tbilisi at the moment, there could be an attempt now behind the scenes to talk down the government from the ledge. And part of that conversation may well be, and I don't know, I have an inside line on that, that if the government proceeds to act in this way against the will of the overwhelming majority of the people of Georgia, and continues to use violence in the way that the government has, and government associated gangs have been beating up people in the street arbitrarily, police have been beating people up arbitrarily. So that sort of thing, some of the conversations that could be being had might include, you could be sanctioned if this doesn't change.
And whilst there is this pressure coming, obviously, as you were saying, from the EU, from the US, can we assume that there is also pressure on the current ruling party from Russia as well?
Well, I mean, that's even more opaque, isn't it? I mean, what exactly is the nature of the relationship between the Georgian government and Russia? Now, you've got to remember, Russia doesn't even have an embassy in Georgia. There are no diplomatic relations between Georgia and Russia. Since 2008, when Russia first invaded Georgia, Georgia and Russia ties officially have been very minimal, so actually we have no idea what kinds of communication is going on between the government here and the government in Russia. But yeah, I think reading between the lines, a lot of people would say that that this law has Russia's handprints, fingerprints all over it. It's similar legislation has been passed in other Russia-oriented countries, and it's not a coincidence that this is being pushed in all of these different countries at the same time, more or less.
And in terms, Alex, of what we've seen on the streets, were you surprised by the police's reactions over the weekend? That they were really brutal with some of the protesters who have been, up till this point, entirely peaceful?
Yes, I mean, I've seen circumstances where one harmless, unarmed protester is being beaten severely by sort of 10, 20 armored policemen, and it's like it's completely at odds with all kinds of sort of standards on this. But I think it's important to say when the government here is confronted with those sorts of accusations, and they're true. I mean, I've seen the footage myself of several occasions of this happening. What they do is they say, well, look at the West, look at what happens in the US or in Europe when police brutality gets out of hand. It kind of underlines the importance of people in Western democratic states being ever vigilant to make sure that police brutality and violence is not allowed and is minimised as far as possible. Because when it's not, we pay the price in countries like Georgia. Because then the finger of blame is pointed at the West and say, well, you can't, you do police violence as well, so we can do the same. Obviously, it's not the same. What's happening here is actually a level far more violent than what we see in the West. And what we see, as I said, like sometimes armed gangs, sort of ununiformed gangs are sort of meeting activists in their houses and their homes, and they're beating people up. So the tactics here go well beyond anything we see in the West. But still, it's very important that the West is very clear in its moral line. This is unacceptable.
OK, Alex, thanks very much for now. Alex, the Scrivener, the Director of the Democratic Security Institute, talking to us from Tbilisi in Georgia, also down there, right down there at the front as these protesters try to bash their way through to the Parliament buildings, is our correspondent Dominic Wagmore. Dominic, are the numbers of people down there increasing?
It's hard to tell, Jane, but yeah, I could just look over the heads of the people behind us. Now, what you're seeing at the moment is these barricades that are being put up by security forces stretching across the arches that form the front entrance to the Georgian Parliament. You look in the other direction behind me here, you can see, you can't hear, well, let's turn the camera around just to show you that there are thousands of people gathered in Rustaveli Avenue. That's the main thoroughfare that runs in the front of the Parliament. And they've been listening to speakers who've been very angry, addressing them under that kind of awning. I don't see the stage there. It's pretty bad weather for this, and it's pouring with rain, but they are coming out in their thousands. And what we've seen as we sort of looked away from here is people coming down the street, coming to join them here. And they are now pressing against the front of this barricade that the protesters are trying to prise open, and we'll have to see what they do if they are able to get in. Having looked through the holes of the barricade, there isn't much of a police presence beyond there. There are more traditional bars and gates that the protesters need to get through. Whether they want to do that or not, it's unclear. I think at the moment what they're doing is simply expressing their anger and frustration and I think real concern for the direction their country is going in. Most of these people are quite young people, and they are really worried about the direction Georgia is going in, and they believe it's effectively been hijacked by a cabal of what they regard as pro-Kremlin politicians, led by a billionaire, a man called Ivanishvili, who has made billions in Russia. He says he's divisive from Russia. He's worth $5 billion. That is a third of the country's GDP. And he's used that fortune effectively to acquire himself considerable influence and power in the country. And these protesters believe that effectively he has bought these MPs and they are doing his bidding and the bidding of the man they believe is his puppet master, Vladimir Putin. Now, he and his party deny that vehemently. They say they still want the country to go in the direction of EU integration and eventually to join NATO. But there's considerable scepticism about that amongst these protesters and other Georgians who believe they're playing a double game. Whatever the details and the complexity of that, what they've seen today is a bill they regard as pro-Russian, which the White House itself is described as a Kremlin-inspired piece of legislation. That they've seen that pass, and as Alex was saying there, it's not the end of the story. Their campaign has failed in the sense that the bill's been passed. There's further for this to go constitutionally. The president of Georgia is on the side of the protesters. She's not a Georgian Dream politician, not a member of the governing party coalition, and she said she will veto the bill, but she has limited powers in terms of blocking that law. So if she vetoes it, there is the possibility of a process of negotiation that could give an off-ramp to the government if it wants to water down the bill or change it or backtrack at all in a way that certainly the EU and the Americans have made it very clear they'd like to see happen, although they've made it also very clear there can be no negotiation. The law in itself is unacceptable. It needs to go entirely. But there is a period after the veto where you could see some kind of dilution of the bill that might ease tensions. But I have to say, having talked to Georgian Dream politicians, they seem to be in no mood to compromise. They're adamant the bill has to happen. They say that the country is riddled and infested with NGOs and that there needs to be much more transparency in the way those NGOs operate. And they say the legislation is essential. Now, I think if you look at the legislation, it's very similar to what we saw in Belarus and in Russia in the early days of their slides into authoritarianism, and many Georgians believe that's exactly what is intended for this law now. Once it's been rammed through Parliament, the fear is it will be then used by the government to control the media, to deal with human rights organisations and civil rights organisations and that will be the beginning of the end for freedom and democracy in Georgia. And that is why there's so much at stake here, and why these people believe they now have to fight for the freedom of their country. Because effectively, Jane, they feel like their futures are being taken away from them by a pro-Russian group of politicians. And this country, which was one of the first former Soviet republics back in 2003, to overturn and wrench itself away from Soviet domination, with extraordinary scenes back then in this very building, the Georgian parliament, in 2003, and that Rose Revolution when Edvard Shevardnadze was toppled by a young Mikhail Saakashvili. Now, in the same building, a group of politicians in the ruling party have done what these people believe is effectively the opposite, taking it back in the direction of Kremlin control and back on the path to authoritarianism, which is why there's so much at stake here and why feelings are running so high. So I think that all begs the question, what happens next? If these people do feel that their non-violent protest campaign is failing, what do they do? What tactics do they employ next? This handful of protests at the front of the protest are making it pretty clear they need to react in a way that's violent against this barricade. What do they do if they can get in? And then what do the security forces do in return? Security forces have been condemned overnight by the European Union for what the European Union said was police violence and brutality. Are we going to see similar tactics by the police as they respond to this kind of unrest, which is now, after weeks, days of protest on the streets of Tbilisi, now come right up to the gates of the national parliament and is beginning to take itself out on the fabric of the building, or certainly the barricade that's been put up by the security forces outside the building.
Dominic, thanks so much. We're going to keep on these images. We're going to bring in another guest. We're going to talk to the former defence minister in Georgia's Dream-led government, Tina Kidasheli, who joins me now. Tina, very good to talk to you. What do you think when you see these images beaming across your screen?
Thank you very much for having me and for having Georgia on your screens. Well, that's very unfortunate, very unfortunate. Now, particularly after Georgia got the candidate status so much fought for in December, and we all believe that that was the new start for the European path of Georgia. What my government is doing is exactly the opposite. They are just fulfilling Russia's dreams, Kremlin's dreams, Putin's dreams in Georgia, fighting for its independence and sovereignty on the streets again. All the violence we've seen over the last couple of weeks, all the resistance from the ruling party towards the requests and calls of the Georgian society is just a proof that we need to fight even harder, and make sure to ensure the civic peace before October, when we will have parliamentary elections and chance to change the government.
Let's be clear, Tina, do you believe that Russia has a hand in what is happening here?
Well, it's not just my belief, but the facts speak for itself. The only country which benefits from everything that happened today in Georgian parliament by passing this Putin's Kremlin's law only serves their interest, because it makes Georgia, it brings Georgia further away from the European Union, obviously further from NATO, which automatically brings us to the Russian backyard again. With direct involvement by Kremlin or indirect, it does not really matter, because agenda is clear, the results are clear, and the way Georgia will go if things will not change is absolutely clear, that we are back to USSR. And I'm pretty sure that people are not going to allow for that, and we are not going to allow for that. Civil society, opposition parties in Georgia.
When we look at the current Georgian government, it was obviously elected into power. Do you believe there has been a shift in the general population's view about the government over time, and that there will be a change in October?
Well, I'm pretty sure that since last year, actually, not only now, but since last year when they've introduced this bill for the first time, ruling party has lost a big majority of its European voters. If there were still people left amongst the ruling party's voters who believed that Georgian dream was bringing Georgia closer to European Union and NATO, They were extremely disillusioned last year, and in the light of recent events, I have no doubt in my mind that they are all gone from the support of the Georgian dream to other opposition-minded political parties. The situation in Georgia is pretty clear that ruling party is done. Nobody can survive protests like this that we've seen for 23 days, consecutive 23 days, hundreds and thousands of Georgians marching on the streets with only one demand: to cancel the law that was labeled by everybody, not only by the Georgian opposition parties or by the civil society in Georgia, but everyone from London to Brussels, from Lithuania to United States. Every democratic government in the world, every international organization, every friend of Georgia has a Kremlin law calling government not to pass it. And they are still, they've still voted for it today with 84 votes in parliament. I'm pretty sure that this government is done. Now, the only question is if the opposition will manage to reconfigure in a way that they will actually get in power.
And in terms of the ruling party, analysts have said that this is all about self-preservation. The ruling party are bringing this legislation in because they think it's good for them. If they are able to now see this huge level of opposition, the fact that the election is on the horizon, is there any prospect, you think, of them now backing down, that perhaps the president could intervene and could give the current government an off-ramp? I mean, essentially, do you think they could back down over this?
Well, the president will intervene. We already know that. She made it very clear that she will veto the legislation, so there is no doubt about it. The only question is what kind of veto she will use, whether she will just apply to the parliament for cancelling the entire legislation altogether, or she will send amendment clauses to the law. Again, she was pretty clear a couple of days ago on the last press conference she did that she's not going to propose any amendments to the legislation, and she's going to call only for cancelling the legislation. So it's going to happen. We are going to have a veto another 2 weeks. Winners will be announced according to the votes casted by the Georgian people, not by the administration of the government.
OK, we will leave it there, Tina. Kirashvili, the former Minister of Defence of Georgia. Really interesting to talk to you this afternoon. Thank you very much. Let's now rejoin our correspondent Dominic Waghorn, who's down there, whose camera is bringing us this extraordinary footage of the protesters who've now broken through this metal barrier on the outskirts of the parliament in Tbilisi, in the capital of Georgia. They're now trying to break it down from the inside. Dominic, what is the mood down there?
Yeah, it's a very chaotic scene, Jane. For anyone who's just joined, to give you an idea of what we're looking at, we're looking at a makeshift barricade that was put up by the authorities here. It runs along the length of the entrance to the Georgian parliament, and beyond that there's a kind of courtyard, and then there are further gates beyond there. And for the last half hour or so, protesters who are furious at the passing in the third reading of a piece of legislation they call the Russian law. They call a foreign agent law. They believe is the beginning of the thin end of a wedge that will take away their freedoms and democracy. They say is modelled on the kind of legislation that Vladimir Putin used in Russia and Alexander Lukashenko in Belarus. So they are very angry that it's been passed. And at the moment, they're taking that anger out on this barricade. The last 5 minutes or so, a couple of protesters managed to get through the gap in the barricade that they prized open using other bits of metal that they've broken off, other bits of security barricading outside the parliament. So they used that to smash at the nuts and bolts. Then they sort of peeled it open like a sardine can. And then there was a kind of pause as they tried to work out whether they should go in or not. And they've chosen to do so. I think 2 or 3 are now in there. What they're doing now is using access to then smash away from the inside the barricade and open it up more. And I think it's hard to know what their plan is after that, whether it's just a sort of spontaneous outburst of anger that they're taking out of the barricade, or whether they want to then allow the thousands of protesters who are gathered outside the parliament to get through that hole and then get into the parliament. It's not really clear. I think it's probably the former at the moment, Jane. I think it's just a question of having something they want to take their anger out on. And to explain why they're angry, they really feel that their future is being taken away from them by a cabal of what they regard as pro-Kremlin politicians who voted inside the chamber. They've now managed to take almost remove one entire panel of this barricade, which as they peel off, let's have a listen to what happens now. Listen to the crowd as they cheer the fact that this piece of barricading has been removed, giving them more access to the parliament, inside which a hated piece of legislation has just been passed. And I think, Jane, you can see just beyond that another gate, a more conventional piece of the architecture of the building itself. And beyond that, the police are waiting. Now, they're not, it doesn't seem to be, and it's hard to see from where I am, they're not kind of aggressive assault. There's no riot police there. Some of them actually taking photographs of the situation. But I think we're now at a potential inflection point as the crowd has got rid of one panel of the barricade and may well now try to force its way in. We can see riot police now. They've got a water cannon, Jane. I don't know if you can see that from where you are, which is being trained, pushed through the gate of the internal gate of the parliament, and is now being aimed in our direction. So I expect that will be. There might be a warning before, but if there isn't, they're going to unleash high-pressure water in our direction. That's at the moment not deterring these protesters who are holding their ground. In return, back at the police and pressing up against this barricade they've now opened up.
And Dominic, in terms of the numbers down there, you know, as you said, the rain is coming down, but it is also the time of day that the end of the work day. Are the numbers in the square continuing to rise, or are they dwindling away?
No, I think that's right, Jen. I think that is the question. Does the end of the workday here lead to a lot more people coming out? I mean, the numbers have been impressive all week, but not so many today as you might have expected, because this effectively was their last chance to get the bill blocked or not voted for in Parliament. It was the last reading of the bill. in the chamber here. After that, it goes to a potential presidential veto. So you'd have thought more people would have turned out, and that may be because of the weather, and it may be because it's a busy, weekday. So I'm struggling here to sort of maintain my position. Right, there goes the water cannon, kind of warning shot, the water cannon coming our way. But yeah, in terms of numbers, I think we're going to see a lot more people. And I think the question is, we've seen tens of thousands of people on the streets of Tbilisi just a few days ago. There's no doubt that people are really worked up and very angry about this bill and the way they've been treated by the government. I think it would be surprising if we didn't see similar scenes, similar numbers on the streets of Tbilisi in the hours ahead, because many people here do agree with the protesters here who think that the future of their country, the national identity of the country, effectively the political heart and soul of Georgia is at stake, and if this thin end of the wedge, as they regard this law, is not fought and not reversed, then it's going to make it a lot harder for them to stop greater repression in the future. So it's a standoff now, really, Jane, between these protesters who have broken their way through the barricade. They, I think, retreated from that sort of inner courtyard. And now the riot police on the other side do seem to be responding and preparing some kind of reaction. The water cannon, there was a burst of water cannon, probably a warning shot from the water cannon. But if the crowd remains in place here and holds its ground and doesn't disperse, as now being urged to by the police, I think the water cannon will be unleashed on them. And what we've seen in the last week or so is water cannon being used, tear gas being used by the authorities here, and the kind of Russian-style bully boy, snatch squad tactics that we saw yesterday, grabbing people, thumping them, punching them, stamping on them and kicking them, something condemned by the EU as police violence and police brutality. I suspect if we see great numbers of people on the streets, which is likely tonight, we'll probably see similar tactics by the police on the streets of Tbilisi in Georgia. So an unpredictable, fluid, febrile situation here outside the Georgian parliament.
It is 2 o'clock. You are watching Sky News Today with our continuing coverage from Tbilisi, Georgia, where protesters have just managed to smash through a barricade protecting the Georgian parliament following the decision by Georgian parliamentarians to pass a law that protesters feel will restrict civil society and democratic freedoms, a law that requires I'll just be continue to watch these live pictures from Tbilisi, Georgia. You can see after the barricade has been broken down, it now would appear as if charge of police there, security, has begun. We'll just stay with these pictures a moment. Our correspondent, international affairs editor Dominic Waghorn is covering this for us with his team and camera operator. Dom, I don't know if you can hear me, but a quick charge there from the police who were obviously inside that parliament building. I guess that we can pick them out from black-clad, no-marking balaclavas on, and they seem to be picking up, grabbing some of those who were at the very front of trying to smash that barrier down. Can you tell us what we understand is happening right now?
Yeah, Kamali, what we've just seen is police snatch squads erupt from the Georgian parliament. Those are the men in black. Through the crowd, trying to grab people, trying to seize people. The building. They're using the same kind of violent, intimidatory tactics. The kind of with that criticism, and they've chosen to use the same tactics against protesters here. They're trying to hold their ground, but they are retreating now back in to the building. There are thousands of people outside Parliament who are absolutely furious at the MP taken.
All right, look, we can hear from the line there in Tbilisi that we're losing the audio connection to Dominic Waghorn. He was just explaining to us that what it seems is happening is the snatch squads of Georgian police have come out to try and grab, arrest, take away some of those demonstrators who were at the very forefront of trying to smash down the barriers. We continue to watch the increasingly violent scenes as police manhandle a number of these individuals and, by looks and take them into the Parliament building. A moment ago, there were like missiles being thrown in, water bottles and other small items at the police. But as you can see, the police there, clad in black, vastly outnumbering the protesters who were just 5 minutes or so ago on the steps of this building, completely dominating. The police waiting for the demonstrators to manage to get through that barrier before they took action and sent out a number of officers to try and bring some of those protesters that we have been watching for the past 45 minutes working on that steel barrier protecting the Georgian parliament. They managed to breach it, create a gap. Some of them entered, but as soon as they did, they were quickly forced back. We did see tear gas use, but as you can see now, that huge number of black-clad Georgian police moving into this square outside the Georgian parliament. We're going to stay with these pictures, but I have been joined by our analyst, Professor Michael Clark, just for a bit of context as to what we're seeing here and why this has reached this point in Tbilisi. Professor Clark, great to have you with us. Now, this is all about this new law that has passed through the Georgian parliament today, which requires any organisation that receives 20% of its funding from a nation that is not Georgia to register as a foreign agent. The protesters, demonstrators call it a Russian law.
Yes, I mean, it's a carbon copy of the law that the Putin government introduced a long time ago in Russia and has been used to close down the opposition. So a foreign agents law basically says that anyone that they say is a foreign agent, and therefore it sounds logical to say, well, we'll close you down. In reality, most of these organisations, the monitoring groups and interest groups and just ordinary study groups, they can't exist without foreign funding because Georgia is a pretty poor country. It's 3.7 million people. It's not particularly well off, though it has some bright spots. But it's the sort of law. The reason it's called the Russian law is because it has worked in Russia in a way that has completely given Putin and his government dictatorial powers.
And they brought it in 2012, and we've seen where Russia is now in 2024.
And see where we are now, yeah, 12 years later.
It works very effectively. There's a similar law in place in Hungary as well, which I understand the EU are challenging, because this law for Georgia, and that's part of the issue here, isn't it? This law for Georgia would mean that their chance to join the EU would be severely...
Yes. I mean, Charles Michel in the EU and Ursula von der Leyen of the Commission have both said it'd be very difficult to get Georgia into the EU with this law.
OK, Michael, thank you for that. We're going to go back to the square outside Parliament. Our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, is there now. And Dom, look, we're seeing the snatch squad seem to have stopped. There is what looks to be a bit of a standoff. But, of course, now we can see the police now control the steps to Parliament.
Well, they do this side of it, Kamala. Yeah, what we've got here is the left side of the steps have now been taken control of by the police, who bided their time as the protesters smashed their way through the steel barricade at the entrance to the Parliament. They used metal bars and bits of other barricade to prise their way in. They opened that barrier like a sardine can, and then they got into the inner courtyard, or the sort of the first courtyard of the building. And then at that point, we saw water cannon being trained in our direction, and then snatch squads barreling out from the building, grabbing people, thumping them and dragging them away. What we have now is a pretty tense situation, because what we have in front of us is these black-clad security forces from the Interior Ministry. They are trying to regain control of the steps of the Parliament and to protect the building itself. But if we look away now to our right, we can see a very angry crowd of thousands of protesters who now have two reasons to be angry. A, the law they regard, that Michael was referring to there, the Russian law, as it's called, the foreign agents law, that they believe is just a flagrant grab of power by the pro-Russian cabal of politicians in their Parliament. That's been passed, so they're furious at that, but they're also furious now at the way they've been treated by the police for a second time in a pretty aggressive way. We saw on the streets of Tbilisi yesterday snatch squads grabbing peaceful protesters, non-violent protesters, kicking them, stamping on them and punching them, and that was condemned by Georgia's allies as over-the-top police brutality. Now they're facing something similar. Now, the police will say, well, their building was attacked, so they had to respond. But they came out with a lot of force. They were grabbing people and dragging them away. And now we have a standoff between thousands of Georgians who determined to protest against this law and their security forces who are now out in force trying to re-establish control outside their national parliament.
And Dom, look, as it appears to come and as this standoff sets in for now, give us a sense of the makeup of the crowd. Watching your coverage for the past few hours, we've seen that many of those who were right at the front of the steps were young people, perhaps students. We heard from a young woman who said she was an artist who feels like her generation is going to have something stolen from this should this law stay on the books. Is the crowd predominantly young, or is it a cross-section of Georgian society?
Yeah, let's just ask this protester, how do you feel about the way you've been treated this afternoon and by what's happened inside the parliament?
I think that this is like peaceful protest, and we are here to defend our country and our truth. And right now, our Russian government is trying to make us like I don't know, and we're gonna try our best to defend our country, and they are using too many very bad things against people, and they are trying to this is a peaceful protest, and they were like taking people without any consent and so on, and we're gonna stand by our truth.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find the words, especially if it's hard to find the words in the situation, even if it's, especially as it's not your own language. But tell us, are you worried? How worried are you about the future of Georgia?
To be honest, I believe in my people, and I believe in these young people that we will not lose our future, because we are going to fight with all of our hearts and with all of our strength. So I don't think that Georgian dream would be able to change our future, because we are standing here to protect our country.
Thank you very much. Can we ask you, how do you feel about the situation here? Another protester. How do you feel about the law being passed and what the police are doing now?
All these people that stand here about more than a month, we demand that we want to be part of Europe world, the European world, because we're closer to them in terms of culture, in terms of our nation. So we don't want to be the part of Russian empire. We believe that our government is trying to make us to be the part of the Russia. So that's why all of these people, they are here, and they don't want to have this law. So we protest against them. And they are doing the bad things because they defend the government that we believe are doing the wrong things for the country. Because we all people here, we believe that our country costs much more, that our country does not have any price, and they believe that it costs about $2 billion US. So,
you think Georgia's up for sale?
Yes, it's kind
Let's have a look at the pictures here. So this is your parliament, and those are your security forces. When you look at that, how do you feel?
Well, I feel that this is also my property, because I am the part of the society.
Your property?
Yeah, because I have a right to it as being part of the society. So they don't let me get closer to my property. So they violate my rights as well.
What do you do now? Because your campaign to stop this law has not worked so far. What tactics can you do now? We've seen some of the protesters being quite violent there. What do you do now?
Well, I've been to all parts of this protest here, every part. There are some kind of violation, but the protest in the whole, it's very peaceful.
I'm going to stop you there because we're now being warned by police. We've got to move out. So there's a police warning. I think there are riot police moving in from the right of the picture, Kamal. As you can see, a mortar cannon behind them. So having taken control, re-established control of the steps, having re-established control of the steps of the parliament, They are now moving in, the riot police, trying to push protesters away from the entrance to the avenue in front of the Parliament and lining up there. So a line of police, Ministry of Interior Security Forces, a lot more behind them, and they are lined up either side of water cannons and other security forces trucks. So kind of holding line, now retreating again, those police, and we're going to see, we're being told to put our gas masks on because there may be the use of tear gas. So let's leave you with the sounds of the square outside the Georgian Parliament in a very unpredictable situation.
All right, thank you for that, Dom, and International Affairs Editor Dominic Waghorn and team there. Stay safe. We are looking at that line of police that Dominic was mentioning there. The riot police have now begun to move in, backed up there by that water cannon you see to the left of frame. The images we were looking at before, right in the centre there, that is the area where those protesters managed to break down the barricade. Just down from that, down those steps, is where Dom and his team have been reporting from. But you can see this would appear as if the riot police are going to try and take control of this entire area outside the Georgian Parliament building. But, as you see there, protesters standing defiant in the road, holding up the Georgian flag. Let's bring in Hans Gutbrod, who's a professor at Ilia State University. Professor Gutbrod, thanks very much for being with us today. I understand you are seeing these pictures. What do you make of what you're seeing outside the Parliament building?
Well, I mean, this is a part of a further escalation. I think some of the commenters you just had pointed out that they feel the country is being robbed. Their future is being taken away from them. And, citizens are on the streets and riot police are sent in to displace them. I think in some ways that speaks for itself, and the images that your viewers can see are a powerful expression of the threat that Georgian citizens now face.
And talk us through the process that we are sort of witnessing, Professor. Of course, this law attempted to be brought in last year. It was then withdrawn. It has now been rushed through and it has now passed. But there is still another moment to come, isn't there, when the president will have to make the final pass on it. And the understanding is that the president is due to veto this law.
Yes, it's very important for people in general to understand that this is part of a bigger power grab. So the courts have been grabbed, cultural institutions, etc. So there are very, very few institutions that are still independent. The one thing that's still left is the president who could veto it, but then that veto can be overridden by the same majority that passed it. There is an expectation that most likely they might, that they will use that veto. There have been some indications that they might make some modifications, partially to placate people on the inside, maybe some of the international critics. But what we've been seeing so far is a hard confrontational course where the government kept escalating at every turn.
Yeah, and Professor, look, the law passed, didn't it, in Parliament by a significant majority, but there are elections coming later on this year. I mean, the country's in the midst of this now, but what is the sense, do you think, come those elections as to how the people may well vote?
Well, the very fundamental question is whether there can be free and fair elections. So this law is in part designed to already shut down media organizations, to shut down observer organizations, to essentially put all of civil society at risk. The Central Election Commission is staffed with someone whose wife is believed to work in the bank of the man who rules the country effectively. So this is the fundamental challenge. We know from polling that even the supporters of the Georgian Dream government have many, many doubts about this law. I don't think many people like this confrontational course. The fundamental worry is that there won't be any free and fair elections after this law is passed.
And, of course, the protesters have been describing this law as a Russian law, styled on one that has, of course, been enforced in Russia since 2012. The Hungarians have a similar law as well, one that the EU are challenging at the moment. Where do you stand, Professor, on the speculation that I've heard from some commentators that the government are pushing this law through to make it so any kind of talks, accession talks for Georgia completely to join the EU just flounder because of this law being in place?
Well, I mean, what we know, let's put it this way, what we know is that in the past, Georgia is a country that has gone through various crises. It has mostly managed to somehow get through these crises, but that was in working together with Western partners, often in listening, not necessarily always in fully agreeing, but in actually working together. This is the first time that the Georgian government goes on a full-on, full-out confrontation with Western partners that it's worked with for essentially 30 years. So this is a very, very serious moment. And a moment of great peril, not only to the people, but you could almost say to statehood itself.
Professor, give us an idea about the thinking behind those who want to bring this law in. What is their long-term ambition for Georgia?
Well, one answer to that, you could almost say, lies very close to the United Kingdom, or actually in the United Kingdom. When you read Macbeth, the sense of a single person that is caught up in a specter of projections and fears, and this is the person that's in charge of Georgia right now, who has a number of various vendettas, who believes that there's some global war party that's fused with some financial issues that he has. And the country is trapped in the maze, so to speak, has been taken hostage. One thing that's become very clear is there isn't any positive agenda left. There isn't any promise for the Georgian people.
And with that in mind, how does this then play out for the end of the day and for the next few weeks? When is that decision by the president, that potential veto coming?
Well, that would come, in my understanding, she has about 10 days. I might be a little bit off on this, but for that veto, she will extend out the time to win time. Macbeth has that phrase of violent sorrow, that this characterizes a place that's dominated by a single person who's lost in some projections. The worry is that this is what Georgia will experience in the meantime.
Can you give us sort of a brief history of this, the Prime Minister, Irakli Kobekadze? What is his background and how did he manage to reach this point?
Irakli Kobekadze is, like several others, is a talented person that has graduated with a PhD in law from German universities, like 3 other figures that are actually instigating this, and then has put the talents to use of Bidzina Ivanishvili, who ultimately is the de facto ruler. What is very important to understand, the main salary for all of these figures doesn't actually come from the people. They're primarily paid by Bidzina Ivanishvili. We know this from people that previously were in these positions. So they're his personal employees. They don't actually answer to the people. And they essentially follow his orders. It's understood he wants this law. It's believed they were skeptical, but they're just executing orders faithfully. And this has brought the country to this point of crisis.
I mean, it's remarkable, the picture you're painting, the story you're telling is of a nation that's on the edge of being captured by a small cabal of people. Is it at that point? Because, of course, bearing in mind, this law was meant to come in last year. Why did they postpone it up until this point? What has changed now, in May of 2024?
Well, there are several things that have changed. Elections loom closer, and that probably is a very, very big factor in this. And it's also important to see this as a part of a broader process of capturing essentially all institutions in the state. There's also something really important to understand more globally. This kind of development will come soon near you in one way or the other if Russia prevails in Ukraine, because that's the kind of thing they want to see. They want strongmen that they can do deals with that will not allow any kind of democracy, etc., to develop. So as the world looks at Georgia, it really needs to understand that they're looking potentially at their own future if Russia wins.
This is the beginning of the spread of that authoritarianism that we've been hearing about strengthening for the past few weeks, certainly hearing from leaders here and across Europe. Professor Gutbrod, look, it's been really good to speak with you. Thank you so much for that. I wish you the best, and we will speak again, because I'm sure this There is plenty more to talk to you about for this particular story. Professor Hans Gutbrod there from Ilya State University.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Let's just stay with these pictures a moment. I don't know if we can hear anything that is being shared, but you can see that there is a standoff and what looks to be pleading, a conversation taking place between protesters and police. Those protesters now who were right there on the front line are being moved back there. Since we were speaking to Professor Gutbrod, there has been a huge amount of space opening out, as you can see on the street there outside the Parliament. Another huge phalanx of police moving in there. They are taking control of the entire area outside the front of that Parliament building, an area that was held by protesters just 30 or so minutes ago, protesters who then broke in through the front of the Parliament, a Parliament that had been barricaded by steel barriers. It took them about 20, 30 minutes to break in, perhaps longer. Once they did get in, they were confronted by a water cannon, and then there was a charge of snatch squads who came out. Snatch squads of police.
Okay.
Let's bring in our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who's a camera op, is the one that's got the hand on it from police. Dominic, what's happening now? You're being moved off.
Yeah, we're being moved off, as you can see, en masse by considerable force by the police. They were up the streets, effectively an army of police security forces. Street, and then they moved in, told us to move, and they have swept us off the streets outside the Parliament pretty aggressively, as you can see. I doubt they're all police officers. They're all masked. It's hard to work out exactly who they are, but they are determined to clear the area outside the Parliament, as you can see, and they're moving us on pretty aggressively, trying to clear the area. We're now well away from the Parliament, and they're trying to move people right through. Their big fear, I guess, that large crowds of protesters gather here, and we see the kinds of gatherings of people in their thousands, their tens of thousands that we've seen already in Tbilisi. And as you can see, they've been largely peaceful, apart from that attack on the barricades outside the Parliament. The police are pretty aggressive, taking nothing for chance. They've seen the Parliament attacked, and they have now moved in to clear the area. They're being pelted by water bottles now. They're being thrown in their direction. So what you're seeing now is the front phalanx of, effectively, battalions of police and security forces who've come here. They were hiding in the wings as the protesters attacked the building and, as you say, prized open the metal barricade outside the Parliament. And then suddenly they came out of that gap in the barricade, snatch squads grabbing people, beating them, and then a sea of black, really, of police poured out of the building and the streets either side, and they've now moved in to clear the area. I don't know how far back you can see behind them, but there are water cannon there as well that they have put in place to try and keep the area clear. So the protesters are holding a line now. If we turn the camera around, you can see thousands of angry mood as they jeer and boo the police, amongst them the blue and yellow colours of the European Union and the reds and whites of the Georgian flag. And what they fear, these protesters, is their country, as we've been hearing from protesters, talking to them outside the Parliament before they were aggressively moved on. What they fear the most is their country has been taken away from them, that their future has been robbed. As one protester put it to me pretty eloquently, she feels her country is up for sale and it cannot be sold. Let's ask someone. Do you speak English, sir? How do you feel?
Not more.
What's your message to the police?
We want Europa. We don't want Russia. Russia is our enemy. Our government is slowly of Russia.
You want Europe and you don't want Russia?
Yes.
Let's move down the line of people here who are cheering against the police on the line here. Do you speak English?
Yes, of course.
What is your thoughts as you stand here with your police arrayed against you here on the streets outside your parliament?
Our parliament is not listening us first, but this is our Russia law. We are deciding this, and now you are saying everything about us. Look, our police, look everything about us. No one wants to listen to us. and we are together. And you know, the 1 hour ago, we was maybe only 2,000 people, and now we are more. We are more, and we will more.
Can you beat this? Can you win, though, against this number of police? How do you now prevail?
Of course, because we are together. Every time we're Georgians, and we are thinking only for real, not for dream. And our government is going on the Russian roads only, no more.
What can the outside world do to help you? America and Europe, what can they do to help you?
Please, Europe, listen us, listen our child, listen our people, please, and help us to make everything for Georgia. We are together, we are Europe, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Those are the sentiments of the crowd. A fear of being dragged towards Russia. They say they're not Russian. They want to be part of Europe. They fear that this bill that has been rammed through Parliament now by what they regard as a pro-Russian party, governing party, will drag them back into the Russian sphere of influence and away from that dream that they cherish, membership of the European Union. But the government has been determined to dig in its heels, determined to push through this law, and now have amassed and arrayed on the streets of Tbilisi a huge number of police who are now holding a line outside the Parliament, and now it seems moving, inching forwards possibly. No, they're holding the line. So, Kamali, it's a very tense situation here. The protesters, as you heard that gentleman say there, determined to hold their ground, and these police equally determined to move them on.
OK, Dom, International Affairs Editor Dominic Waghorn there, and team, thank you for that reporting. Dom, we'll be back with you later because, of course, that situation is still extremely tense. I want to bring in now, if I can, Georgie Agirbaya, who's a protester and founder of proactive group Georgia. Georgie, I hope you can hear me. Have you seen these pictures? Whereabouts are you now, and what do you make of what's happening outside Parliament?
Hello, thank you very much once again for your invitation, and it's a great opportunity to cover these topics and to raise issues what's happening now in Georgia. And as you see, and I was following also these pictures, and they are trying to disperse and like they arrest already some people, already quite many people, and what I can say is that what's the next steps we should make, because these 84 votes in favor from the Georgian,
Let's offer her up.
Hello? Do you hear me?
Georgie,
Hello?
yes, we can. Yes, can you hear me fine? My apologies. Yes. I'm not sure if you were hearing something else from some of our team in Tbilisi there, but please continue on. We're hearing you fine.
Okay, great. So what's the next steps? Because today, as we know, already 84 Georgian parliament MPs from Georgian Dream voted in favor to adopt this foreign agent law and transparency, let's say. And now the next steps about from the president to veto this law, and during this time, all the civil society, citizens, and all the sector are staying united, and there will be more and more people coming joining the protest, because for me personally, last 3 days in 72 hours, slept only 7 hours, because coming here and going back again to join the protest. Mm-hmm. So from the another side, from the uniting all these forces, we definitely need international support, and such coverage is very much crucial and important for us. And there are a few things which can be done to support all this process, because as you see, thousands of people, they cannot stop. They will not go inside, back to their homes, because they come, they defend European values, because for many years, our constitution was written in the articles, the Euro-Atlantic integration. And if the government is out of the constitutional framework, we'll push them to go back to the constitution. And how we can do with our international support. Mm-hmm. Support from the EU, Western allies, UK, and all the international institutions need to use all the legal mechanisms to increase the pressure by resolutions, by sanctions of the Ivanishvili and all the people who create this regime. Now it's already, as you see, the regime which doesn't listen to their citizens, to the thousands of citizens which is protesting these days non-stop more than 1 month. And this is the thing. From the other side, we need also to take into consideration that if you and Western allies, what's about democracy, yes, this is a part of the Russians' hybrid war against Georgia. It's like the same war like in Ukraine, but without military intervention, yes? And winning the informational war, winning in the physical, they're staying there. And pushing governments. to take that back. This law is definitely very much important and I believe that with our international support and let's say EU Commission, Parliament and all the others, national governments can do a lot to support this process.
Georgie? Wait there for me, please. I'm going to go back to the scene outside Parliament, our International Affairs Editor, Dominic Waghorn, but I will come back to you, Georgie, so just hold on. Thank you very much. Dom, I hope you can hear me. I see you have someone with you that I think we need to speak to and hear from. Dom.
Yeah, let's speak to Helen Khoshtaria. She's an opposition politician. Just tell us what was the mood in Parliament like and what is the mood now and what's your reaction to what is happening now?
I think the most vivid picture of what is the mood in this country. On the one hand, you see the youth, the committed people, committed to freedom and independence of this country and for Euro-Atlantic future of this country. And on the other side, you see black, Russian-led group of violent mob. Actually, they are not policemen. They are beating up people. They are violently attacking people. But these people are not afraid because this country is ours. Ivanishvili is a Russian oligarch and he doesn't own this country. We do own this country.
What makes you think they're not police? Because they're all in uniform, they're wearing masks?
Because the days that we have seen, how they are attacking people, beating up, kidnapping people, and really being so violent. I have only seen these pictures in Russia, and this country will never be Russia.
So the campaign to stop this law has failed so far. What do you do next?
We will never fail. It's a process of protest, and the government had calculation that people would stop. We will not stop until we get rid of Russia from this country.
Can you get enough people on the streets? Because there are several thousand people here, but there are a lot of police against you. What is your tactics now to try and stop this law being imposed by the government?
We will protest as long as it takes, and we will prevail.
And the mood in the Parliament today, there was brawling, there was argument.
They were aggressive because they were on the defensive. They know that they are traitors of this country. They are serving Russia, not our constitution. That's why they were afraid. They were aggressive towards the opposition MPs. But it's nothing. They are not MPs. They are Russian servants, and we will not tolerate Russian servants in this country.
So we've had some European officials here. We've had we have
coming from the meeting with O'Brien.
O'Brien being the top diplomat for the region, the top American diplomat. Yeah. So what was your message to him?
And we are meeting our European friends. We are looking forward to 3 European ministers coming tomorrow. There is a unified, strong support of Georgian people. It's not the party support. It's people's choice. It's supported by our friends, and I'm sure there will be action, very specific action on their behalf.
Did that diplomat bring with him any concrete help he can offer you? Sanctions against Ivanishvili?
I will not speak on their behalf. They will have their public statements today, later this evening. But I can assure you that understanding of what's happening in this country, both from the EU and the US side, is very clear. It's not just a law issue. It's an attempt of Bidzina Ivanishvili for the geopolitical shift of the country. No prime minister, ruler of this country has ever dared to declare Europe and the US our enemies. On the contrary, Russia is an occupant and the US is our friend. That's why our friends really understand where Georgia stands. Georgia stands here with the people, and we will prevail.
I think a lot of people watching in Britain today would have been astonished by what's been happening here and probably coming to this story afresh. Explain to them what's happening here and what's at stake, you believe, for your country.
Well, the oligarch, Russian oligarch, Bidzina Ivanishvili, who is actually in the minority, and his government is not legitimate. He has captured the state and state institutions. He has declared that he wants to bring Georgia back under Russian influence. Basically, he openly said that enemies of this country are US and the European Union, whereas the choice of overwhelming majority of Georgian people, 85%, constantly throughout whole our history, is voting for European future. And we have a chance, and we have a candidate status and chance to be part of European family of nations. And this oligarch, Russian oligarch, is trying to basically that Georgia loses this opportunity. That's why it's not just a Russian law that we are protesting, but we are protesting a Russian by basically kidnapping of Georgia by Russia. We will not allow this.
What they're saying, we spoke to a Georgian Dream politician yesterday. He said that the laws that they've pushed through Parliament here are no different to what you have in America, listing and having transparency for NGOs.
It's basically the propaganda. If you look back at what Putin was saying about the same law back in 2012, he was saying the same, that America has the same legislation. starting from Chancellor Scholz or any other European high-ranking officials and politicians have clearly said there is no European democratic country that has this kind of law. This is a Russian law, and we will not accept it.
What's your message to the governments in Britain? What can they do to help?
Support Georgian people, because we are freedom fighters. We deserve the future in Europe, and we thank the Defense Secretary of Great Britain, who made a very clear statement today that this is basically Russian meddling into Georgian sovereign country.
How worried are you about the future of your country?
I'm sure that we will prevail, but we have to fight. Freedom is never granted. We have to obtain and fight it.
Helen Hoshdaria, opposition politician, thank you very much. And that is the sense here, that there is a window of opportunity that is narrowing, and these protesters believe that the opportunity of joining the EU and the West is threatened now, jeopardised by what they see here, which is repressive authorities sending out huge numbers of police, as we heard from Helen there. They don't believe that these are all police. They believe they are, some of them, thugs in uniform who've come out, have used some very aggressive tactics, using violence condemned by the European Union, condemning their tactics yesterday, grabbing people, beating them, stamping on them and kicking them, saying that that is police violence and brutality. And the fear for the protesters here, and many Georgians, is that this is something they're going to have trouble fighting unless they can mount a stiff enough popular opposition to what's happening here. And they believe that the future they're facing is represented by this sort of phalanx of police and security forces, which is an increasingly repressive future, similar to what we've seen in Russia and in Moscow, using laws that Vladimir Putin has used in Russia, that Lukashenko has used in Belarus. And their fear is, unless they can hold their line here and fight enough and mount this opposition and keep it, and persuade the outside world to help, then the future will be a Russian one, something that they are determined to stop. So a huge amount at stake here for them, and the government seems to be digging in its heels and using increasingly aggressive tactics to fight them.
OK, Dominic, for now, thank you for that. Dominic Workhorn, our International Affairs editor in Tbilisi, Georgia, covering this developing story for us. That law, the Russian law, the protesters describe it, has passed. There are tense scenes outside the Georgian parliament as police have dispersed thousands of protesters there who earlier had been attempting to get into the parliament building. Let's bring back in Georgie Agirbaya, who's the founder of Proactive Group Georgia. Georgie, thank you for sticking around. I do appreciate it. Now, you will have heard, I think, there from Helen that Dominic was talking to, that there was tense scenes in the parliament. But I want to get your sense as an activist. We've seen the violence that's come from the security forces and the police today to try and clear the square. How far are protesters, demonstrators willing to go in terms of trying to enforce their will on the parliamentarians who are not listening?
Yeah. So, yeah, definitely what can I say, we need to recall what was happening exactly 1 year ago, yes, when they introduced foreign agent law. And when they introduced foreign agent law during the 7-9 March of the demonstration, they adopted it. But the next days, because of people's protest and resistance, they had to withdraw it. And they are thinking they are much more prepared now for the campaigns and what they did in the cities, let's say in the regional meetings, which is like just 5,000 of people for their supporters of from their parties, and they had a meeting in the regions. But what can I say that Georgia and Georgians always been symbol of resistance, symbol of fighting for freedom and democracy and European values. And like it was last year, this year we'll keep fighting. We'll continue this fight for sure. And as an activist, we are all united in this, because there is no other side. But now is the situation, there is supporters of the Russians and Russian regime and supporters of the West. And there is no a gray zone. It's not the time for the gray zone. So, and I think that in our side, and I shared also some photos, there is one side, this the police and all those people who is on the picture now. And from the another side, there is also colorful Georgians, colorful people of young civil society activists, academias, youth from the business or other sectors, which are united for the European future. And this European future is not just the words, because for many years we have been developing this direction. And I'm sure that we are not going to register as a foreign agent law, that's definitely. But I'm even more than sure that with the all collaboration from the West allies here, and we see all the main, let's say, announcements and reactions from the West, everyone says that this is not incompatible with the Georgian EU aspiration. This doesn't bring any good for the upcoming year to the Georgia, and we have elections, yes? And if this law will pass and stays, they can criticize and they can slowly silence any civil society organization or media, and it will continue like Russia. In 2024, now, after 12 years, they even abolish anyone cannot participate in the elections if they are registered as a foreign agent. So this comes from 2012, yes, slowly, but I think that for Georgian government, they're very fast, that for them, they don't need 12 years and they will do it faster, but I'm sure that will not allow them to do that because Georgian government will finish their mandate very soon and pro-European government who comes to rule this country, new generation.
And Georgie, you mentioned as well in your answer that you want to feel more pressure coming from the international community to try and change this current government's mind. You mentioned sanctions before. Do you think that's a realistic prospect at this stage?
So the thing is that in the resolution which was accepted by the European Parliament, there was mention about sanctioning the Ivanishvili. I would say that I would even add that there need not only Ivanishvili, but few other creators of this regime should be afraid of the sanctions. That's also important because not only because now this oligarch says that I can protect you. And all their MPs, but let's say that important is that when the Georgian MPs, all their families and all their, let's say, children, they are studying in Europe. They can go study in Russia. The Georgian MPs, families and children, why they are going for their studies or education or shopping and traveling to the Europe or to the USA or to the UK, yeah? They can go to Russia.
Georgie, sorry, just to be clear, you want there to be sanctions on the oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili?
I think that if the resolutions will come and because this will be first steps. But if the regime will not want to fight against the regime, all the possible mechanisms, it will increase the pressure that on the, let's say, Georgian Dream Party could be used by the international. Because I will not say from this point, but yes, sanctions could be one of the great mechanisms to anyone who takes this country to the Russia, who wants this country to drag and those citizens to the Russia. And it's very hard now to say, I mean, they need to be sanctioned because watching on this picture now, which is on the parallel going in the Sky News, how can you say that anyone who is dragging our countries and stealing our future for many years, which was trying to defend, and all the sanctions or resolutions or supporting, increase the support from the parallel with the sanctions, we need also to strengthen, give the support to the media and civil society organizations or organizations who is now there defending. Because resources, imagine from the one side, there is like a governmental resources with their police, with their all like a media propaganda and all the things, let's say with the oligarchs, billions, the budget money and so on. From the other side, there is civil society organizations, there is like a medias and others, but the resource, it's not very equal. So from that point, if there is definitely support, we will be definitely with our Western allies, more support and strengthen, not only from the sanctions, resolutions and pushing, using all the legal mechanisms to the government to withdraw this law, but from the second hand, we need to support also those who are fighting there. A lot of my friends are there and they got beaten or arrested. And I'm just coming here and going back. This is not a normal life. This is the life where, for example, we have to now, for what I was saying, that now is the time where we have to create a lot of opportunities for the development of the countries or reforms to complete these recommendations for the European membership, which makes country to the safer place and we say like a global world party. And I think that they are definitely the world party, which is like a Georgian dream, which wants to bring to the enemy and occupier side, to Russia.
Okay, Georgie Agirbayev from the proactive group Georgia, thank you very much for your time and thoughts today, Georgie. Do appreciate it and wish you the best. Stay safe. Let's cross now to our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins, who is going to give us a sense as to how this is all playing out in Europe. And Siobhan, great to have you with us. Look, we heard a bit from Georgie there and from Helen Don was speaking to outside the Parliament. You know, this what's happening in Georgia for those who are protesting really does have much wider implications for the future direction of the country, whether it goes east or west. What's the sense from Europe as to what's happening and what can be done?
That's, yeah, what you say is a really interesting point. What we're seeing on the streets of Georgia today is really a culmination of weeks of tensions, which of course has bubbled over because today that foreign agents bill has had its passed its last reading. So really the question is what happens now? And if we look at it progressing through, of course the president, she does have a veto, but she is sort of outvoted by the majority Georgian Dream Party, which have cooked up this bill in the first place, so it could slow it down, but ultimately she could be overwhelmed again. And then in terms of people power, we heard from that opposition politician that Dominic was talking about, and she was saying, you know, we're going to keep going out onto the streets. And it's interesting because looking at the pictures there that we're seeing, of course, it reminds people of what happened in Russia with a very similar bill in 2012 and in Belarus. But for me, it really reminds me of what we saw in 2019 in Hong Kong as well. You know, I was there when there was a 1 million man march against changes to the laws there, and people really hoped by going onto the streets they could stop what they saw as draconian laws coming through. Of course, we know actually ultimately it didn't work. And so this is a really difficult stage in this process. And it's why it's so important that the protesters feel that they really need to get their message out to the wider world. They need to underline, they feel, to the West that this is now a really small window in which it has to act, to try and step in and stop what they believe is Georgia going in the wrong direction, a direction which they say would bring it closer to the Kremlin. Now, we know that at the end of last year, Georgia got EU candidate status, and those protesters are keen on Georgia moving forward down that road and joining the EU. But they feel that if laws like this get passed through, then that is going to be a very difficult position. Now, of course, in October, we do have an election, so it's possible that then they could get a pro-EU government, majority government in. But that's a long time to wait if you're seeing what we're seeing now on the streets of Tbilisi. So, you know, today we've seen these snatch squads coming out in force, police, which that opposition politician was certainly claiming she didn't believe were proper police. She said that they were thugs. Of course, the authorities would deny that. But this is a really tense moment, and the EU has underlined the fact that Georgia needs to take tough choices. The EU Council President saying a few days ago on Europe Day that my message to Georgia and Georgian people is clear. The EU fully supports your desire for a democratic and free society based on the rule of law. And certainly they're reporting that there's now pressure from European MEPs that if this continues to go in the wrong direction, they should be thinking really seriously about sanctions.
And that is the message we heard from that protest leader as well, Georgia, just a moment ago. All right, Siobhan Robbins there, thank you for that. Let's bring in Katie Shoshishvili, a protester and a senior corruption researcher at Transparency International Georgia. Katie, it is good to have you with us this afternoon. Thanks for making the time. Where does this protest go from here, in your opinion? We know we have another moment coming where there is going to be a possible veto by the president, but will that be enough?
Hi, thank you so much for having us on such a dark day for Georgia. It is very tense right now in the streets of Tbilisi. People are being detained and they are being met with riot police and special forces right in front of the parliament building as we speak. This is something that we've been experiencing for around a month so far. We have an estimate of around 300 people being arrested so far. Many people have been severely beaten, and the situation therefore is extremely tense. Regarding your question, yes, veto procedure is ahead. Today, the unconstitutional law has been finally adopted. This has to be sent to the president, who can now veto the law, which then will be reviewed and then finalized by the parliament. This is how the procedures look like, but on the streets, you can see that people have made it very clear that they do not want this law in Georgia. They do not want any Russian influence in Georgia, and this is something joint that they are protesting.
And Katie, what do people who are just coming to this story now need to understand about the oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
The oligarch who many are saying is directing some of this, Bidzina Ivanishvili, what do we need to understand about that individual?
Yes, so in 2022, Transparency International investigated and concluded that Georgia is a captured state. That means oligarch Ivanishvili has been managing and ruling all branches of the government. As you might know, he was not always formally involved in the politics, and he made his third and final comeback by the end of last year. And his influence in the politics, regardless if his formal or informal involvement in the politics was extremely clear and influential. If you look at our cabinet of ministers and top leaders in Georgian Dream, you can see that many of them are loyal to the oligarch. Either they have business interests with him, or they are connected with him from the very beginning. But this is something crucial to understand about Georgia when you're observing the political situation, that the oligarch is the sole leader who has been managing the country from the shadow, who has now recently came out of the shadow and is doing the sabotage of Georgia's European future in front of our eyes.
And Katie, what do Georgian protesters need to hear from European leaders at this point, do you think? Or is it a case of waiting to see for European leaders how this plays out and what are the results of those elections? As Siobhan said, they're due in the autumn. That would seem a long way off from the scenes we're observing right now.
As you might remember, protests in Tbilisi are quite well known, and we've been doing this for a while now. Current protests are extremely important, and many of us say that it's historical because countries at the verge of seeing what our future is going to look like. This is why you see this protest as massive as it is. People at this point fully understand that this fight is for Georgia's European future. This is why people are also encouraged to demonstrate this on the street as much as possible, and you can see it in every possible way, starting from banners to the European Union anthems. What Georgian people want to see is tangible support from the European Union. Right now, we have delegations coming from visiting from Germany. We have delegations coming from the West, and we would love to see more of European leaders coming here and supporting people, as well as showing a tangible support to the fight of Georgian people, for the fight of Georgian people who are trying to preserve their European future.
Okay, Katie Shoshishvili, a protester from Transparency International Georgia, thank you very much for being with us. All right, let's just try and tie some of this together now. I want to get the thoughts of our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Professor Clark, I've only got about 90 seconds to the top of the hour, but let's try and tie some of this together and see where we are. I mean, you've heard some of our contributors there saying that Georgia really is on the edge. It's right next to being captured by this cabal of people, and this is I guess they would see perhaps a domino to fall towards Russia.
Yeah, I mean, Kamali, we always say history doesn't repeat itself, but sometimes it certainly rhymes. And this really rhymes with Ukraine in 2013. Somebody said there, Georgia, I think it was, said there's no more grey areas. We either have a European future or we have a Russian future. That's the way they see it. And I have to say, that's the way it looks at the moment. The government is determined to put this law through and to be pro-Russian on the basis of our friend Ivanishvili, who is the oligarch who controls the government, basically. He's got them on payroll. Mm-hmm. Against that seems to be about 80% of the population who are determined that Georgia should have a European future. And this image that we've got on the screen here, that absolutely says it. A young person, a young woman, with a Georgian flag and an EU flag confronting the police. And that actually symbolises really well what this thing is all about now.
Where it may well go, the overwhelming force there of the police, but someone standing up for what they believe in. Professor Clark, really thank you very much for that, and we'll have more from you in the next hour of the programme as we continue our coverage from Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, where that foreign agents law has now passed, but there have been tense scenes, sufferers on the street from demonstrators and the police. Plenty more in the next hour. Good afternoon. It is 3 o'clock and Georgia's parliament has passed a new law that demonstrators say puts the country on the path to dictatorship. Protesters rage and smash their way into parliament, claiming the law is a threat to their democratic freedoms.
I'm Georgian, therefore I'm European. We want Europe, we want freedom, and we are Georgian. This is our country.
They are determined to clear the area outside the parliament, as you can see, and they're moving us on pretty aggressively, trying to clear the area.
We will never fail. It's a process of protest, and the government had calculation that people would stop. We will not stop until we get rid of Russia from this country.
Well, good afternoon. We'll start with that developing story. And protesters have attempted to break in to the Georgian parliament after politicians there passed a controversial foreign agents bill, which protesters claim puts the country on the path to dictatorship. Let's bring in our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, joining us from Tbilisi. Dom, thanks for being with us. Give us a sense of the situation where you are now.
The situation here, Kamali, is that building behind me with the Georgian red and white flag outside is the Georgian parliament. Inside that building, Georgian MPs voted in favour of a law that is regarded by protesters and many Georgians as a pro-Russian law that will allow the government, they regard as pro-Russian, to take this country in the direction of Russian control and take it on a slide towards autocracy, away from freedom and democracy, away from European Union membership, which is what they want. They protested, many Georgians, the passing of that bill, and some of those protesters smashed their way through a barricade, a sort of makeshift barricade, in the arches at the entrance to the parliament. They prized open that metal barricade like a kind of sardine can, and some of them got in. At that point, the police erupted from the parliament and snatch squads grabbed people very aggressively and started beating them, and then a lot of them poured out. I've never seen this number of police, I don't think, in any situation. A sea of black and navy blue, their police, their Ministry of Interior Security Forces, and they came from everywhere. They were down streets and they were in the alleys around the parliament. They kept a pretty low profile, and then as the protesters got through, they erupted from the building, and they have now regained control of Rustaveli Avenue. That's the main thoroughfare that runs outside the front of the Georgian parliament. They have pushed back, as you can now see if we turn the camera around, they've pushed back this sea of protesters who now are stretching as far as the eye can see down the rest of that road. And these protesters are angry that the law was passed. They're disappointed, and they are determined to stop this law being used and imposed by a government they regard as effectively puppets of Vladimir Putin. Let's talk to one protester who is here with the thousands of others. Tell us, how do you feel about the law being passed and what your police are doing now?
Yeah, Russian oligarch Vladimir Putin captured the state, and this is a kind of like an official, the assignment from their side that they want to bring Georgia to the Russian influence, and it will never happen in this country. You see the hundreds of thousands of people are in the streets, and we're going to win this war because we are defending our country from the Russian occupation and the annexation, and it's 300 years of uninterrupted like a fight for freedom. No one is going to leave this place here today.
They have the parliament on their side. They've passed this law, and they have a lot of police here now controlling the space outside the parliament. Have you lost the battle for now?
No, of course not. You see that 85% of the Georgian population, they are the pro-Western, and these people are the, the guarantees that we're going to win this battle.
What happens next, and how do you now push back against this law, and what kind of help can you hope to get from the outside world?
I mean, from the outside of the world and from our strategic partners, we're expecting having the more strict measures against the Russian oligarch Vladimir Putin and all his close circle. And we believe that the United States and the Europeans are going to put these measures very, very soon.
Explain to people watching in Britain and across Europe who've seen these astonishing scenes in Tbilisi, Georgia, what is going on, what's at stake for your country?
I mean, they have to stop the freezing their assets in the European banks, whatever these oligarch and these closed circles they have. And you see these people, we're going to go to the end, till the victory, we will win this war. You will see that.
Thank you very much for that. So that's the strength of feeling here. The passion's running very high here. Really wet, very damp and cold weather that hasn't put them off, and they are on the ground now. That these protesters want to...
All right, we appear to have lost the audio there to Dom in Tbilisi, but earlier he was speaking to one of the opposition leaders of Georgia. Here's their conversation.
On the one hand, you see the youth, the committed people, committed to freedom and independence of this country and for Euro-Atlantic future of this country. And on the other side, you see black, Russian-led group of violent mob. Actually, they are not policemen. They are beating up people. They are violently attacking people. But these people are not afraid because this country is ours. Ivanishvili is a Russian oligarch, and he doesn't own this country. We do own this country.
What makes you think they're not police? Because they're all in uniform, they're wearing masks?
Because the days that we have seen, how they are attacking people, beating up, kidnapping people, and really being so violent. I have only seen these pictures in Russia, and this country will never be Russia.
So the campaign to stop this law has failed so far. What do you do next?
We will never fail. It's the process of protest, and the government had calculation that people would stop. We will not stop until we get rid of Russia from this country.
Can you get enough people on the streets? Because there are several thousand people here, but there are a lot of police against you. What is your tactics now to try and stop this law being imposed by the government?
We will protest as long as it takes, and we will prevail.
And the mood in the parliament today, there was brawling, there was argument.
They were aggressive because they were on the defensive. They know that they are traitors of this country. They are serving Russia, not our constitution. That's why they were afraid. They were aggressive towards the opposition MPs. But it's nothing. They are not MPs. They are Russian servants, and we will not tolerate Russian servants in this country.
So we've had some European officials here. We've had we have
I'm coming from the meeting with O'Brien.
O'Brien being the top diplomat for the region, the top American diplomat.
Yeah.
So what was your message to him?
And we are meeting our European friends. We are looking forward to 3 European ministers coming tomorrow. There is a unified, strong support of Georgian people. It's not the party support. It's people's choice. It's supported by our friends, and I'm sure there will be action, very specific action on their behalf.
Did that diplomat bring with him any concrete help he can offer you? Sanctions against Ivanishvili?
I will not speak on their behalf. They will have their public statements today, later this evening. But I can assure you that understanding of what's happening in this country, both from the EU and the US side, is very clear. It's not just law issue. It's an attempt of Medina Ivanishvili for the geopolitical shift of the country. No prime minister, ruler of this country has ever dared to declare Europe and the US our enemies. On the contrary, Russia is an occupant and the US is our friend. That's why our friends really understand where Georgia stands. Georgia stands here with the people, and we will prevail.
I think a lot of people watching in Britain today would have been astonished by what's been happening here and probably coming to this story afresh. Explain to them what's happening here and what's at stake, you believe, for your country.
Well, the oligarch, Russian oligarch, Vladimir Putin, who is actually in the minority, and his government is not legitimate. He has captured the state and state institutions. He has declared that he wants to bring Georgia back under Russian influence. Basically, he openly said that enemies of this country are US and the European Union, whereas the choice of overwhelming majority of Georgian people, 85%, constantly throughout whole our history, is voting for European future. And we have a chance, and we have a candidate status and chance to be part of European family of nations. And this oligarch, Russian oligarch, is trying to basically that Georgia loses this opportunity. That's why it's not just a Russian law that we are protesting, but we are protesting a Russian by basically kidnapping of Georgia by Russia. We will not allow this.
What they're saying, we spoke to a Georgian Dream politician yesterday. He said that the laws that they've pushed through Parliament here are no different to what you have in America, listing and having transparency for NGOs.
It's basically the propaganda. If you look back at what Putin was saying about the same law back in 2012, he was saying the same, that America has the same legislation. Starting from Chancellor Scholz or any other European high-ranking officials and politicians have clearly said there is no European democratic country that has this kind of law. This is a Russian law, and we will not accept it.
What's your message to the governments in Britain? What can they do to help?
Support Georgian people, because we are freedom fighters. We deserve the future in Europe, and we thank the Defense Secretary of Great Britain, who made a very clear statement today that this is basically Russian meddling into Georgian sovereign country.
How worried are you about the future of your country?
I'm sure that we will prevail, but we have to fight. Freedom is never granted. We have to obtain and fight it.
Well, that was Dominic Weichhorn speaking to the opposition politician Helen Kostari. Now, just a short while ago, my colleague Jane Secker spoke to Tina Kidisheli, who was Georgia's defence minister under the Georgia Dream-led government in 2015 and 2016. We got her reaction to what she'd seen outside Parliament.
It's very unfortunate, very unfortunate. Now, particularly after Georgia got the candidate status so much fought for in December, and we all believe that that was the new start for the European path of Georgia. What my government is doing is exactly the opposite. They are just fulfilling Russia's dreams, Kremlin's dreams, Putin's dreams in Georgia, fighting for its independence and sovereignty on the streets again. All the violence we've seen over the last couple of weeks, all the resistance from the ruling party towards the requests and calls of the Georgian society is just a proof that we need to fight even harder, and make sure to ensure the civic peace before October, when we will have parliamentary elections and chance to change the government.
Let's be clear, Tina, do you believe that Russia has a hand in what is happening here?
Well, it's not just my belief, but the facts speak for itself. The only country which benefits from everything that happened today in Georgian parliament by passing this Putin's Kremlin's law only serves their interest, because it makes Georgia, it brings Georgia further away from the European Union, obviously further from NATO, which automatically brings us to the Russian backyard again. With direct involvement by Kremlin or indirect, it does not really matter, because agenda is clear, the results are clear, and the way Georgia will go if things will not change is absolutely clear, that we are back to USSR. And I'm pretty sure that people are not going to allow for that, and we are not going to allow for that. Civil society, opposition parties in Georgia.
When we look at the current Georgian government, it was obviously elected into power. Do you believe there has been a shift in the general population's view about the government over time, and that there will be a change in October?
Well, I'm pretty sure that since last year, actually, not only now, but since last year when they've introduced this bill for the first time, ruling party has lost big majority of its European voters. If there were still people left amongst the ruling party's voters who believed that Georgian Dream was bringing Georgia closer to European Union and NATO, they were extremely disillusioned last year. And in the light of recent events, I have no doubt in my mind that they are all gone from the support of the Georgian Dream to other opposition-minded political parties. The situation in Georgia is pretty clear, that ruling party is done. Nobody can survive protests like this that we've seen for 23 days, consecutive 23 days, hundreds and thousands of Georgians marching on the streets with only one demand: to cancel the law that was labeled by everybody, not only by the Georgian opposition parties or by the civil society in Georgia, but everyone from London to Brussels, or from Lithuania to United States, every democratic government in the world, every international organization, every friend of Georgia has a Kremlin law calling government not to pass it. And they are still, they've still voted for it today with 84 votes in parliament. I'm pretty sure that this government is done. Now, the only question is if the opposition will manage to reconfigure in a way that they will actually get in power.
And in terms of the ruling party, analysts have said that this is all about self-preservation. The ruling party are bringing this legislation in because they think it's good for them. If they are able to now see this huge level of opposition, the fact that the election is on the horizon, is there any prospect, you think, of them now backing down, that perhaps the president could intervene and could give the current government an off-ramp? I mean, essentially, do you think they could back down over this?
Well, President will intervene. We already know that. She made it very clear that she will veto the legislation, so there's no doubt about it. The only question is what kind of veto she will use, whether she will just apply to the parliament for cancelling the entire legislation altogether, or she will send amendment clauses to the law. Again, she was pretty clear a couple of days ago on the last press conference she did that she's not going to propose any amendments to the legislation, and she's going to call only for cancelling the legislation. So it's going to happen. We are going to have a veto. Another 2 weeks the process will be on because constitutionally it's a 2-week period. And government still has the space to figure out which way they want to go. Today was important day also, not only because we had a voting in parliament, but also because Georgia hosted lots of delegations from our friends, partner countries. We had Assistant Secretary Jim O'Brien in Georgia. We had chairmen of 7 foreign affairs committees of European countries' parliaments. This week, tomorrow, actually, we are going to host 4 foreign ministers of the European Union countries. We had calls from the UK, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Defense, and everybody, and President Charles Michel also today declared that everybody is working to help Georgian government to navigate in a process in a way that everything ends peacefully, and this bill will not actually become a law. Everybody leaves the room, everybody leaves the opportunity for them to figure out how to proceed. But as for the legislation being positive and necessary for them, yes, the only way this legislation can serve their cause is that if once it gets active, and sometimes by September, it will be the full-scale implementation of the law will be already at place. They will just shut down every election monitoring organization with this law, and then probably that was one of the ideas of the ruling party, that they can have the elections without the interference or without the monitoring of the local domestic election monitoring organizations. But that's not gonna fly like that. Obviously, there are always alternatives, and we are going to use every alternative to bring the justice to the electoral process as well, and to make sure that the way Georgians vote will be counted, and winners will be announced according to the votes casted by the Georgian people, not by the administration.
All right, let's bring in now the former Georgian ambassador to the United States, Vasil Zikarilidze. Vasil Zikarilidze, thank you very much for making the time to speak to us this afternoon. What do you make of what you have seen outside the parliament in Tbilisi today?
Yes, it's been protests going for almost a month. So ever since government announced that they're going to reintroduce the legislation on Russian-style legislation on foreign agents. And this is an open attempt through violence and intimidations, as well as through manipulations, to divert countries' path toward Russian-style autocracy from clearly clearly from the European and Euro-Atlantic integration path that over 80% of Georgians are supporting.
And Mr. Yes, please. Please finish the point.
So the protests and demonstrations are going on despite of these crackdowns, violence, intimidation, despite of use of brutal police force, as well as some government-managed criminal groups that are calling and trying to intimidate, calling and then beating up people, the activists that are trying to intimidate them so they change their mind. But despite of this, protests are going and even growing.
And who is directing this move, as you put it, towards Russia? We've heard from other contributors today who say that the chairman of the Georgia Dream Party, Bidzina Ivanishvili, is the person who is pulling the strings on this.
Yes, I mean, we have this situation since 2012 when he started slice by slice the process that most of observers calling the state capture, and he also actually has done the state capture, but currently as popularity of the ruling party went very low, and then there is practically no chance for them to even show normal, their acceptable results in any kind of elections. So they decided to go full-scale authoritarian. I think that also that the particular personality, the oligarch, he made his fortune in Russia, and many things that he still maintains very strong links with Russia. So I think that it's mostly as I see, it is that clearly can trace the Russian interference in internal affairs.
There are due to be elections later this year in the autumn. Do you expect them to go ahead? And if they do you expect them to be free and fair?
So they are trying to undermine every single institution that can guarantee the more or less fair elections. So they are trying to undermine any international organizations that can observe elections. And they are trying, actually what they are trying to do, they are trying to cancel any possibility for the fair elections and turn it into the Russian-style elections. When it's very, I mean, one cannot call it elections what is happening in Russia. So that's the way that that is the thing that they would like to introduce here as well. So that's obviously that is what is happening. It is supplemented with the police violence, with the intimidation from the government, with the crazy Russian-style stupidest possible propaganda about some kind of global war party that is trying to throw Georgia into the war, or that this is some globalists that are trying to introduce here, I don't know, the attack Georgian traditional values and stuff like this. But yeah, of course, it's not really very powerful, but at least they are just trying to radicalize the very tiny part of the population that believes in this craziness. But mostly, over 80% of Georgians are supporting Georgia's democratic development, European and Atlantic integration. And this is that as they see a problem. And then I think that they are trying to divert Georgia through these different manipulative actions, political manipulations, violence. And then it's also very important that we have to notice that it is the kind of kleptocracy. This resembles Russian kleptocracy as well, that the people are growing very rich while serving in the government. And of course, most of them are trying to keep this power as long as possible to enrich themselves further. So this is actually the situation we are in. But also on the other hand, we can feel that the largest possible, I don't know, I am I was participant in the national movement in the end of 80s, and then I remember that the Georgia fight for freedom in the 90s. But today we are also experiencing very large consolidation among the freedom-loving people here,
Yeah.
spite of their political vision or the political preferences, the ideological preferences, left, right, centrists. Everyone literally is united around it. And I think that we will prevail. We will prevail, but these people, Georgian people, deserve support. Support from all freedom-loving people around the world.
Basil, final question. I know you worked in the government of Mikhail Saakashvili. How is he, and have you heard from him? Has he thought about, commented on what's been happening for the past few weeks on the streets?
He's under arrest. And we can only hear his, the comments through different ways, as mostly probably someone who is visiting him is putting out the statements, and his statements are supportive to the demonstrations that are ongoing.
Okay. Basil Tsikhalidze, thank you very much for speaking to us this afternoon. Thanks for being with us. Right, we're going to continue our coverage from Tbilisi, Georgia, where that foreign agents law has passed. There's been violence on the streets of the Georgian capital. We'll have more coming after this short break.
We set up this competition to celebrate the vital and important role that pets play in our lives. Particularly in this country, we know that everyone loves their pets, but we set up a competition as a sister competition to our wildlife one, and we discovered very quickly that people are so proud of their animals that they sent their pictures in the dozens. We had about 1,000 or so entries this year, and winners are going to be announced on June the 6th. I can't comment on which one's my favourite because I haven't done my judging yet, but the owners of these animals are there, and they're with their phones. Luckily, mobile phones have allowed this competition to kind of grow. COVID allowed this competition to grow. This is actually one of the ones that made me laugh out loud. It reminded me of...
This is a Cocker Spaniel trying to get through a cat flap, I'm guessing.
They look like Muttley, with the goggles on.
For
those who were in the 70s.
Yeah,
so
got it, yeah. And Dick Dastardly.
And Dick Dastardly. So the competition is open to pets, not wildlife. And so, and the pets can go as much as domesticated. It can be cows, can be horses, donkeys, and it's great. I mean, we get some slightly bizarre entries sometimes.
Yeah.
Had a worm entered, and I don't think that would be considered a pet. So the anthropomorphic part of this, the human kind of behaviour, is the bit that we enjoy. And there was someone that said something to me the other day about the competition being, said, yeah, but it's just the light side of life. And I said, yeah, but the light side of life is as important as all the other sides of life. And what this allows us, there is a sort of slightly more serious discussion behind these brilliant images, and the Kung Fu dog, is just... that we want people to just be a bit more aware about animal welfare and animal cruelty, of which that still exists. And these images, these positive images that reinforce our kind of love of animals, does actually allow for a positive conversation on the issue of animal cruelty.
Welcome back. Let's bring in our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who is in Tbilisi still. Dom, just tell us what the situation is like currently. Is that standoff still ongoing?
Yeah, Kamala, things have kind of settled into what I would say is a kind of uneasy standoff. You can see a lot of police behind me, a kind of sea of Ministry of Interior security forces who moved in and cleared the area pretty forcefully in front of the Georgian parliament after that vote in favour of a law that most protesters here, all the protesters here, and many Georgians believe is a Russian pro-Kremlin law. And then as some of the protesters tried to break into the building, or the barricades outside it at least, the police came out, snatching people, beating them, and then a lot of police came out and just cleared the area. People are drenched, it's pouring with rain, but they're holding the line here against those police, thousands of protesters. An ambulance coming through now. Let's talk to Georgi Margveshvili, who was the president of Georgia from 2013 to 18. What are your thoughts? It's an extraordinary scene here, isn't it, in the capital? What do you think as you're standing between thousands of police, it seems, and thousands of your own country people here determined to protest against this law that has now passed.
Well, I think we are standing firm on who we are and who we were. We are free people, and we are free people that claimed independence 30 years ago, and we're fighting for this independence. And now there is an attempt to take us away from our natural trajectory where we are and where we have been. So we stand here firm, we stay here calm, and we will overcome, for sure.
As you say, in 2003, the Rose Revolution here was one of the first coloured revolutions, as it was called, against Soviet domination, and you managed to throw off that Soviet yoke. And many of the people, I think, or everyone here protesting, believes that there's a danger Georgia is going to get dragged back into that Russian sphere of influence. What can you do to stop it, though? Because you have overwhelming force arrayed behind you, and the parliament seems to be controlled by the Georgian Dream Party, determined to push this law through parliament.
Well, I've been through dozens of changes in this government and in this state, and it's not up to policemen, which are actually not bad lads. I mean, some of them are good guys, but this is their job right now. But we will not let them come to violence. We will push this process peacefully and very firmly to changing of the government, just to break the spirit of this government, as we have done this with communists and with others. There is this Georgian spirit of freedom and independence, likewise in other countries, and there we are united, standing for this, standing against Russians, who are at this point the evil of the universe. You know, they are just killing children and killing women and killing people in Ukraine. They are our occupiers. We will not let them prevail.
Georgian Dream, who are the governing coalition here, they insist that actually this law is to protect Georgia against outside influence, whether it's Russian or American or European.
That's a joke. That's a joke. It's just a replica of what Russians have done and how Putin tried to control his own society. We've seen this in Russia, and we will not fall under that mistake. No, we are standing here firm, calm, peaceful, and for freedom, and we will not let them prevail. We will overcome.
What kind of battle do you think you've got ahead of you now?
We've got a long battle, peaceful, which will take lots of our energy, but this will be a peaceful battle. And I see the analogy with the way the Soviet Union was collapsing 30 years ago. The Communist Party was strong with much more tougher mechanism, but firmly, steadily standing on the moral side, destroys all the powers that are with the government. Just standing firm, standing for ideals, standing for your nation.
And yet Vladimir Putin's forces in Ukraine seem to be advancing, prevailing there, and he is now been able to use his puppets, as the government's regarded by protesters here, at least, to push this pro-Russian law, this Kremlin-inspired law, to quote the White House. He's managed to do that. So he's on the march. Is the West on the back foot? And what can the outside world do to help you in your struggle?
Stick with your ideals. Don't try to play with this sort of diplomatic stuff. Stick with the ideals, yeah? Like your ancestors stayed, like your founding fathers stayed. Stick with the ideals and come here with a message which is for these people who are for freedom and who are for the same ideals like you stood for. And stand with them, because freedom and human rights and all the values that we cherish together, those are important things. Nothing is more important than that. Georgia doesn't have oil. Georgia doesn't have diamonds. Georgia just has human capital, which is here on the streets right now. So stand with them. That's your value. That's my message to my friends and allies in West.
And your message to the British government, can they do anything to help in particular? They've been close supporters of Georgia over the years.
You are Great Britain. Be great.
Thank you very much, Georgi. Thank you very much. Good to talk to you. And let's turn the camera around now and show who's arrayed against the police. Thousands of protesters who have been pushed right back up Rustaveli Avenue, but they are holding their ground here. And I think you can see the colours of red and white, obviously the Georgian national flag, but also blue and yellow. That is obviously the colours of Ukraine, but also of the European Union. And 80% of Georgians want to join the European Union. The government insists it wants that to happen as well. As we heard that former president there saying he regards that as a joke and propaganda, those claims, because these protesters and many thousands of Georgians believe that there is a conspiracy afoot, a pro-Russian government trying to hijack the country, put it up for sale and to sell it effectively to the Kremlin. So the stakes are very high here as these protesters continue to gather in force here. And I think as the evening sort of advances and light begins to fail, we'll probably see the same kind of numbers that we saw on the streets of Tbilisi over the nights in the past. Tens of thousands on Saturday, many thousands since, as that president was saying there. A long battle ahead and a lot at stake for Georgia.
Indeed. All right, Dominic, thank you for that for now. And just to pick up on that final thought from Georgi Margvelashvili, the former president, the British government have commented on the situation in Georgia. The Minister for Europe, Nusrat Ghani, has issued a statement. I'll read you parts of it. It says, the scenes in Georgia are shocking. As friends of Georgia, we call for calm and restraint on all sides. She then mentions the Parliament voting in support of the law on transparency of foreign influence. That's the law that they've been protesting against. She says, like our partners, the UK strongly opposes the introduction of this legislation. She says that it goes against the democratic values of a NATO aspirant country and fundamentally risks derailing Georgia's Euro-Atlantic aspirations. She then says she's spoken to the Georgian ambassador today and they're watching with deep concern, and the government's urging the government of Georgia to change course and withdraw the legislation. So that's Nusrat Ghani, the Minister for Europe, speaking on behalf of the UK government, calling on the government of Georgia to change course and withdraw that law that is now on the books. So let's bring in our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. And Professor Clark, look, the UK, they're making it clear that they want there to be a change of course, but as you were telling us earlier, this current Georgian government is digging in. Not the first time they tried to get this law through, but they seem to have got it through now in the face of all that opposition.
Yeah, I mean, it's not on the books yet because it goes to the president. She has said that she will veto it, as she's entitled to do, and they will then overturn the veto, which they are entitled to do. So Salami Zurabishvili, who's been very brave about this, and she was a member of the governing party years ago, Georgia Dream. She was there. She is. Yeah, she was a Georgia Dream politician, and she's stuck to her principles while Georgia Dream has become a sort of Russian puppet party. So she will veto it. It goes back into the Parliament. Mm-hmm. The Parliament will then will put it through again to overturn the veto. So there'll be another fiasco, as it were, in the Parliament, and then it's law. And that's the beginning of a long election campaign. The elections are due in October, and the point about this foreign agents law was that they wanted to pass this law so that they could then pick off all of the groups they didn't like as this campaign goes forward. Because on the basis of a free and fair elections, Georgia Dream will lose very badly in October. So they want to fix the elections, get this law on the books so that they can close down any criticism and opposition. So given that we've seen these views on the streets, and everyone on the street says 80% of the population do not want this law and want to be a European country, they want to join the European Union at some point in the future. And that 80% figure, I don't think is just rhetorical. For the last year or so, that's what the opinion polls in Georgia have revealed, sometimes more than 80%. So the majority of the population do not want this law. They do want free elections. And the government is obviously going to try and drive through an electoral process, or the violence gets so bad that they cancel the election. So either way, from now until October is going to be a pretty rocky ride for Georgia. And we are now at the beginning of if you like, a civil emergency election process that will go from now until October.
Let's talk about some of the characters involved then. Let's deal with the Prime Minister first. Irakli Kobakidze, he is the person who has pushed forward this law. That's the individual there. What do we know about him? Of course, he's part of the Georgia Dream Party.
Yes, I mean, a relatively young Prime Minister, only took over, I think it was last year. And he's a Moscow puppet, undoubtedly, and he is in the pocket of the oligarchs that we'll talk about in a moment. And he pretends to be modernised. I mean, the whole of the Georgia Dream Party used to say that we represent moderation, we represent a balance between East and West. So we won't be overtaken by Moscow, we will not be beguiled by the West, we'll follow our own path. And that was quite an attractive message 10 years ago, but it's gradually become much more pro-Russian. And this guy is fairly obvious. He said, you know, our future effectively as with Russia. It's our way of being independent, and he blames the West for all the sort of corruption and the problems that any country like Georgia has. So it's pretty clear what he represents, and he doesn't really pretend to be anything other than what he says.
Interesting. We heard some of the conspiracy theories that he is promoting as well within Georgia.
Yep.
And the chairman of the Georgia Dream Party, the person that we've heard a lot about, who is described as a puppet master, Bidzina Ivanishvili. What do we know about him?
Ivanishvili, yes. I mean, he's basically bought the government. I mean, everyone talks about government capture. Transparency International said that they've looked at it since 2019, and he's captured the government, which is to say that he's paying for it. So he's a billionaire. He made most of his money in Russia. He did very well, of course, in the old days, in the old Soviet days. And he stayed out of sight. And so he's the person who established the Georgia Dream Party, in effect. And then whether he thought that at the beginning, or whether he just came to the view, or whether he was beguiled by Russia, I'm not sure.
When did he start the party? Do we know?
It was 2010, I think it was. I'd have to check on that. I think it was 2010, 28. And then he started to push it forward in a very pro-Russian direction. And now it's obvious who he is, and now he says that everything that's happening in Georgia are the anti-democratic forces trying to undermine Georgia. And so they reflect the Russian rhetoric and the Russian narrative that all of this is an attempt to undermine the fundamental values of the peoples of Georgia, the peoples of Russia, and so on.
Okay, Professor Clark, really appreciate that analysis. Perfect, as always. Thank you very much, Michael. All right, you're watching Sky News Today, and still to come, we're going to stay with the situation in Tbilisi, Georgia, as large protests erupt again outside Parliament against the foreign agents law. that. Let's get some more now on situation in Georgia after the government passed a controversial bill which protesters say threaten the country's democratic freedoms. We can speak now to Gija Bokeria, chair of European Georgia, who is in Tbilisi. Gija, thanks very much for making the time to speak to us today. We've seen that the violence seems to have subsided slightly. What do you expect is going to happen in the coming hours? Protesters are still on the streets and there's still a huge number of police outside Parliament.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I think this evening there will be many thousands now joining the rally after this shameful attack on protesters in front of the Parliament, as well as I'm going there after this interview. And in longer term, it will be a longer battle than a couple of days or maybe a couple of weeks or months. But this is the battle for our identity, for our liberty inside the country and a sovereignty for our country against our enemy for the last 200 years. Russia, Soviet, post-Soviet, Putinist, pre-Putinist Russia. Russia who cannot stand a sovereignty of its neighbors, who is up to destroying the Western order, as they say, and they see Georgia as an obstacle. And unfortunately, now we have a government which is acting for years now as a proxy to our enemy. So this is not about just this law. This law is a tip of the iceberg, albeit the big one. But it's about the course of the country, and to say, in a way, those who've been following Ukraine in last years, this is a Yanukovych moment of this government. The government who was paying a lip service to have an ambiguity of the message about the balance of their policy, like we want to go to Europe, but do it carefully. In reality, those were the words covering up, step by step, surrendering our sovereignty to Russia and surrendering our liberty inside the country. And Georgian public, especially the next generation, will not accept that.
So the protests are going to continue, of course, but there is an election due. Do you expect that election to actually be held in light of what we've seen in the past few weeks and the way that the Georgia Dream Party has been behaving in terms of getting this law through?
It's our goal to create a situation comparable to what we did as a nation 30 years ago, when Soviet Russian communist regime, the puppet regime of the Moscow, our communist regime, was morally destroyed before elections. So they had to accept that they have to give up power before the formal vote. That's the goal of this protest, to have huge moral and numerical majority of public demoralizing and destructuring this regime so that elections will be possible. Because otherwise, of course, we don't expect anything orderly from the oligarchic regime of Ivanishvili.
And Gigi, as we're talking, we're looking at pictures from outside the Parliament building, and where the line of police were, they seem to have taken a few paces back. Certainly the protesters are moving forward again. There is cheering, arms in the air, and faces that look happier than they did just a few seconds ago. We're hearing, lots of whistles and chanting and a few unfortunate hand signs for television at this time of day. But we are seeing that there has been a change in the police stance. You said you're going to go down there today.
Sure.
We saw some of the violence. I mean,
for 1 month now.
Yeah, exactly. What do you make of the level of violence that you've seen from the police and security services? I mean, there were snatch squads coming out. How many arrests have been made?
Dozens today and dozens during last days. So I don't have an exact number. There is unclarity of that, but the numbers are growing. In parallel to this violence against peaceful protesters, we had targeted attacks by government hired thugs at night against different NGO and political leaders. Dozen of those, none of them, of course, investigated, because we all know that it's done by government. They are officially proclaiming that violence is their tool to threaten people. But so far, the reaction is more people on the streets, more intensity, and more consensus that this government should go. It's not, again, as I said, it's not anymore about the law which shouldn't have been passed, or even if it's not passed. It's about the government which has, in this historic moment for our nation, when we have a chance to go back to Western civilization, to Europe, to NATO, to EU, where we belong, is gambling with the future of this country for the benefit of the oligarch and him staying in power. This will not stand, and therefore brutality, unfortunately, will continue. There are huge risks when we are dealing with the government like this, but there is no alternative for this peaceful fight.
Yeah. And Georgia, then, so with that in mind, what kind of support do you need to hear from Western nations and from the EU? You may have seen that the UK's Minister for Europe, Nusrat Ghani, has called on the government of Georgia to change course and withdraw the legislation. I mean, they tried to bring this through at the end of last year. It was withdrawn at that stage. It's now going through now, as we understand the president is going to veto it, but then that may well be overturned. So what kind of, in terms of rhetoric, in terms of, I mean, maybe actual support do you need to hear from Western allies?
Sure. First of all, Georgian public are deeply appreciative for all the support we've been getting throughout these years from our Western allies and UK in particular, Europe and US, for our democracy, for our sovereignty, and previously UK in particular, with Prime Minister Thatcher being a symbol in this country of fighting against the empire of evil, Soviet Union. Even I remember her debate on Soviet TV, which was a breath of fresh air for us. Now, for today, I think it's long time overdue, or at least it should be now noted that this government is not an ally of the West. It's an adversary. It works, and it's a puppet and proxy of Putin's Russia, and it must be treated as such. Because so far we had an inertia because of achievements of Georgian public in decades. That Georgia and its government was troubling, but still a partner, and a partner who wants to become part of Europe. That was the lip service this government was playing to have, as I said, this ambiguity because of the public opinion in Georgia. But now it's all gone, and it's time to treat them as a political enemy of the free world. And UK is a key part of the free world for Georgia, has been like that, and I hope and I believe it will be like that in this fight.
Okay, Georgia Bokharia, Chair of European Georgia, Movement for Liberty Party. Thanks very much for being with us this evening. Thank you, Georgia. All right, let's bring in Dr. Liam Fox, a former Defence Secretary and a member of the Conservative Party. Dr. Fox, thanks very much for being with us. Before we get to sort of the broader points, just to pick up on that last point that Georgia was making, I wasn't sure if you were able to hear. So this current Georgian government is not an ally of the West. Have we in this country and in other nations been naive about this particular Georgian administration?
Well, we've been watching it in the last 18 months in particular slide away, and under Ivanishvili increasingly move towards becoming a vassal state for Russia, and you can tell that by the welcome that Foreign Minister Lavrov and others have given to this legislation being given.
My apologies, Dr. Fox. Are you able to hear us okay?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think your producer or someone else was talking to me.
Someone in the gallery is talking while you're trying to answer the question. If you can just continue on, Dr. Fox. My apologies.
Sure. Yes. So over the last 18 months, we've watched Georgia drift away from the West towards becoming a vassal state of Russia under Ivanishvili's influence. It's being welcomed in Russia by the usual suspects. And that's very tragic because we know that the majority of the people in Georgia are very pro-Western and want to see the future of their country being a free, democratic Western one, not under the clutches of Putin's Russia. So there is a big task here for the West, for the United States, for Britain and for Europe, to be putting pressure on the government in Tbilisi to say this is not good for the people of Georgia, this is not good for the future of your country. And then we need to look to see if they're willing to withdraw this legislation. I was talking to someone, a friend of mine who was in that crowd just about an hour ago, and they are very determined that they will not have their future as young people sold down the river by Ivanishvili and his cronies.
And we know, Dr. Fox, that there is an election coming towards the end of the year, or there's at least meant to be one in Georgia. Have you got any confidence with the way that this current government's behaving that election will be free and fair, or, in fact, will even go ahead?
Well, you have to suspect that this legislation is being introduced particularly to get that election moving in a particular direction. The way it will actually restrict the freedom of the press, the way it will restrict NGOs, is clearly designed to produce the same sort of situation you get in Putin's Russia now, where it's nominally an election, but that the result is decided beforehand by those with economic and military power. So it's a tragedy if we see all the advances that were made in Georgia over the years turning to dust in the way that they appear potentially to be doing at the moment.
What more can be done? We've seen the statement from Nusrat Ghani, but what more can be done at this point, do you think, Liam Fox, to try and have Georgia and this government change its course?
Well, I think the first thing is for the West to be putting up a united front, for the United States, for the European Union, for the United Kingdom, to be speaking with one voice and making it very clear that we can't stand by and watch the fate of the Georgian people being stolen from them. We also then, if necessary, would need to look to see if there were measures that we would have to take. Ivanishvili's got a lot of money stashed away in the West, we believe. But I think the best thing would be that if we can take Georgia away from the precipice that it seems to be on at the moment, and get them to get this legislation withdrawn as they have done before, to see free and fair elections, and to allow the people of Georgia to determine their own future, not those who are friends of Vladimir Putin and his Russia making that decision for them.
Right, Dr. Liam Fox, former Defence Secretary, thanks very much for being with us. Let's go back now to Tbilisi, our International Affairs Editor, Dominic Waghorn, in the midst of those protesters. And Dom, look, it seems there's been some movement. What's the situation there? And just wrap up what's happened in the past couple of hours and what may well come this evening.
Yeah, rather unexpected turn of events now. The police, and there were a lot of them, as we saw those pictures earlier, withdrew. They have retreated from the front of the Parliament. They've come up the side of this side of the Parliament. They're up there, and they have been walked away from the scene. I wouldn't say chased off, because it clearly was a tactical retreat. I guess they feel that they've done their job. They've managed to protect the building as the MPs voted for that law. They protected it from the damage that was done by the protesters, and they didn't want to remain in front of the building as a kind of a focus for discontent. So they have now cleared the area, which means the protesters are able to reclaim it. If you look back down the street, you can see smoke, red flare smoke, I think that is. I don't think it's tear gas, it's just what protesters have been using, which is setting off red flares. And now the crowd has reoccupied the area in front of the Parliament, and they have, in the meantime, restored the barricade, the metal barricade, which the protesters had smashed their way through. And I think that attack on the barricade is what provoked that massive police, you might call it overreaction, as they came out. Snatch squads grabbing people, beating them, and then a sea of navy and navy blue and black police moving into the area, sweeping down this street. It's hard to remember a time when I've seen so many police. One protester saying that they were probably thugs in uniforms as well. Anyway, they cleared the area, moved down there, and then there was a tense standoff between them and the protesters, who see the law here as a pro-Russian law. And now the police have moved back out, and the protesters are reclaiming this area around the Georgian Parliament.
Okay. Dominic Waghorn in Tbilisi, thank you. Good afternoon. It is 4 o'clock. This is Sky News Today, your headlines. Georgia's parliament has passed a new law which demonstrators say puts the country on the path to dictatorship. Protesters smashed their way into the parliament building, claiming the law is a threat to their freedom.
I'm Georgian, therefore I'm European. We want Europe, we want freedom, and we are Georgian. This is our country.
They are determined to clear the area outside the parliament, as you can see, and they're moving us on pretty aggressively, trying to clear the area.
Well, we'll have the latest from Tbilisi with our international affairs editor, who is among the protesters as the country's opposition leader tells Sky News that they will prevail.
We will never fail. It's a process of protest, and the government had calculation that people would stop. We will not stop until we get rid of Russia from this country.
Also ahead this hour, 2 prison officers are killed after an attack on a prison convoy in France. An inmate is now on the run. The Court of Appeal upholds the original sentence given to the Nottingham attacker Valdo Calacane, much to the anger of the victims' families.
This is disappointing, but not unexpected. The Nottingham attacks were entirely preventable.
And coming up at 4:30 on Business Live with me, Ian King. Wages grow above the headline rate of inflation for the 10th month running, but unemployment has also ticked up.
Well, good afternoon. We're going to start with our developing story this hour. And protesters attempted to break into the Georgian parliament after politicians passed a controversial foreign agents bill, which critics say puts the country on the path to dictatorship. Well, let me take you through some of the developments earlier today. Well, there was a brawl in Parliament as MPs began to debate the bill. One of the parliamentarians charged at the chair of the opposition party, the National United Movement, after he accused him of organising mobs to beat up opposition supporters. Other politicians then got involved in the scuffle. Well, outside, the sense of anger and frustration boiled over as protesters broke down a barrier to try and break into the Parliament building itself. Riot police moved in and sent out snatch squads to arrest protesters. Sky News spoke to an opposition MP about what's been happening.
The oligarch, Russian oligarch, Vladimir, who is actually in the minority, and his government is not legitimate. He has captured the state and state institutions. He has declared that he wants to bring Georgia back to under Russian influence. Basically, he openly said that enemies of this country are US and the European Union, whereas the choice of overwhelming majority of Georgian people, 85%, constantly throughout whole our history, is voting for European future. And we have a chance, and we have a candidate status and chance to be part of European family of nations.
Right, international affairs editor Dominic Waghorn is in Tbilisi for us and joins us now live. Dom, just update us on where we are now with this protest and what we expect is going to happen in the next few hours.
Well, things have moved again. Rather surprisingly, the police, who had come out in great numbers and pushed protesters away from the front of the parliament, they then had a tense standoff with them for an hour or so, and then they retreated, they withdrew back across this open square in front of the parliament, and then they retreated up the streets either side of the building, and they have literally disappeared, vanished from the scene. So the protesters now have control again of this area in front of the parliament, and we are back again outside the parliament. This is the entrance to the parliament, and that is the metal barricades that the protesters smashed their way into by prizing away some of these panels using bits of other barricade and prizing it open. And it's right almost back to where we were a few hours ago. Protesters shouting into the parliament. They're not attacking the barricade, which has been repaired in the time that the police had regained the area. So it's sort of back to where we were, Kamali. And I guess, as you say, the question is what happens next. the protesters have very much made it clear that they intend to keep up their campaign against this very controversial law that they despise because they see it as a pro-Kremlin law. And I guess what's happened today has kind of galvanised their opposition to it and probably will encourage many more Georgians who would have seen the brawling in the parliament that you've just been showing there, and also these extraordinary scenes, kind of Russian-style policing, masked men in black barrelling out of this barricade through the holes that were made by the protesters, grabbing people, snatching them and beating them, and in a very heavy-handed way policing the area with a huge amount of force. And now the protesters, we're going to move back again just so we can hear ourselves speak and think. But we are back to where we were, and I suspect that the Georgians who did not come here, the people of Tbilisi who would have stayed at home or watched it on their television while they were at work, may well be motivated to come and do so. And so we could see bigger protests mobilised, because even before all of this, back on Saturday, tens of thousands of Georgians came out onto the streets. They lined both sides of the river here. They filled the parks and streets, a kind of process we have not seen here for decades. And so we could see similar protests against this bill, particularly as it has now passed. And there is now a period where the president is likely to veto that bill. And there's a possibility, if there's enough popular pressure on the government, to relent, maybe dilute it or think again. And there will be a lot of pressure on them in the wake of this police violence, as it was described by the European Union. Pressure from Georgia's allies in Europe, but also in America, for them to have a change of heart, and pressure on Ivanishvili, who is the billionaire oligarch, the power behind the throne here, who has kind of orchestrated this campaign for this law, to think again as well. And there's a real diplomatic, I think, campaign now. We have the top American diplomat in the region here in Tbilisi now. Is he going to bring sanctions or pressure on the Georgian government? Is he going to try and persuade the Georgians with some kind of diplomatic coercion to think again? If that doesn't happen and they stand their ground, then I think we're going to see more protests here and even more unrest. But just to sort of recap, Kamali, we're back where we were a few hours ago. We're outside the entrance to the Georgian parliament. It has been repaired, but the damage done to the popular will and credibility of this institution, I think, will take a lot longer to repair, as Georgians gird themselves for what one former president told us in Sky News will be a long and bitterly fought battle against this law and against the possibility of Georgia being drawn back into the orbit of Russian influence.
Okay, Dominic and team in Tbilisi, thank you for now. Of course, more from you throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening here on Sky News. I want to bring in now our security defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Professor Clark, why don't you pick up on sort of the final thoughts there from Dom? This is now going to go to sort of, I guess, consultation within the government before the president vetoes it, which is what's expected.
Yeah.
How likely is it, do you think, that they will listen to the pressure that's coming? As Dom said, the US ambassadors in the region putting diplomatic pressure on. We've heard from the UK government asking them to change course and withdraw.
Yeah.
Anything doing?
They might. Well, last year, something similar happened, not to this extent, and they just withdrew it. But, of course, last year they weren't facing an election in October, and now they are facing an election in October. They might try to mollify it by making some changes, but, I mean, the crowd outside, a lot of people looking at it, and the analysts, will look very carefully at any changes. If they produce a foreign agents law which still allows them to close down the opposition between now and October, then it won't make any difference. There'll still be a lot of protests. But they may look for a way of backing out of this with their dignity intact, which keeps the Georgia Dream Party going. That's possible. But I have to say that they've set their teeth against this until today. So if they use this pause that they will get, while the president vetoes the law, and then they vote to overturn the veto, which constitutionally they can, that's another process that they've got to go through. That gives them another day or 2 days. But, of course, if it's 2 or 3 days of this on the streets, then the pressure will build on them.
Yeah, and Dom mentioned there the oligarch who is the chair of the Georgia Dream Party, Bidzina Ivanishvili. It's worth reminding viewers exactly who this individual is and what role he's playing in all this.
He founded. You asked me last time when did the party was parties founded? I wasn't sure. but it was 2012. Well, checked it out. So it was, I thought it was 2010, but it's 2012. And Ivanishvili founded the party then. He's a very rich oligarch, a billionaire, made his money in Russia. And he founded this party on the basis that it was a party of independence, that it would steer a line between Russian influence and Western influence, and it would be good for Georgia, give Georgia the sort of the dream that it wanted. Now, whether he began the party always intending to take it to the Russian side, or whether he's developed that view or he's been persuaded, we're not sure. But it is now thoroughly a Russian client party, and that's what it stands for.
And after founding the party, he then went to Russia and made his money.
He did. I mean, he was pretty rich before, and that's him there, yeah. And he was almost an unknown, apart from in business circles in the West, but he was an unknown in the political circles of the West until relatively recently. He stayed in the shadows, founded the party, funded it, and in 2019, or after 2019, he was accused of state capture, which can happen in post-Soviet states, whereby a group of oligarchs simply capture the state, they buy it. They buy the institutions, and that's what he's done. He's bought the institutions of the state, the governmental institutions, and effectively they work for him. And, I mean, all of these characters, they tend to assume that as long as you've got the business community organised, the political community will just bend to what you need. And that's the way it used to be, but no longer. However, I mean, he is now in the fight of his life because he's digging his toes in. They're making it very clear, at least in public, that they have no truck with this westernised influence. They think it's just a way of undermining the true future of Georgia in exactly the way that Putin says that Western influence is trying to undermine Russia's real future. And they've thrown in their lot with a Putin narrative which says they've got to resist this Western encroachment, as they see. But 80% of the population seem to want to be a westernised country. They want eventual membership of the European Union, eventual membership of NATO. NATO promised them that, actually, eventually in 2008, but it was going to be very eventual. Nevertheless, the population of Georgia want to be on a track which makes them into a modern European state, not something in between, or even worse, some sort of client of Russia, because physically the Russians could move in more or less any time they wanted.
Yeah, and as you mentioned there's sort of 80% opposition against this law, and it's worth remembering as well that this law, a similar one, is on the books in Hungary, and it's being challenged by the EU because it doesn't stack up to EU legislation, which is exactly the point, that when this law comes in Georgia, the protesters think that that's it for their dreams of Georgia joining the EU.
Yeah, the way these laws have been used in Russia and are being used in Hungary means that it is a way of snuffing out democracy, because although it sounds like a technicality, 20% of your funding comes from foreign sources, therefore you have to declare yourself as a foreign agent organisation, the way that law is used is simply to close down anything that the government doesn't like. They can interpret it in all sorts of ways. They can interpret where your 20% comes from. They can create friends of friends of friends, which are giving you money, which are Western sources if they want. And so this law becomes a law to slap down or any element of civil society that the government doesn't like. And the way it's been used in Russia, the way it's been used in Hungary, is what the Georgians see. If this law had never been used before, the Georgians would probably find it a bit curious. But they've seen what it's done in two other countries. And Hungary is in a permanent guerrilla warfare with the European Commission over this law and the way in which Orban interprets it and the way in which he seems to fix elections in order to make sure that his Fidesz party always wins.
And of course, we've seen what has happened to Russia since it came in 2012. All right, Professor Clark, love the analysis as always. Thank you very much for that. All right, so let me bring you some other news this afternoon. And a huge manhunt is underway in northern France after there was an attack on a prison van which led to one inmate being freed and 2 prison officers being shot dead. Hundreds of police and gendarmes are on the hunt, while the escaped prisoner has been named by authorities as Mohammed Amra, who is a convicted robber. Our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, is more. And I'm now told that she is live with us. Siobhan, thanks very much for joining us. Just tell us, how is the hunt going? What's French authorities saying?
Well, let's rewind first to what was a really brutal and brazen attack, which happened this morning in northern France, south of Rouen, on the A154 motorway. And what we understand was happening was a convicted prisoner was actually being brought in a prison van back from a court hearing. And when they got to an area near a toll booth, it seems that prison van was ambushed. And it appears that it was first rammed and then gunmen got out of the vehicles that were pursuing it and opened fire, killing at least 2 prison officers, injuring 3 more. And then they broke out the convict who was in the back and escaped. And police have since found a burnt-out vehicle, which they believe was one of the getaway cars. Now, the person that was being carried in the back of that prison van, who's now on the run, has been named as Mohammed Amra, as you said. He's believed to be connected to organised drug crime in Marseille, and he has a nickname that's being reported as the Fly. Now, he had already been convicted last week of burglary theft, but today it's understood that he was actually coming back from a court hearing connected to homicide, and this is believed to be connected to drug networks. So prosecutors in France have said they've now launched this investigation, which is both looking into organised crime and murder. And as you say, a huge police operation is now underway. They've triggered these emergency measures, which they can carry out in France when an escaped convict is on the run. And so they've got hundreds of police officers and gendarmes on the scene looking for these people. They also have helicopters up in the sky as well. And we've had a statement from the French President, Emmanuel Macron. He says, "This morning's attack, which cost the lives of prison officers, is a shock to us all. The nation stands alongside the families, the injured and their colleagues. Everything is being done to find the perpetrators of this crime so that justice can be done in the name of the French people. We are intractable." But as it stands, a huge manhunt now underway and no sign of these fugitives yet.
In Berlin, thank you for that. Well, judges at the Court of Appeal have ruled the sentence given to Valdo Calcain, who killed 3 people in Nottingham last year, was not unduly lenient. He was sentenced to an indefinite hospital order after admitting manslaughter by reason of diminished responsibility for the killing of the students Barnaby Webber, Grace O'Malley Kumar, as well as the school caretaker Ian Coates. Well, Lady Chief Justice Baroness Carr said the court couldn't ignore the medical conditions of the defendant.
There was no error in the approach adopted by the judge. The sentences imposed were not arguably unduly lenient. Leave to refer the sentences is refused. It is impossible to read of the circumstances of this offending without the greatest possible sympathy for the victims of these terrible attacks and their families and their friends. The victim impact statements paint a graphic picture of the appalling effects of the offender's conduct. Had the offender not suffered the mental condition that he did, the sentencing judge would doubtless have been considering a whole life term of imprisonment. But neither the judge nor this court can ignore the medical evidence as to the offender's condition, which led to these dreadful events, or the threat to public safety, which the offender continues to pose.
Well, following the ruling, the father of Grace O'Malley Kumar said that the deaths of his daughter Barnaby and Ian Coates were preventable and vowed to fight on.
This is disappointing, but not unexpected. The Nottingham attacks were entirely preventable. The Nottinghamshire police failed to execute a warrant for many months. A flawed investigation, no toxicology, over-reliance on psychiatric report. Leicestershire police failed to arrest Valdo Calcain. This is a failure of 2 police forces, a failure of the Mental Health Trust, along with Nottinghamshire Council as well. Missed multiple opportunities to prevent the Nottingham attacks and the murder of our children and Ian Coates is what has led us here today. We will continue to pursue agencies that failed us and hold them responsible for the Nottingham attacks so that no other family is made to suffer like ours.
That's Dr. Sanjoy Kumar, the father of Grace O'Malley Kumar. You're watching Sky News Today, and still to come. the end of days vibe within the Tory party. Sky News has seen WhatsApp messages from some MPs after a chaotic vote in the Commons on allegations of serious crime.
We set up this competition to celebrate the vital and important role that pets play in our lives. Particularly in this country, we know that everyone loves their pets, but we set up a competition as a sister competition to our wildlife one, and we discovered very quickly that people are so proud of their animals that they sent their pictures in the dozens. We had about 1,000 or so entries this year, and winners are going to be announced on June the 6th. I can't comment on which one's my favourite because I haven't done my judging yet, but the owners of these animals are there and they're with their phones. Luckily, mobile phones have allowed this competition to kind of grow. COVID allowed this competition to grow. This is actually one of the ones that made me laugh out loud. It reminded me of...
This is a Cocker Spaniel trying to get through a cat flap, I'm guessing.
They look like Muttley, with the goggles on.
Yeah,
for those that were in the 70s.
Yeah,
so
got it, yeah. And Dick Dastardly.
And Dick Dastardly. So the competition is open to pets, not wildlife. And and the pets can go as much as domesticated. It can be cows, can be horses, donkeys, and it's great. I mean, we get some slightly bizarre entries sometimes. Yeah. Had a worm entered, and I don't think that would be considered a pet. So the anthropomorphic part of this, the human kind of behaviour, is the bit that we enjoy. And there was someone that said something to me the other day about the competition being, he said, yeah, but it's just the light side of life. And I said, yeah, but the light side of life is as important as all the other sides of life. And what this allows us, there is a sort of slightly more serious discussion behind these brilliant images, and the Kung Fu dog, is just... that we want people to just be a bit more aware about animal welfare and animal cruelty, of which that still exists. And these images, these positive images that reinforce our kind of love of animals, does actually allow for a positive conversation on the issue of animal cruelty.
Welcome back. Now, Sky News has got WhatsApp messages from Tory MPs expressing frustration and despair towards the Prime Minister's top team after a chaotic vote last night in which Parliament voted to ban members arrested for a serious offence. One said they're at a loss at the handling of the vote, while another describes an end-of-days vibe within the Conservative Party. Our Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates says more.
Tory MPs are grumpy. Why? Because many of them found themselves on the losing side of a vote on MPs' conduct last night. The Tories wanted a new plan to exclude MPs who've been charged with offences from coming onto the parliamentary estate. But the winning proposal came from the Lib Dems. That was a proposal that any MP who has been arrested should be excluded. Now, there was a tense vote on Monday night, and many Tories found themselves outmanoeuvred by the opposition, mistakes made by the government side. I've been given leaked WhatsApps from the Tory WhatsApp group showing the sense of anger inside the Tory party and frustration over what went on. So the moment they realised the Liberal Democrats were on course to win their proposal to exclude people at the point of arrest, the Minister, Anne-Marie Trevelyan, appealed to colleagues to come and vote, saying that otherwise you'd all be excluded, anyone arrested would be excluded, and that would be a problem. Loads of Tory MPs pile in and agree with him, including more government ministers and prominent backbenchers. Greg Hand saying, I'll definitely vote down the motion, this vote. That's the Liberal Democrat proposal. Brendan Clark-Smith calls it an attack on basic civil liberties. And Therese Coffey suggests that if you vote down the Liberal Democrat plans, you'd be voting with a cross-party committee. But then it turns out that the vote that the Tories want to win never takes place. Division off, says the Cambridgeshire MP Anthony Brown. And the anger starts to trickle. Unbelievable. What's happening? This is crazy, says another. Miriam Cates explained that the vote could never happen, basically because of a cock-up with the whips, because there were no tellers. And this really unleashes bad feeling in the Tory WhatsApp group. Angela Richardson says, what an S show. Andrea Leadsom calls it a sad day. That from a prominent former cabinet minister. Sherilyn McElroy, a lesson in what Labour government will lead to. And you can see them starting to get wound up. Miriam Cates saying she was at a loss to understand why that they were not told that there'd be no tellers. Brendan Clark-Smith making essentially an inaccurate joke about Angela Rayner, and then MPs mocking what's happened. We're all going to be banned from the estate now, says one. Watch the vexatious complaints roll in. At his heart, what happened on Monday night was Rishi Sunak's allies and people in his cabinet apparently making a mistake. That's contributed to big grumpiness on the Tory backbenchers. It is not something that will make Rishi Sunak's life easier.
All right, you're watching Sky News Today, and coming up next, Business Live with Ian King, as wages continue outpacing inflation, but unemployment is also up.
top business stories live from the Sky News City studio. Wage growth outpaces inflation for the 10th consecutive month, but unemployment has also edged up. The FTSE 100 mining giant Anglo American plans to break itself up in the wake of a £34 billion takeover approach. And could British Airways parent company IAG be about to buy TAP Air Portugal? I'll hear from TAP's chief executive. Good afternoon, this is Business Live with me, Ian King. Wages grew more strongly than expected again last month. The Office for National Statistics said regular wages in the 3 months to the end of March were up 6% on the same period last year. That was unchanged from the 3 months to the end of February and was stronger than the 5.9% growth that had been expected. It means that regular earnings have now been growing more strongly than the headline rate of inflation for the 10th consecutive month. Well, public sector pay grew by 6.3% during the period, while private sector pay growth was 5.9%. The ONS also reported that the unemployment rate rose to 4.3% during the period, up from 4.2% during the previous 3 months. The number of job vacancies in the economy fell by 26,000 to 898,000 during the period, which was the 22nd consecutive month in which the number of vacancies has fallen. We're on this programme this morning. The chief UK economist at Santander Corporate Investment Banking, Victoria Clark, told me some of the growth can be put down to the expected increase in the national living wage.
There is an element of this reflecting how tight the UK jobs market has been and how high inflation's been. And, you know, all of that takes a while to feed through into wage negotiations and come down. But the other element is that we have had another big increase in the national living wage this year, nearly 10%. And I think what you're probably seeing in some of these figures is firms front-loading some of those increases in a very similar way to the picture that we saw last year. And so it does seem as if that national living wage increase is also lifting the numbers.
Just want to bring you a bit of breaking news. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has unexpectedly arrived in the Ukrainian capital Kyiv, where we are expecting to hear from him imminently. We'll keep you abreast of what he has to say. Some other business news stories for you now. And the FTSE 100 mining giant Anglo American said today it will break itself up. The move means that Anglo will sell or demerge its 85% stake in Tbilisi, the world's biggest diamond miner. Anglo also plans to sell its thermo coal assets and will demerge its shareholding in Johannesburg-listed Anglo American Platinum. Well, the news comes a day after it emerged that Anglo, which in future will focus on its copper, iron ore and crop nutrient assets, has rejected an increased takeover proposal from its larger rival BHP, valuing it at £34 billion. Amazon is to replace the head of Amazon Web Services, its most profitable business. Adam Silipsky, who took over from Andy Jassy when he was promoted 3 years ago to become chief executive of Amazon, will step down on the 3rd of June. His successor will be Matt Garman, senior vice president of sales, marketing and global services at AWS. Shares of Amazon have fallen by 1% in early trade. IQ Group has become the latest UK tech company to agree to a takeover. The Cambridge-based company, which provides so-called geospatial productivity and collaboration software for the telecoms and utilities industries, is being bought by the US private equity giant KKR for £316 million. IQ said it had received numerous approaches over the last 2 years, but said the KKR approach, which came after extensive price negotiation, was the most attractive for shareholders. And the White House has announced that tariffs on Chinese electrical vehicles will rise from 25% to 100% to protect the US industry from cheaper imports. Tariffs on batteries, solar cells and certain critical minerals are also being hiked. Well, the move comes ahead of the US presidential election, with both Joe Biden and Donald Trump vying to appear tough on China. Well, shares of On the Beach fell by 12% this afternoon, following a warning that the value market end of the sector remains challenging. The online travel agency was reporting underlying earnings of £8.1 million for the year to the end of March, up 93% on the previous 12 months, which was driven by both increased passenger bookings and an increase in the average value of holidays sold. Well, joining me now is Sean Morton, Chief Executive of On the Beach. Sean, great to see you this afternoon. Obviously, the market's taken fright at what you said here. What proportion of the business is the value end of the market for you?
Yeah, I think the market has reacted there a little bit, Ian, but we're happy. We've had a good start to the year. There's lots of demand for booking holidays, and you can see that in our numbers. So bookings are up 15%, sales are up 22%, and like you say, we've we've nearly doubled underlying profits. That value end, so 3-star, makes up about 25% of our volume. So in that segment where people are looking for quality and value, 4 and 5-star, 3/4 of our business performing incredibly well.
Do you expect things to change in that particular end of the market anytime soon?
I mean, I think the positive thing with that 3-star end of the market, we haven't really seen any price inflation. We had a very good year there last year, so the 2-year numbers are looking healthy, and we expect there to be lots of value there for people who want to take it and book a holiday for this summer.
But more broadly, summer bookings are looking pretty healthy.
Very good. I mean, we're 15% up year to date. The summer's currently 15% ahead. This is going to be our biggest summer ever.
What are the popular destinations?
Well, people are looking for quality and value. They're finding that in 4 and 5-star hotels where you can get some guaranteed sun. So in particular, the Canaries, the south of Spain, and increasingly Turkey. Turkey is somewhere that I think the UK tourist is going more and more. Big quality hotels, quality all-inclusive, excellent facilities and good value to be found.
Yeah, Bank Holiday Monday was a total wash-up. I imagine you had a lot of people on the website that day.
Yeah, well, sometimes when it's raining over here, we do see a bit more traffic on the web, that's for sure.
Now, you recently made peace with Ryanair, who were unhappy about you selling their flights. Now they're going to be part of your package holidays. What's changed?
Yeah, I think Ryanair they're very good at selling flights. They do it very well. They offer the lowest fares in the market. They're the biggest airline, and they're very reliable. They don't want to be selling holidays. So for them, making their seats available in our package holidays is a useful channel for those seats, and it's great for us. It's great for customers.
How important a part of the business could this be for you, this partnership now with Ryanair?
It's really significant. They're the biggest airline, and like I said, they offer the lowest fares, and they're very reliable. So it means we can offer very competitively priced package holidays. You can, if you book a package holiday with us with a Ryanair seat, it'll be good value, and you'll get all of the protections and convenience that you would get from booking with us.
Obviously, you offer long-haul options as well. What's the mix these days between long and short haul?
We're about 10% long haul now. Back in 2019, we didn't really have a long-haul offer, but we've developed it over the last 5 years, and we're particularly strong now in Dubai, and the Caribbean, and North America.
And what are you seeing in terms of inflation right now? I mean, obviously, at a headline level here in the UK, inflation appears to be abating, as it is in other destinations right now.
Yeah, we have seen some price inflation, but it's not where it was a year ago. That's been falling. So year to date, price inflation is about 6%. And we've seen it come down a little bit over the last couple of months as we move into the summer. So I think things look positive for people who want to go away.
As we've been reporting, wages have now been outstripping the headline rate of inflation for 10 months. Are you starting to see cost of living pressures easing a little in some parts of the economy?
Yeah, I think we'll see that. I mean, if people are prioritising spend on holidays, they're clearly finding that headroom in their finances, and we're finding people are booking earlier than ever so they can spread those payments, and like I said, they're looking for value.
Yeah, so this trend that you mentioned here, an increase in the average value of holidays sold, you would anticipate that continuing?
I think that's going to carry on, yeah. I think people are, when they go on their holiday, they're looking for something special, and they're increasingly finding that with 4 and 5-star all-inclusive.
OK, Sean, got to leave it there. Really busy day for your results day. Do appreciate you coming in to chat to us. Thank you. Now, one of the big events expected in European aviation this year is the sale of a stake of at least 51% in TAP Air Portugal. The airline achieved record annual profits for 2023 of €177.3 million, which was up from €65.6 million in 2022. But last week, the company reported a loss of €71.9 million for the traditionally loss-making first 3 months of the year. Well, joining me now, I'm very pleased to say, is Luis Rodriguez. He's Chief Executive of TAP Air Portugal, who's in the UK to commemorate 75 years of flying from London to Lisbon. Luis, good to see you this afternoon. Thanks very much indeed for joining me. What's the latest on the privatisation right now?
Thanks for having me, Ian. We have a new government since some months ago, and they're putting up their cabinets, and they're getting acquainted with the files and the dossiers and all of that stuff. And the government has signaled that this is a priority for them this year. Now, I'm sure this will require a lot of political work in the back office, and I trust that this event, which I'm glad that you call one of the biggest in Europe this year, will be one of political consensus more than political divide. So that's as much as we know right now. I'm sure we will hear from the government soon.
There's been an awful lot of speculation that the likes of Lufthansa or Air France or IAG would be interested in buying you. What have you heard on that front yourself? And is that terribly off-putting to you as you try and run the business?
No, I mean, all of them have been public about their intention to look at TAP very carefully once the process starts. And what we've been telling the team internally is we need to work as if it is not going to happen. Because one thing is for sure, if we paralyze waiting for it to happen, whoever comes, we're going to be in trouble. But if we keep working like it's not going to happen, and we keep in the good shape we are right now and keeping up, I'm sure whoever will come will say, okay, don't touch it, let it go, they're doing a good job. And that's essentially the mindset.
Now, obviously, the airline has had to undergo a pretty big restructuring following a Brussels-approved bailout. You've been at the helm of that. There were conditions attached to that bailout. How much of that is hindering you in terms of how you want to grow the business?
Well, not that much, actually. My predecessor was at the helm of the whole discussion mainly, and I took over at that point in time, about a year ago. We are under the restructuring plan until the end of 2025, so we are constrained in that sense with the number of aircraft and the number of destinations and new destinations that we can have. But that honestly is not bringing that much limitation to what we do, because we have a very limited infrastructure right now, and that's probably the key thing that this current government is having to solve. Is the new airport, which we've been discussing in the country for too many years, and we need a decision and we need to move fast.
Absolutely. Now, looking at your 2023 numbers, your passenger numbers were up 15%. Where were you seeing strongest growth? Which routes were doing best for you?
All of them are looking good so far, particularly this last quarter in Europe. Europe is looking very good. It looks like there was a shift, COVID made a shift in people's minds that we have a limited time here. Let's make the most out of that time. And so people seem to be willing to travel more and invest more in that process. And I was just listening to my colleague, the predecessor, was talking, Sean Morton, about strong bookings ahead. We're looking at the same thing. We had a tough Q1, but that's typical. And from April onwards, we're looking to a very strong summer. We're not particularly keen on making sure or trying to achieve a new record here. We just want to make sure we have a sustainable, profitable airline, and that's it. Not necessarily record after year, every year.
Now obviously, Portuguese-speaking markets such as Brazil, Angola and Mozambique are very important to you. How do you assess the health of those various economies just now?
They're okay. They've been struggling a little bit through their own problems, but they're okay. We see, for instance, a huge potential in Brazil, which is already a key market for us. Brazil's tourism is about 5% of the GDP. In Portugal, we are about 20% of our GDP. Now imagine 5% in Brazil doubling to just 10, which is still half of what we have in Portugal. In a country with that sheer size, that represents a lot. So if Brazilians start to discover Europe and Europeans start to discover Brazil, I can tell you that we are in a good position to move that people back and forth and to keep having a good business out of that.
And are you broadly happy with the size and age of your fleet right now? I know you've been investing quite heavily in Airbus A321 NEOs in the recent past.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we're quite happy with that.
And do you plan to invest much more in the fleet over coming years?
We have a number of airplanes coming here in the near future, replacing some old aircraft. We need to grow in line with our capacity to manage that growth and in line with our capacity to move around the Portuguese infrastructure, particularly Lisbon, which is tough. but there are opportunities in Oporto, in Faro, in the Azores and in Madeira. So we want to make sure we grow consistently rather than on a big step at a time and then we have problems.
And what's looking ahead for the rest of this year? How will the sales mix break down between business and leisure travellers?
TAP has always been, and I think it will continue to be, mostly a visiting family and friends and holiday travel company. We're seeing business coming back slowly a little bit, but we always will. So far, for the near future, we will rely on holidays, people traveling, coming and see friends and family, and that's what we've been doing, and that's what we'll be doing in the near future.
OK, Luis, we're out of time, I'm afraid. Come and see us again soon. It's been nice talking to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Still to come here on Business Live, we'll have a look at how the markets have done this Tuesday afternoon. Stay with us.
I'm Greg Milam, and I'm Sky's chief North of England correspondent. I've reported from around the world and around the UK.
I'm Mark Stone, I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Washington, DC. And beyond the United States, from across the world, I report on the biggest stories.
I'm Stuart Ramsey, and I'm Sky's chief correspondent.
I'm David Blevins, and I'm Sky's senior Ireland correspondent. I remember some of the worst of the violence here.
I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
Welcome back. Just want to remind you of what's going on in Kyiv right now. This is the live pictures. Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, has just arrived. This is the first time we've had a chance to hear from him since the $60 billion aid package was delivered to Ukraine by US Congress. We'll just have a listen in on this.
Mr. Secretary of State, on behalf of the many thousand family of Kyiv Polytechnics and the Kyiv academic community, we sincerely welcome you to our country and to our university. Today's meeting has a special significance in this dramatic time for Ukraine. Our nation was back to back during World War II, American and Ukrainian. And now you stand with us. We are grateful to your country and to you personally for supporting us in this historical struggle for Ukrainian independence. Our university, connected with the institutions of your country by many outstanding personalities who studied and worked at Kyiv Polytechnic Institute first, and then made a great contribution to the development of the United States and to the world progress. Among them, for example, Igor Sikorsky, Stepan Timoshenko, Sergei Korolev, and a number of other scientists and engineers. And now, more than 500 KPI students are Microsoft employees. Several hundred of our graduates work at the Boeing Engineering Center in Kyiv, and I could give many other examples of our close cooperation of our university with the institutions of your country. Dear Mr. Secretary of State, students and professors, honorable guests present here, and many people from outside will be grateful for your address to them. Please take the floor, Mr. Secretary of State. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. And Dr. Skarovsky, thank you for the introduction, but thank you especially for your decades-long contributions to science and education, and for leading Kyiv Polytechnic Institute through what is such a tumultuous time. And I am so grateful to be here with each and every one of you. Today marks 811 days since Putin launched his brutal war. Each day, a grinding struggle in which Ukrainians have demonstrated remarkable heroism and suffered immeasurable loss. A year ago, I spoke at Helsinki about how Putin's aggression against Ukraine had been a strategic failure for Russia, and what it would take to ensure that it stayed that way. Today, I'm here in Kyiv to speak about Ukraine's strategic success and to set out how, with our support, the Ukrainian people can and will achieve their vision for the future, a free, prosperous, secure democracy, fully integrated into the Euro-Atlantic community and fully in control of its own destiny. We're meeting at a critical moment. Putin is ramping up yet another offensive against Ukraine in Kyiv and across the east, sending wave after wave of Russian soldiers, Iranian drones, North Korean artillery, and tanks, missiles, and fighter jets built with machines and parts supplied by China. The coming weeks and months will demand a great deal of Ukrainians who have already sacrificed so much. But I have come to Ukraine with a message. You are not alone. The United States has been by your side from day one. We are with you today, and we will stay by your side until Ukraine's security, its sovereignty, its ability to choose its own path is guaranteed. And we're far from your only friend. Dozens of countries around the world are not just rooting for Ukraine's success, they're helping you achieve it. Now, after the delay in approving the latest U.S. assistance package to Ukraine, a delay that left you more vulnerable to Russia's attacks, Some Ukrainians may be wondering whether you can count on America to sustain its commitment. The $60 billion aid package that was approved by our Congress with overwhelming support across both political parties and both houses of Congress, I think demonstrates that you can. And a significant majority of Americans believe we should continue to provide assistance to Ukraine. Indeed, the American people's support for Ukraine has been consistent over the course of the war. It has never wavered. Americans understand that our support for Ukraine strengthens the security of the United States and our allies. They understand that if Putin achieves his goals here in Ukraine, he won't stop with Ukraine. He'll keep going. For when in history has an autocrat been satisfied with carving off just part or even all of a single country? When has that satisfied Vladimir Putin? At the same time, the American people want to know that we have a plan for getting to the day when Ukraine can stand strongly on its own feet, militarily, economically, democratically, so that America's support can transition to more sustainable levels. The Ukrainian people want the exact same thing. They do not want to have to rely on others to guarantee their security and their prosperity. And we do have a plan, and we're working together with Ukraine and a wide network of partners to realize it. And what I want to speak to you about this evening is what that plan looks like and how we're going to fully achieve it. First, we're helping to ensure that Ukraine has the military that it needs to succeed on the battlefield, to secure a just and lasting peace, and to deter future aggression. Anyone who doubts your ability to attain this goal should just look at what you've already accomplished. For 2 years, 2 months, and 21 days, you have denied Putin his goal of erasing Ukraine from the map and subsuming it into a greater Russia. You beat back Moscow's assault on Kyiv and foiled his plot to install a puppet government. You've taken back more than half of the territory that Russia seized in the first weeks of its full-scale invasion. You pushed Russia's naval fleet out of the Black Sea without a fleet of your own. Any territorial gains that Russia has made over the last year have come at tremendous cost to the Kremlin, in lives lost, in military equipment destroyed. You fought with courage and creativity, developing new weapons and new tactics to deploy them. People from every region, every community, every institution have stepped forward to serve, including at this university, where students, alumni, teachers, and other employees of Kyiv Polytechnic have answered the call to defend their homeland, putting aside their studies, their careers, their dreams, leaving loved ones behind. 88 of those men and women gave their lives for Ukraine's freedom. Many of their names are etched in the memorial on campus that I just visited with the rector. They include an aspiring book illustrator, a cancer researcher, a marathon runner, a musician who opened Kyiv's first school of rock and roll, a veteran who lost both of his legs fighting against Putin's previous invasion in the Donbass and volunteered to serve again when Putin reinvaded in 2022. Like countless Ukrainians, these citizens never asked others to fight for them. Indeed, all that Ukrainians have asked is that you get what you need to defend yourselves and your right to survive as a nation. Your recent mobilization was a difficult decision, but a necessary one. The defenders who have so courageously held the line for more than 2 years need help. They need rest. This will allow both, while providing your military with additional troops to fight off bigger invading forces. The mobilization will also allow you to harden your defenses, to build more units, to take the fight to Russian aggressors. Now, our joint task is to secure Ukraine's sustained and permanent strategic advantage, so that Ukraine can not only deliver on the battlefield today, but deter and defend against future attacks. As President Biden said, we want Ukraine to win, and we're committed to helping you do it. In the immediate term, the United States and dozens of other countries will get Ukraine the assistance that you need, and we'll get it to you quickly. We're going to help you hold off Russia's attacks, make it harder for them to strike you, and keep the Black Sea open so you can keep growing your economy and keep helping to feed the world. We know that time is of the essence. That's why, just 1 minute after Congress approved our massive aid package, President Biden sent ammunition, armored vehicles, missiles, and air defenses to Ukraine. Much more will be delivered to the battlefield in the coming days. Other partners are also speeding up delivery of vital military assistance. Poland continues to facilitate the transfer of nearly all of the aid that's flowing into Ukraine, including hefty contributions of its own. The Czech government is leading a Europe-wide effort to purchase 500,000 artillery shells. The UK recently announced a robust, multi-year military aid package. Australia committed new support for air defense. A truly global coalition is behind you, made up of countries that see your security and, in turn, European security as a core security interest of their own. Countries determined to defend the principles at the heart of the United Nations Charter: sovereignty, territorial integrity, independence. Countries that know that allowing Putin to redraw borders by force will embolden would-be aggressors everywhere. As Japan's Prime Minister Kishida said when addressing the U.S. Congress, the Ukraine of today may be the East Asia of tomorrow. Through the Defense Contact Group, which we set up shortly after Putin's invasion and is led by Secretary of Defense Austin, more than 50 countries are working hand in hand with Ukraine's military to identify and fill urgent needs. We've developed capability coalitions, groups of allies and partners who are addressing needs crucial to Ukraine's defense. Denmark, the Netherlands, and the U.S. are leading the coalition on Air Force. Estonia and Luxembourg on information technology. Norway and the UK on maritime security. These coalitions are pumping more support into Ukraine right now. As we help meet your immediate needs, we're also working together to help Ukraine build its future force. Our goal is to lay a foundation so strong that it dispels any doubts about Ukraine's ability to impose punishing costs on those who try to take its territory. As President Zelensky recently said, we're creating a security architecture that Ukraine has never had, but has always needed. We're bringing Ukraine closer to and then into NATO. We'll make sure that Ukraine's bridge to NATO is strong and well lit. At the last NATO summit in Vilnius, allies agreed that Ukraine won't have to complete a membership action plan before being invited to join, shortening its on-ramp to the alliance. We launched the NATO-Ukraine Council, elevating our cooperation and joint decision-making to the most intensive level NATO has to offer. Ukraine is much more than a recipient of advice and assistance. Your warriors are confronting the greatest threat to transatlantic security since the end of the Cold War and have as much experience as any on earth in fighting the wars to come. You have a lot to teach the alliance, and NATO will be more secure with your military by our side. When we hold the Washington summit in July, we'll take tangible steps to increase NATO's role in building a resilient, capable Ukrainian force, supporting its ongoing reforms, better integrating Ukraine into the alliance. And Ukraine's bridge to NATO will be bolstered by a series of mutually reinforcing bilateral security agreements. We now have 32 countries who are negotiating these agreements with Ukraine, 9 of which have already been completed. These agreements send a clear message that Ukraine can count on its partners for sustainable, long-term support. That's not a matter to be debated from one year to the next, nor is it a commitment by any one country. It's guaranteed by a broad and powerful network of nations for the next decade. Under our own 10-year agreement, the United States will support Ukraine's defense and security across a range of essential capabilities, from its air force to its air defense, from drones to demining. If Russia or anyone else were to attack Ukraine, we will work with Ukraine immediately at the highest levels to coordinate how to help you beat back the threat. Our bilateral security agreement will accelerate our joint efforts to build and build up Ukraine's defense industrial base so that you can produce artillery, ammunition, air defenses, and other crucial weapons you need here in Ukraine. Ukraine's innovation and resourcefulness has been central to its success on the battlefield. Figuring out how to use old Soviet launchers to fire U.S. and other allied air defense missiles, manufacturing new kinds of air and naval drones that can effectively evade detection. That same spirit has driven the growth of Ukraine's burgeoning defense industry, which counts more than 500 companies and hundreds of thousands of skilled employees. The key now is to ramp up production without losing that spirit of experimentation and adaptation that has fostered so many amazing breakthroughs. That will also help Ukraine's businesses attract more private investments to scale up and increase Ukraine's potential to become a defense exporter in weapons and in training. The U.S. has provided concrete support to build that industry. In December, we convened some 350 government industry representatives from the United States and Europe to deepen defense industrial cooperation with Ukraine. We created what we call a deal team with representatives from our departments of state, defense, and commerce to help U.S. defense companies navigate the regulatory hurdles of investing in Ukraine's industry. American companies have already reached several major agreements to produce munitions in and for Ukraine, and more are in the works. All of these measures, Ukraine's increased integration with and support from NATO, a growing network of security agreements with individual countries, a booming defense industrial base, all of these will ensure that the moment conditions are met and allies agree, Ukraine's invitation and accession to the alliance will be swift and smooth. These measures will also ensure that if Russia is ever serious about negotiating a truly just and lasting peace with Ukraine, your military prowess will be formidable, your hands strong, your path to Europe and NATO secure. Second, we will ensure that Ukraine's economy not only survives, but thrives. Ever since Putin failed to conquer Ukraine, he's been trying to lay waste to its economy. What he can't have, he wants to destroy. And yet, just as Ukrainians have courageously held their ground on the battlefield, Ukrainian workers, entrepreneurs, business owners have kept the economy running. From the farmers retrofitting tractors with artificial intelligence to sweep fields for landmines, to the workers repairing power stations to keep the lights and heat on, Ukrainians' grit and ingenuity are fueling the economy. And they're the root of Ukraine's extraordinary potential for the future. In 2023, despite living with nearly a fifth of the country occupied by Russian forces, and with your cities and industries under relentless bombardment, Ukraine's GDP grew by 5%. Private investment increased by 17%. State revenue rose by 25%. In 2023, 37,000 new businesses registered in Ukraine, more than in the year leading up to the Russian invasion. Over the last 6 months, Ukraine's steel factories have doubled their output. In April alone, Ukraine exported more than 13 million tons of goods by road, by rail, by sea, exceeding pre-war levels. Yet, as Ukrainians know so well, this economic dynamism hangs on our ability to provide security. Patriots and other sophisticated air defenses, they do more than protect soldiers and save civilian lives. They create umbrellas of safety under which Ukrainian workers and entrepreneurs can adapt, innovate, build, and attract more foreign investment. That's why we're working relentlessly with allies and partners to procure more air defense and to do it fast. And just as security enables prosperity, prosperity enhances security. A more robust economy means that Ukraine can put more revenue into building and hardening your defenses. Ukraine's economic renewal will also encourage a speedier return of refugees and internally displaced people, the vast majority of whom want to go home. Bringing with them skills and resources, that will be a boon for Ukraine's economy. Together, Ukraine's partners have contributed $85 billion in economic and development aid, providing a lifeline to Ukraine's government at a time when beating back Putin's invasion has forced the government to invest almost all of its revenue in self-defense. That assistance means that first responders can charge into residential buildings to pull people from the rubble of Russian strikes. It means that doctors and nurses can care for wounded civilians and soldiers. It means that teachers can educate Ukraine's rising generations, the future of the country. Now, for every dollar that the United States has put toward economic and development assistance for Ukraine, other donors have invested 3 more. Japan and Korea are supplying generators and gas turbines to rebuild Ukraine's energy grid. Italy, Latvia are helping address the massive humanitarian and environmental costs of Russia's destruction of the Kakhovka Dam. Norway is helping rebuild schools, hospitals, other essential services. I could go on. We talk a lot about burden sharing. This is exactly what it looks like. At the same time as we help Ukraine meet these immediate needs, we're again laying the foundation for Ukraine's long-term success through its full economic integration into Europe and the West. The G7 is leading other countries, international financial institutions, the private sector, and foundations in boosting the number, the scale, the speed of transformative projects in rails, roads, ports, energy, digital, among other areas. Not after the war ends, but right now. These projects will foster growth and increase revenues that allow Ukraine to shoulder more of its military costs. And as Ukraine prospers, we all stand to benefit from the goods and services it will provide and the innovations you will produce. And yet, for all the resources our government and others will invest in Ukraine's infrastructure, in its innovation, in its people, Ukraine's economic transformation will ultimately be driven by the private sector. So, we're accelerating our efforts to help Ukraine attract more private investment, especially toward dynamic industries like technology, like energy, like agriculture, like defense. As more countries stop doing business with Russia, Ukraine is uniquely positioned to seize the opportunities that Putin has squandered. We're helping to lower the cost of doing business in Ukraine. Thanks to the provision of war risk insurance, more grain is being exported through the Black Sea today than before the war. And Ukraine's breadbasket is once again feeding the world. Now we're working with providers to expand war risk insurance to other areas, like road and rail cargo. We're putting the U.S. government backing on the table to shoulder part of the risk. That's the strongest signal that we can send that companies can do business safely and profitably in Ukraine. Now, they don't need to take our word for it. 9 of 10 American businesses in Ukraine are running at the same or higher capacity than they were before Putin's full invasion. But for all the steps that we can take, the most powerful lever to draw more companies to Ukraine, more investment to Ukraine, lies in your hands and lies with reform. Ask any company in the United States, in Europe, in Asia, what they're looking for when considering doing business in Ukraine. You'll hear pretty much the same thing from all of them. A strong and predictable regulatory environment, open and fair competition, transparency, the rule of law, effective anti-corruption measures. In fact, the list includes many of the same reforms that Ukraine will need to make to get into the European Union. The Ukrainian people, they're also demanding these changes. 90% of Ukrainians want to fast-track economic reforms so that their country can more swiftly move into the European Union. The Ukrainian government has taken important steps to combat monopolies, to strengthen anti-money laundering tools, to liberalize its energy market. But more remains to be done. EU membership will be a windfall for Ukraine and for the EU, enabling the free movement of goods, capital, services, workers and people to mutual benefit. Ukraine will get full access to one of the most dynamic single markets in the world. Hundreds of millions more consumers for key exports like grain, steel, eventually clean energy, and greater access to the financing it needs to rebuild and further power innovation. For its part, the European Union will benefit from one of the region's most dynamic, skilled, and resilient economies. And Europe will have a stronger footing in the fields that will drive the 21st century economy, like advanced IT and AI, where Ukraine has emerged already as a leader. Now, there's one more crucial step that we can take: making Russia pay for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. What Putin destroyed, Russia should and must pay to rebuild. It's what international law demands. It's what the Ukrainian people deserve. Our Congress has given us the power to seize Russian assets in the United States. We intend to use it. We're working with our G7 partners to see that Russia's immobilized sovereign assets are used to remedy the damage that Putin continues to cause. The G7 can unlock billions of dollars and send a powerful message to Putin that time is not on his side. Finally,
well, there we are. That's Antony Blinken speaking at a university in Kyiv, an unannounced trip by the American Secretary of State, the first after that US weapons package was finally voted through, but at a very difficult time as Russian forces reopen a front close to the border near Kyiv. What did he say? He said the war in Ukraine is at a critical moment. He talked of Russian attacks with Iranian drones and Chinese support, arms and equipment. You are not alone. We are with you, and we will stay by your side. We are far from your only friend, and the package of arms show you can depend on us. And he said, he talked of defence agreements going forward with Ukraine. We want to make sure you have the weapons you need to defend your advantage. We want Ukraine to win. Let's join our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who joins me now from Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine, and a message of reassurance, Deborah, in many ways, but the reality on the ground is deeply worrying for Ukrainians.
It really is, and actually those words that the Secretary of State was giving really did put quite tried to put a positive spin on the situation, didn't it? He sort of talked about how Ukraine, correctly has managed to prevent Vladimir Putin from conquering this whole country, but at such a cost. He also talked about the how quick the US is to supply weapons, but the reality is that this new front opened here in the northeast by Russia just a few days ago has been enabled, many people here believe, because the US and other allies like the UK have just been too slow in delivering weapons and ammunition at the rate that the Ukrainians need. For the last 6 months, they've been waiting for Congress to pass that enormous package of measures that Antony Blinken rightly said as soon as it was passed, the president then immediately started pushing in this ammunition and trucks and equipment to the front line. But that delay has cost Ukrainian lives, and it's also cost Ukraine land. The Russians have taken something like 40 square miles of land in the northeast just over the last 4 days, and the battles are raging. I'm in Kharkiv, a city that you know well. You can see it's pretty calm behind me, pretty remarkable given that there have been 7 airstrikes in this city today. The mayor saying 15 people were injured in one of those strikes which struck a residential block. This city is no stranger to war. It's resilient, it's hardy, even though the Russian forces are advancing or trying to advance. They're being pushed back as well around the frontier here. They haven't got close to the city. There's no sense of panic here. But if those forces, those Russian forces, come once again within artillery range, the situation here will once again change. And that's why when you're listening to the US Secretary of State talking very strongly about how Ukraine must win, he really also needs to acknowledge the reality of the ground, that right now Russia also has a say, and the Ukrainians will tell anyone that listens that they still need a lot more weapons.
Absolutely. OK, Deborah, thanks very much indeed. Right, to Georgia now, where there have been angry scenes both inside the country's parliament and outside. Fighting erupted in parliament as MPs debated the controversial Foreign Agents Bill, which critics say threatens press and civic freedoms. It's already sparked weeks of mass protests, and this afternoon tension boiled over as the law was passed. A brawl broke out in parliament as MPs debated the bill. A Georgian MP charged at the chair of the opposition party National United movement after he accused him of organising mobs to beat up opposition supporters. Other politicians then waded into the melee, some trying to calm it. Outside, the febrile atmosphere saw a sense of anger, frustration and disappointment among the protesters spill over, with them trying to prise open the barricades which had been positioned to protect the Parliament building. Riot police soon moved in and clashing with protesters, snatch squads seizing those who managed to break through the steel barriers. Sky News spoke to an opposition MP about the protests.
The oligarch, Russian oligarch, Vladimir Putin, who is actually in the minority, and his government is not legitimate. He has captured the state and state institutions. He has declared that he wants to bring Georgia back to under Russian influence. Basically, he openly said that enemies of this country are U.S. and the European Union, whereas the choice of overwhelming majority of Georgian people, 85%, constantly throughout whole our history, is voting for European future. And we have a chance, and we have a candidate status and chance to be part of European family of nations.
Well, our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, has witnessed the afternoon's protests in Tbilisi, and he joins me now. And, well, Dominic, the bill goes through, the protests go on. Bring us up to date with what's happening.
They do, Mark, and I think if the government had hoped that the passing of that law and its final reading would kind of diffuse the crisis and persuade the people there was nothing left worth fighting for, they will be sorely disappointed, because the opposite is happening, as you can see behind me, up this main avenue through Tbilisi. They are pouring into the capital here. As far as the eye can see, people are coming in, the biggest protest that we've seen in a few days here, and they're coming in down this avenue to gather outside the parliament. And I think they will have been mobilised and galvanised by what they saw on their televisions this afternoon. Scenes of more police violence as the police came out of the Parliament. The barricade, as you saw there, was prized open by protesters, but they didn't go into the building. The police came out, though, and snatch squads grabbed them, beat them. There were scenes as the police were goading the crowd. Come on, do you want some? They were effectively saying to the crowd. And the crowd did not respond in a violent way. They've been trying to maintain a non-violent protest throughout. And I think that shows the police attitude that the government here is digging in its heels. Even though there has been a lot of criticism overnight for the brutality we saw yesterday, it was condemned as police violence by the EU yesterday. That does not seem to have deterred the police and the government, and they have carried on undaunted, determined to push that law through Parliament. A law that the protesters here believe to be a pro-Russian law, and in fact the White House is described as a Kremlin-inspired law. The protesters believe that the future of Georgia is at stake, and they believe that this government run by Ivanishvili, this sort of reclusive, eccentric billionaire oligarch, whose net worth, Mark, is worth a third of the GDP of Georgia, and that, they say, has allowed him to effectively buy the votes of these MPs to force through this law, which they regard, as I say, as dangerous for the future of the country. And their big fear is that will allow the government to stop the country being taken in the direction of the European Union. These people believe that their future is at stake and is effectively up for sale, and they are determined to protest against that and raise their voices against it. And as I say, they're streaming into the city, and I think we're going to see a repeat of the very big protests we've seen already a few days ago. And I think the stage is set for a long, bitterly fought, fairly protracted crisis here and a contest between the two sides. The government digging in its heels and the protests equally determined to see off the threat that they see to their future. The big question, I think, is tonight, what does the outside world do about this? Does the European Union, who has been very critical of the government, its law and its policing, do anything more than issue rhetorical criticism? And does the US government as well? Its chief diplomat in the region is here in the city tonight. Is he bringing with him the threat of sanctions, or is it just more talk? I think that's going to be a crucial question in the days ahead. But yeah, the battle line's drawn here, and a full-blown crisis, I think, is just deepening here.
Yeah, OK, Dominic, thanks very much. Mid-evening there in Tbilisi, and still the protests appear to be growing. You can follow updates on our website by scanning the QR code on your screen now. And at 5:30, we'll be live in Tbilisi once again with members of Georgia's opposition parties. Right to France now, where a manhunt is underway after 2 prison officers were killed in an attack on a prison van in Normandy. French media say a prisoner being transported in the van escaped with the attackers. Our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins joins me now. And Siobhan, well, this is, or was, an audacious and incredibly violent attack.
That's exactly right, Mark. It was really brazen, really brutal. We can probably show you some pictures from the scene, but what we understand happened this morning at around 11 o'clock on the A154 motorway in Normandy was that this prison van was transporting a prisoner who had been at a court appearance. And when they got to a toll booth, they appear to have been rammed by a car, and then they are ambushed. Gunmen get out of a vehicle. They seem to come from the side as well, so 2 vehicles potentially on site there. Open fire, kill 2 of the prison guards and injure another 3. And then they remove the convicted person from the back, and all of them go on the run. Now, later, police say that they found one of the cars that they believe was used for the getaway burnt out. And the person who was being transported is a man who's believed to be called Mohammed Amra. He's 30 years old. Last week, he was actually convicted for burglary theft.
საფრანგეთში ქართულ ისტორიული სათვისტომოს თავმჯდომარე ოთარ ზურაბიშვილი მივესალმო. მეგობრებო, ახალგაზრდებო, გიგზავნით სალამს ქართულ ისტორიულ სათვისტომოსგან. როგორც ყველა პოლიტიკური ემიგრანტები, როგორც საერთოდ ყველა ემიგრანტები,
A fifth of their funding from abroad will now have to register as pursuing the interests of a foreign power. Opponents of the law believed it's influenced by Russia. We're joined now from Tbilisi by the Georgian opposition politician Helen Koshtaria. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. And, well, the bill's been voted through, but the protesters are showing no sign of stopping.
Well, yes, I think the protests that we're having are much more than just around the bill, and the bill itself, it's only an expression of much bigger problem. And the problem, I would call it a Russian special operation against Georgia. What they're trying to do, basically, I think the oligarch Ivanishvili, who is a Russian, who comes from Russia, his wealth was created in Russia, and he's an informal ruler of this country. He has made the statement several days ago on a really big rally, saying that basically the biggest enemies of Georgia are the US and the EU, which is a fundamental choice of Georgian people. It has been our choice since our independence. Overwhelming majority, 85% of Georgian people vote for European future, for European membership, for Euro-Atlantic membership, for NATO membership. And since our independence, nobody, no ruler has dared saying that our strategic partners are our enemies. And it means that Georgia is staying alone with Russia. And Russia, former Soviet Union, but now we know what's Putin Russia. His geopolitical interest is to reinvent the Soviet Union, to reinvent Russian Empire, and what he's doing in Ukraine, he's trying to do through a hybrid war in Georgia. So the law is basically aimed at geopolitical shift of taking Georgia back from its European perspective. But people are not ready to give in. We're not.
Well, sorry to interrupt you, but on that question of giving in or not giving in, I mean, we saw thousands of security forces, what certainly look like thousands out there today, in the face of such violence and intimidation. Can you win?
Absolutely. We are absolutely sure Georgia will prevail, and I can tell you why. Why he's using so much violence in a very much Russian style. He's attacking politicians. He's beating up politicians. He has beaten a UNM leader of a biggest opposition party.
Helen, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We are going to endeavour to come back to you, but Joe Biden is speaking in the United States, so we have to go there, but we'll endeavour to come back to you.
Dumping the excess products onto the market at unfairly low prices, driving other manufacturers around the world out of business. You know, I won't go into it, but we were talking today about how many aluminum plants there used to be and how many there are now. The price is unfairly low because Chinese companies don't need to worry about a profit because the Chinese government subsidizes them and subsidizes them heavily. And the Chinese relies on other anti-competitive tactics as well, like forcing American companies to transfer their technology in order to do business in China. I spent a lot of time with Xi.
შემდეგი გამომცველია კაცია მეპოვიშვილი, შობლების მარშის ერთ-ერთი წევრი, მიესალმეთ. მოგესალმებით, ჩემო ყველაზე ძლიერო და ამაყო ევროპელო ადამიანებო. ამ უზურპატორმა ხელისუფლებას ერთი რამ მოახერხა, რომ ჩვენ ვიმოვეთ ერთმანეთი.
one of the activists and one of the journalists was asking us, what should we tell the voters of Georgian nightmare? My message and my answer is very simple. Please, dear Georgians, voters of Georgian nightmare, listen to the young generation, listen to your kids.
This controversial bill has been passed in the parliament, and I was talking just a few moments ago to the Georgian opposition politician Helen Kostaria. And Helen, I apologise for breaking away from you, but we're back now. And we were talking about, I was about to ask you about the support you have. Clearly, Western diplomats, clearly EU, there's an EU delegation there today hoping to see members from the government. But what can they realistically do to help?
I think there are two fundamental factors that make sure that Georgia will prevail, that Georgian people will prevail. First of all, it's because Georgia can never accept Russian rule in this country. Russia occupies 20% of our territories. Russia invaded us. Russia is meddling all the time in this country, but it always failed because we are not going to be part of Russia. We are going to be part of the European Union. And this is the thinking of absolute majority of Georgian people. So nobody can rule this country with this pro-Russian policy. And people are consistent. We're protesting as long as it takes. And we will not stop. This police and resorting to violence is exactly because he has no legitimacy in people. So he has to try and frighten people. But you cannot be frightened when you are losing your freedom. You cannot be frightened when you are losing your country. So we are all in, and we will not step back. The second fundamental factor is international support that Georgia is getting, because Georgia has a European perspective. We're a country that has been striving for a European and Euro-Atlantic future. We were the country who was role model of democracy before this government came. So I think the support that we are getting, and that's the statements of European Union, European parliamentarians. Today, we heard a very supportive statement of UK Defence Secretary, and we're very grateful for that. Today, we have met with the Assistant Secretary O'Brien, who has specifically come during the crisis, and he's speaking right now on TV. I don't know yet what he said, but during the meeting, it was clear that Georgian people have full reassurance of U.S. support, because it's one thing is that it's our internal fight, and we will fight. But another thing is that losing Georgia will weaken European security because it strengthens Russia's imperialistic strives.
OK, finally, I just want to ask you, do you think these protests could go on until elections, which are due, I think, next year, in October next year? This year? This year, I'm told this year. The elections are due this year. So I've got Michael Clark next to me, so I thank him for that. We're going to talk to him in a moment. But listen, so October, do you think the protests can go on till the elections? And then, do you think the elections will be held, I suppose, is the important thing?
I think the way the government behaves, there will be no elections if we do not win now. And by winning, I mean, of course, we should get to the point of peaceful transfer of power. I don't know whether it will be October or before that, but this government is not willing to have democratic election. That's why I think international sanctions, targeted sanctions against the oligarch, the sanctions like in Moldova really worked. And it worked in many countries, financial sanctions, because this is an oligarch. He cares about money. These are people who are serving him and who are, pushing this button, push this button on this law, are actually people who enjoy Western capitals, who enjoy money and wealth. So if they are told that they will lose that, for selling Georgian interests, they will definitely go back. And that's why international sanctions and internal protests will get us to the point of peaceful transfer of power.
OK, Helen Kostaria, I appreciate your time and I appreciate you waiting. Thank you very much indeed. Well, as I was just saying, we're joined by our security and defence analyst, Michael Clark. And Michael, first of all, thank you for the guidance on the election. So, look, how significant a moment do you think this is?
Yeah, I mean, Mark, your question is a really important one, because the way the protesters have set this up and the way the government have been determined to get this foreign agents law through means that from now to October this year looks like being one long conflict. I mean, the government wanted to bring this law in so they could pick off groups ahead of the election. This allows them to close down the opposition, to close down any free discussion, newspapers and so on, in the build-up to the October election. Remember that they introduced this law last year. There were protests, so they withdrew it, because last year they weren't facing an election. This year they are. And as Helen said, if there's a free and fair election, almost certainly the Georgia Dream Party will lose very badly. So they can't afford to have a normal election process. That's what this is all about. And as she said, if they build up a sort of guerrilla war between now and October, the government will then be able to say, look, we are in a state of emergency, we won't have elections at all. So this is a really critical moment, because it's about the election in October.
Right, and this is driven, the politics of this is driven to some extent by this character Ivan Ishvili, right?
Yeah.
Ivan Ishvili, who was a prime minister, who is an oligarch, who is very wealthy and is effectively what is kind of bought power.
Bought the party, yeah. Bidzina, Ivan
he wants to move into Putin's orbit, is that
He does,
right?
absolutely he does. He didn't start that way, it seems. I mean, he was Prime Minister, he established the party, Georgia Dream, in 2012. I was wrong about that earlier on, it's 2012.
Right.
And he was Prime Minister for 1 year then, and then stepped down. And he's been in and out of the party since, because he seems to prefer to act behind the scenes. And he's used a lot of his wealth for some good things in Georgia, but quite a lot of things for political advantage. And he's created this party now, which is very, very pro-Russian, and seems to believe, despite what it used to say, that it wants to be in the Russian orbit, and that he himself is made his money out of metals and banking and consumer durables. So he's done very well out of all of this stuff. And he seems to want to be the power behind the political throne in the future.
So what evidence is there of, if any, of direct Russian sort of guidance in all this?
There's plenty of evidence of Russian support for the way Georgia Dream has evolved in the last 4 or 5 years. Is Ivanishvili absolutely in Putin's pocket? We don't know, but he behaves as if he is. But maybe it's an independent decision on his part. Yeah. But I mean, the Russians fear another Rose Revolution. They see Georgia leaning so heavily towards the West that the Russians see this as yet another example of Western interference in their natural sphere of interest. Remember, Georgia was an intrinsic part of the Soviet Union. Famously, it was where Stalin himself came from. Stalin was a Georgian. And the idea of Georgia becoming a member of the EU is almost as bad as the idea of Ukraine becoming a member of the EU. Because for Putin's vision of the world, this is the old Russian Empire being split up in favour of Western alignment.
OK, we want to get some weather in, but do you see these protests going on then for some time?
We do. Well, I do, because it'll go one more round yet. The president will veto this law. The parliament will then meet again. They've got 84 votes out of 150, and they will have another vote to overturn the veto. So there'll be another parliamentary event at which this sort of thing will undoubtedly happen.
Target for that, OK, Michael, thanks very much indeed. Right. Fighting erupted in Parliament as MPs debated the controversial Foreign Agents Bill, which critics say threatens press and civic freedoms. It's already sparked weeks of mass protests, and this afternoon tension boiled over as the law was passed. A brawl broke out in Parliament as MPs debated the bill. A Georgian MP charged at the chair of the opposition party, National United Movement, after he accused him of organising mobs to beat up opposition supporters. Other politicians then waded into the melee. Outside, the febrile atmosphere saw that sense of anger, frustration and disappointment among the protesters spill over, with them trying to prise open the barricades which had been positioned to protect the Parliament building. And riot police soon moved in and clashed with protesters. Snatch squads seized those who managed to break through the steel barriers. Sky News spoke to an opposition MP about the protests.
The oligarch, Russian oligarch, Vladimir Putin, who is actually in the minority, and his government is not legitimate. He has captured the state and state institutions. He has declared that he wants to bring Georgia back to under Russian influence. Basically, he openly said that enemies of this country are US and the European Union, whereas the choice of overwhelming majority of Georgian people, 85%, constantly throughout whole our history, is voting for European future. And we have
Well, our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, is in the Georgian capital, Tbilisi, and he sent this update.
I think if the government had hoped that the passing of that law and its final reading would kind of diffuse the crisis and persuade the people there was nothing left worth fighting for, they will be sorely disappointed, because the opposite is happening, as you can see behind me, up this main avenue through Tbilisi. They are pouring into the capital here. As far as the eye can see, people are coming in, the biggest protest that we've seen in a few days here, and they're coming in down this avenue to gather outside the Parliament. And I think they will have been mobilised and galvanised by what they saw on their televisions this afternoon. Scenes of more police violence as the police came out of the Parliament. The barricade, as you saw there, was prized open by protesters, but they didn't go into the building. The police came out, though, and snatch squads grabbed them, beat them. There were scenes as the police were goading the crowd. Come on, do you want some? They were effectively saying to the crowd. And the crowd did not respond in a violent way. They've been trying to maintain a non-violent protest throughout. And I think that shows the police attitude that the government here is digging in its heels. Even though there has been a lot of criticism overnight for the brutality we saw yesterday, it was condemned as police violence by the EU yesterday. That does not seem to have deterred the police and the government, and they have carried on undaunted, determined to push that law through Parliament. A law that the protesters here believe to be a pro-Russian law, and in fact the White House is described as a Kremlin-inspired law. The protesters believe that the future of Georgia is at stake, and they believe that this government run by Ivanishvili, this sort of reclusive, eccentric billionaire oligarch, whose net worth, Mark, is worth a third of the GDP of Georgia, and that, they say, has allowed him to effectively buy the votes of these MPs to force through this law, which they regard, as I say, as dangerous for the future of the country. And their big fear is that will allow the government to stop the country being taken in the direction of the European Union. These people believe that their future is at stake and is effectively up for sale, and they are determined to protest against that and raise their voices against it. And as I say, they're streaming into the city, and I think we're going to see a repeat of the very big protests we've seen already a few days ago. And I think the stage is set for a long, bitterly fought, fairly protracted crisis here and a contest between the two sides. The government digging in its heels and the protests equally determined to see off the threat that they see to their future. The big question, I think, is tonight, what does the outside world do about this? Does the European Union, who has been very critical of the government, its law and its policing, do anything more than issue rhetorical criticism? And does the US government as well? Its chief diplomat in the region is here in the city tonight. Is he bringing with him the threat of sanctions, or is it just more talk? I think that's going to be a crucial question in the days ahead. But yeah, the battle line's drawn here, and a full-blown crisis, I think, is just deepening here.
Dominic Waghorn there. We're joined now by the opposition MP, Salome Samadashvili. Good evening. Thank you for being with us. So
Thank you for the invitation.
Not at all. The bill has been passed in the Parliament, but these protests are continuing. How long do you think they will go on for?
Well, I think, to be quite frank, at this point, these protests will continue until we change this government, because the decision of the government to keep going with the law despite the protest has actually hardened the protest, and the demands of the protesters are more and more sounding like no to the Russian government of the Russian oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili, who runs this country informally, rather than no to the Russian law. So I think that Georgia is headed for a very turbulent few months until we have the parliamentary elections, which are now, for now, they're scheduled in October. And at this point, what we can be certain of is that we're looking at another change of government in this country. Right. Because
but sorry to interrupt you, but why would Ivanishvili, why would he and the government agree to hold those elections if they think they're going to lose?
Well, the reality is that, of course, the majority of the Georgians, 90% of our citizens, are in support of Georgia's European future. And Ivanishvili has been very good at masking his real face for the last 12 years. Now he has shown his real face, and he will have to be held accountable. And there is no police force that he can use to prevent 90% of this country from imposing the people's choice on the government. So I think that I just want to say a few words about the geopolitical context, because this is extremely important for the West, what's happening in Georgia, because Georgia is a gateway to this region. And when Ivanishvili is trying to basically get rid of the Western presence in Georgia, it means that the EU and the US and Euro-Atlantic community are looking at the danger of strategic exit from not only Georgia, but from the region. So it is time to put real pressure on Ivanishvili also from the outside, put on the table real sanctions on him, on his government, on people who are responsible for what's happening in Georgia now. And I'm sure together with the international pressure and the Georgian people, brave Georgian people, facing his attempt to take our European future away, we are set to win this fight against Russia and imposter of the regime that is running this country now on behalf of Putin.
Right, and just finally, 30 seconds left. If they refuse to hold elections, what do you think would happen?
I think that they will not have the nerve to do so if we act quickly, if the West does not delay any further sanctioning the right individuals. Individual targeted sanctions need to be put in place, and the Georgians will be fighting, and we will manage to hold the elections and change the government. I'm quite certain of that.
OK, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
ეს რამდენიმე საათის წინ ჩემი გამოსვლა დავიწყე სიტყვებით. მთელი თავისუფალი სამყარო ჩვენს გვერდითაა მეთქი. რაც სულ ცოტა ხნის წინ რუსთაველის განძილზე დადასტურდა. მთელი თავისუფალი სამყარო ჩვენს აქ გავართ არ გვეშინია და ბოლომდე ვიბრძოლით. ჩვენი შემდეგი გამომცემელია აქტივისტი ლუკა ჭოხონელიძე. მივესალმებით. მოგესალმებით მეგობრებო. იოლიში ყველა მადლობა გიხდით შესაქმოსვლისთვის. განსაკუთრებული მადლობა სტუდენტებს, რომლებიც ნახეს რუსულზე დარგოა იყო დატოვეს ყველაფერი მოვიდე რუსთაველის განძილზე. იმ პატრიოტი სტუდენტებით, რომლებიც ხამეს ათენებენ პარლამენტთან და ყველაფერს აკეთებენ, რომ ეს კანონი უკან გაიწვიოს. როდესაც პირველ სცენაზე გამოვედი, თქვი ჩვენი პირველი პრეზიდენტის ზვიად გამსახურდია სიტყვები, არ მინდა ეს სიტყვები გაუპასუხოს, ასე რომ ხშირად არ ვამბობ. მაგრამ დღეს არის მთელი საქართველო ერთიანია და მინდა გავიმეორო ეს სიტყვები დიდი სიამაყის. Არი ვაფორმებთ მემორანდუმს. და მინდა წაგიკითხო მემორანდუმის ტექსტი. ჩვენ დამოუკიდებელ საქართველოში დაბადებული მასწავლებელთან ერთად ვაგრძელებთ თავისუფალი და ევროპული საქართველოსის ბრძოლას. დღეს აუდიტორია საქართველოში განსხვავებული აზრი დასჯადია. დღეს საქართველოში პატრიოტიზმი დასჯადია. ჩვენ არ დავიკლებით, ჩვენ ზურგს ვიმაგრებს ილია ჭავჭავაძის, მარამაყაშვილის, მერაბ მოსტავას, ზიად გამსახურდიას, გიორგი აწუხელიძისა. დამოუკიდებლობის ბრძოლის არაერთი სიმბოლო, მათი იდეებითა და იდეალებით. საზოგადოებრივ ჯგუფს დადგა დრო, როცა გავერთიადეს საქართველოს ევროპული მომავლისთვის. საქართველოს ევროპული მომავლის გადაჭენის გზა მხოლოდ ჩვენი ერთობითაა შესაძლებელი. არა რუსულ კანონს, არა რუსულ კანონს. მადლობა მეგობრებო. მეგობრებო, შემდეგი გამოცვლელია 9 აპრილის მონაწილე ნონა გრიგოლია. მივესალმოთ. საჯარო სკოლის ქართული ენისა და ლიტერატურის მასწავლებელი ნიკო მიქავა. შემოვიდა ინფორმაცია, რომ გმით ამოვიდნენ შეკრებილ ჩვენს თანამებრძოლებს, მეგობრებს არბევენ, იჭერენ და სოლიდარობა გამოუცხადოთ ხმამ ახლა რაც შეიძლება. შემდეგი გამოსვლელი იქნება ჯორჯ საქართველოს უნივერსიტეტიდან მივესალმოთ. შემდეგი გამოსვლელია ნიკა ტეპნაძე ილიას სახელმწიფო უნივერსიტეტიდან.
მოგესალმებით შემოსამარელო ხალხო. მიხარია რომ ისევ ერთად გახარ. ისევ ერთ მუშტად შეკრულები როგორც ქართველებს შეფერება. მე წარმოვაგენ ილიას სახელმწიფო უნივერსიტეტს. და აქგანან ჩემი კურსელები, ჩემი მეგობრები და ჩემი ლექტორები. ამისათვის დიდი მადლობა მინდა გადაუხადო მან. ჩვენ ვაგრძელებთ ილია ჭავჭავაძის გზას და შევალთ ევროპაში და გავხდებით ევროპის სრულფასო. გაუმარჯოს საქართველოს და გაუმარჯოს დამოუკიდებელ საქართველოს
გამოსვლელი იქნება თაკოლოჯოშვილი კავკასიის უნივერსიტეტი.
სტუდენტები ვართ ისევ გაფიცულები და
მეგობრებო, როგორც უკამუყე აღნიშნა ჩვენს თანამებრძოლებს, ჩვენს მეგობრებს გმირთა მოედანზე აკავებენ ეს ბიზნეს ორღობის მოვლები. გავაგონა ჩვენი ხმა! სოლიდარობა! აქ და ახლა აუცილებლად იბაჩნია რომ რაღაც ნაწილი მაინც აუცილებლად უნდა დაიძრას გმირთა მოედნისკენ, რომ ჩვენს მეგობრებს დაუჭიროთ ხარი, მარტო არ დავწოვოთ. მეგობრებო, ძალიან მალე დავიძვრებით გმირთა მოედნისკენ. ნაწილი რჩება აქ, ნაწილი ვიძვრებით გმირთა მოედნისკენ. მაგრამ მანამდე უნდა გაკეთდეს საერთო განცხადება, ახლა გაკეთდება ეს განცხადება, დაველოდოთ და შემდეგ უკვე დავიძვრებით. მადლობა. კონსერვატორიის ბავშვებს გთხოვთ ამოხვიდეთ სცენასთან. კონსერვატორიის ბავშვებს. მეგობრებო, ჩვენთან არის თბილისის სახელმწიფო კონსერვატორია, მივესალმოთ მათ. მოგესალმებით მეგობრებო. ჩვენ ვართ თბილისის სახელმწიფო კონსერვატორიის სტუდენტები. ჩვენად გავართ თავისუფლებისთვის. ჩვენად გავართ თავისუფალი საქართველოსთვის. ჩვენთან ერთად ჩვენ გვინდა რომ თავისუფლებას ვუმღეროთ. ერთად ვუმღეროთ ევროპულ საქართველოს, მეგობრებო. მადლობა უთხრა თბილისის სახელმწიფო კონსერვატორიას ხმამაღლა. მეგობრებო, ტექნიკური განცხადება, iPhone 14 Pro Max-ი დაიკარგა, იასამის ფერი, თუ შეიძლება თუ ვინმე იღოვეთ მოიტანცერესთან, მადლობა. ახლა გადავწერთ სიტყვას ლევან სუცკირიძეს, რომელიც მნიშვნელოვანი განცხადების შესახებ მოგახსენებთ. მოგესალმებით ყველას, მეგობრებო, გაგიმარჯოთ. საქართველოს უპრეცედენტო ერთიანობას, ქართული საზოგადოების სიმტკიცეს, რომელსაც არ ეშინია არაფრის და არავის. არ ეშინია აი ამ საშინელი ძალადობის, რომელსაც ხედავ. არ ეშინია აი ამ დამალული პოლიტიკოსების, არ ეშინია საერთოდ არაფრის. სამოქალაქო საზოგადოება იყოს ერთიანი საერთო მიზნების გარშემო. ჩვენ ყველანი ვართ ძალიან განსხვავებული ადამიანები ერთმანეთისგან, მაგრამ ეს განსხვავება არ ნიშნავს, რომ ჩვენ ვართ ერთმანეთის მოწინააღმდეგეები. ჩვენ ვართ ერთიანი სულისკვეთებაში, რასაც ქვია საქართველოს თავისუფლება და საქართველოს ევროპული მომავალი. ამ ერთიანობას ჭირდება ყველას ერთიანობა, მიუხედავად იმისა, ვინ არიან ესენი, რომელთაც შეიძლება სხვადასხვა შეცდომები მეთქომია თქვენს ხარვეზები, მაგრამ ეს შემთხვევაში რომ ქართველი ხალხი დგას ერთად, რომ არა მარტო ქართველი ხალხი, არამედ ჩვენ ნახეთ და გაერთიანებული ევროპა, რომელიც მოვიდა აქ ამ სცენაზე და მოგვიწოდა ასევე ერთიანობისკენ, ერთადგომისაკენ. ამ საქმეში ჩვენ ასევე გვჭირდება ჩვენი პოლიტიკოსები. მე ბევრისგან გამიგია, რომ სად არიან ეს ხალხი, რას აკეთებენ, გამოჩნდნენ, ნახო გვითხრან თავისი სიტყვა. მე მინდა გითხრათ, რომ ისინი ძალიან მნიშვნელოვან როლს ასრულებდნენ ამასობაში, პარლამენტს შიგნით, იქ ბრძოლაში, რომელსაც ისინი ეწეოდნენ. გარეთაც ჩვენთან ერთად, მაგრამ მე ისევ მჯერა, რომ დღეს არის მომენტი ერთიანობის, დღეს არის მომენტი საერთო ბრძოლაში ერთად შესულისთვის. ეს არის მომენტი, როდესაც აღარ გვაქვს იმის ფუფუნება, რომ ერთმანეთი აღვქვათ, ერთმანეთის კონკურენტებად, იმიტომ რომ ჩვენი ქვეყანა სასიცოცხლო საფრთხის წინაშე დგას. ჩვენი დემოკრატია ან გადარჩება, ან მოკვდება ამ დღეებში. ამიტომ ჩვენ გვჭირდება პოლიტიკოსები აქ და ჩვენთან ერთად. ომასია. ამიტომ ის რაც მე დახმარება უნდა გქონო. ის რაც ვერ მოვახერხე. ოფისებში ტრენინგებზე ლექციები, რომ შემდგარი მრავალპარტიული კონსენსუსი, ერთიანი წინააღმდეგობის, ერთიანი ბრძოლის. ეხლა მინდა აქ მივახციო ამას თქვენი დახმარება. ძალიან ხო, ხელის აწევით მოუწოდეთ პოლიტიკოსებს, მობრძანდნენ აქ და დადონ პირობა საერთო ბრძოლის. ხო? მობრძანდით, აქ არიან ეს პოლიტიკოსები ყველანი და მე მინდა რომ აქ მობრძანდნენ და ყველანი იყვნენ ჩვენთან ერთად. ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ეს ხალხო. ეს არის პოლიტიკური ბრძოლა, რომელსაც ჭირდება პოლიტიკოსები. მე წინა ერთ გამოსვლაზე ასევე ვთქვი, ეს არის ბრძოლა დემოკრატიისთვის და დემოკრატიას ჭირდება დემოკრატიული პოლიტიკური ბრძოლა. ერთიანი ბრძოლა. მე ძალიან მიხარია რომ ესეთ ამას ხედავ. ძალიან მოხარული ვარ. მიესალმეთ ამ ხალხს. იმას ამას უნდა იბრძოლო. უნდა იბრძოლო ჩვენთან ერთად. დიდი მადლობა. მე აქ რამდენიმე პარტია წარმოდგენილი და ძალიან მოკლედ ყველას ვთხოვდი, რომ ერთი-ორი სიტყვით მოგმართოთ ასევე თქვენ ყველას. მადლობა. მოგესალმები საქართველო! მოგესალმები ჩემო ძმებო! ერთიან, ძლიერ, მებრძოლ საქართველოს გავდან! ჩვენ წინაშე ვდებთ პირობას, რომ სრულიად ოპოზიცია ერთიანი იქნება საბოლოო გამარჯვებამდე. დიდი მადლობა თქვენ ამ ბრძოლისთვის. ძალა ერთობაშია, საქართველო ერთიანია, ერი ერთიანია, მთელი მსოფლიო ჩვენს გვერდით დგას და აუცილებლად გავიმარჯვებთ. არა რუსულგანოს, წინ ევროპისკენ!
მოგესალმებით, მეგობრებო. მე არ მინდოდა გამოსვლა, ჩემი მიტინგზე გამოსვლა, არ ვიცი, ერთი წინააღმდეგით გეტყვით. ქვეყანა თქვენია, თქვენი სულა წაიყვანოთ წინ და მიხარია რომ ამდენი ვარ. წარმატებები ყველას საქართველოს უპირველეს ყოვლისა.
მოგესალმებით ჩემო ძალიან საყვარელო ადამიანებო. საქართველოს გაუმარ! ძალა ერთობაშია, ძალა ბოლომდე.
ეს არის ცივილიზაციური ბრძოლა. აი ესეთი ცივილებში რომ დაგეკითხა, სადაც არა მარტო ჩვენი და ჩვენი შვილების ბედისწრება, არამედ რაღაც თვალსაზრისით სამყაროს ამ ნაწილის ბედისწრება. ეს მნიშვნელოვანია ვესწრების ყველას. ეს არ არის მარტო ჩვენი ამბავი. ამის გააზრებით აგამოსვლა მგონი არ არის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი. აქ დგომა ყოველ დღე, ყოველ საღამოს, ბევრი საათი, გამეების მენელა. ეს არ არის არც საქმე და არც თვით. ამ იდიოტებს არის, რომ ეს არის პრივილეგია, თითოეული ჩვენგანის, იმიტომ რომ არ არსებობს ცხოვრებაში უფრო დიდი და უფრო ღირსეული მიზანი, ვიდრე თავისუფლებისთვის ბრძოლა. და ამ ბრძოლას ჭირდება ერთობა. ერთობა არის ერთადერთი გზა გამარჯვების. მადლობა.
ჩვენ ձեր პირობას და ვართ ვალდებულები რომ გავიმარჯვოთ და გავიმარჯვოთ ერთიანი ბრძოლით. აუცილებლად გავიმარჯვეთ, იმიტომ რომ საქართველო არასდროს არ იქნება რუსეთი. საქართველო არის და იქნება ევროპა.
ჩემო მეგობრებო, რამდენი ძვალიც არ უნდა გადაგო, რამდენი ცხვირიც არ უნდა გადაგო, ეს ყველაფერი შეგორჩება და აღარაფერი ერჩევა რუსული რეჟიმის დასრულების დასაწყისს. საქართველოს გაუმარჯოს. მე მინდა ყველა დაშავებულს გამოუცხადო სოლიდარობა, ყველა დაკავებულს გამოუცხადო სოლიდარობა. რამდენიმე ათეული აღარ საავადმყოფოში, რამდენიმე ათეული ახლა არის ციხეში, რამდენიმე ახალგაზრდა საფრანგოები გვინდა მოინაზე. მე მინდა მათ გამოუცხადო სოლიდარობა. ევროპულ საქართველოს გაუმარ! გაუმარ! გაუმარ! ომაგარია! მეგობრებო, მოდით, ყველამ კიდევ ერთხელ ვთხოვოთ ამ ხალხს. მოგესალმებით ყველას. მინდა უსმელი მარტივისება დაგიდასტუროთ თითოეულ ქვეყანას და მინდა გითხრათ, რომ ეს ბრძოლა იქნება მიყანილი ბოლომდე, სანამ ჩვენი ქვეყანა არ იქნება სრულად თავისუფალი. ეს
and other organisations. Protesters who want a future with the EU have continued to protest in Tbilisi. These are live pictures this evening, 3 hours ahead in that city. And they were trying to break down barricades outside Parliament. Joining me now, Ziggy Pafilionis is a chairman of the Lithuanian Foreign Affairs Committee and who has been part of a delegation trying to speak to Georgia's parliamentarians and maybe even the government. He joins me now. So, Ziggy, just first of all, what were you there to do? What have you been trying to do today that you couldn't do?
Well, Lithuanians are coming here after rose revolutions with a lot of Western people trying to get this country, back to Europe from Russian chains. And after terrible mistakes, after Bucharest NATO summit, when, sorry to say, few NATO capitals blocked Georgian and Ukrainian membership in NATO, Georgia was attacked. So in 2008, in the same place that I was standing today and addressing the people, my president was standing. So only after 22 invasion into Ukraine, the West woke up and opened the doors for EU and NATO enlargement. Unfortunately, Soviet type of oligarch who is in charge of this country, he's trying to, push the brakes. He's installing kind of Putin law. This is exactly how we are calling together with UK chair Alicia Caron's American Senate chair Cardin and many other chairs who are protesting against it, because actually they want to get rid of us, of allies. They call us enemies of the state, traitors. So who is the friend then? Chinese, Russians? Well, for a small country to make such a choice is actually disastrous. Russians need access to Black Sea. Ukrainians are defeating them. And that's why I think Russians are willing to control Georgia and actually willing to stop the Armenian advance to the west. So we need to be in Tbilisi today. We need to stand with those Georgians fighting for Euro-Atlantic values.
Do you think there is direct Russian involvement in all this?
100%. Russians have the hybrid presence. They have their own oligarchs. We saw it during Yanukovych, Ukraine. We saw it with Plokhodnyuk in Moldova. Now they have this guy, Bidzina, who is actually controlling the country alone. So my question, why can't we sanction this guy? Why Americans, Brits, Canadians? We have a little problem in Europe because Hungarians will actually block it. But, I think Georgian nightmare, not a dream, as we call it today, they're sanctioning the whole nation because with this law, they stop the advance of the nation to European Union. We will start accession talks with Ukrainians and Moldovans in June, but not with Georgians. The same with NATO. We are trying to open the gate to Ukrainians to join NATO, but not for Georgians because they are controlled by Soviet-type oligarchs.
How worried are you about the coming days and weeks in Tbilisi?
Very much. Those demonstrators, they have nothing to do with parties. They're young kids. I have 4 sons. One of them, by the way, is in London. If they beat those kids, as Yanukovych did in Maidan, Georgia is very much a family nation. Those fathers and grandfathers will come to defend them. And why should you stop the youth that is trying to live in Europe? If you just introduce this Putin type of law, of course it will be veto, but if they will, they disregard that veto, then youngsters will leave Georgia. So what will actually have you there? Just Soviet-type criminal gangs as always? No, this is your future standing in the streets. Open the gate, tear down those walls of Soviet mentality and, defend that nation that is defending our values today. It's the street of Tbilisi. And like German cheers said today, Tbilisi today is the capital of Europe.
Okay. Ziggy, appreciate you coming on from Tbilisi. I think we've got a live shot. Do we have just a live shot? Ziggy, thank you very much indeed. And let me just show you, if we can, the picture tonight in Tbilisi. As I was saying, 3 hours ahead of us, the protests still very much underway. There we are. That was the news hour. Coming up, more on those protests in Georgia as MPs pass that law, which critics say is a Russian-inspired attack on freedom. Sophie Ridge is next.
Why we love Qatar Airways. They travel from 13 Indian cities to 170 destinations worldwide.
Let's go together.
The region of Murcia is located in southeast of Spain with a rich history. The second biggest city is Cartagena, which is known for its Roman heritage.
It's about an independent news media, free speech and the right to speak out against the government. And it's also about the future of Georgia and whether it locks itself closer to Russia or to Europe, as it does so. Now, our correspondent, Dominic Waghorn, is there. We can speak to him in just a moment. He's been there throughout the day. But first, I do just want to talk you through just how Georgia arrived at this minute and also what we're hearing from the Foreign Office tonight as well. So, Georgia was once a former Soviet republic. It became independent in 1991 after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Now, the reason for this bout of unrest is the controversial Foreign Agents Bill. Now, the concern is that it's modelled on laws used by Vladimir Putin in neighbouring Russia. And the new legislation that was passed today will require media and non-governmental organisations, other non-profits, to register as pursuing the interests of a foreign power if they receive more than 20% of funding from abroad. Now, the governing party argue that legislation is necessary to stem what they deem to be harmful foreign influence over the country's political scene. But the opposition has denounced it. They're calling it the Russia law. They're saying the bill is a sign of Moscow's apparent influence over Georgia and will make joining the EU more difficult. So demonstrations have been taking place in the Georgian capital over the weekend and today. Protesters with Georgian flags and also EU flags as well have clashed with the police, with attempts to try and break down barricades outside Parliament. Right, let's bring you up to speed, shall we, with the reaction we're getting back here in Westminster, because we had a statement by the Europe Minister, Ms. Gardi. Now, she said the scenes in Georgia are shocking, and as friends of Georgia, we call for calm and restraint on all sides. She goes on to say the UK is clear. Support for foreign agents law in Georgia's parliament today flies in the face of the country's ambition to become a modern European democracy. Well, also in the last hour, we've heard from the Deputy Foreign Secretary, that's Andrew Mitchell.
Well, this is an illiberal law which restricts civil society, and people are demonstrating against it. And I think the important message from the British government is that this is a country that is looking westwards. It wants to have better relations with the European Union. It wants to be a candidate NATO country. It's not going to be able to do that if it introduces illiberal measures, and particularly if it's looking towards Russia rather than a liberal West.
Well, let's go now to Tbilisi in Georgia and Sky's international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn. Dom, you've been there throughout, haven't you? What have you been witnessing?
Well, let me bring you up to date now, Sophie, before we go over the events of the day, because it's quite remarkable what's happening now in Tbilisi. There literally must be tens of thousands of people on the streets of the Georgian capital. I think the government would have hoped that passing that law would have sent people home in a mood of defeat and failure. If that was the hope, they would have been sorely disappointed. The opposite appears to have happened. They seem to have been mobilised and galvanised by what they've seen on their television. That bill being passed off a very acrimonious debate that saw MPs brawling in Parliament, and then yet more police brutality outside their Parliament as snatch squads went into the crowd, grabbing people, despite a stern condemnation of the similar policing we saw yesterday, and then a huge amount of police coming out, forcing the crowds away from the Parliament. And then a few hours later, the police literally evaporated, pulled back, and let the crowds move back into the area around the Parliament, where they've had a rally. Now, they have now decided to leave the area, or a lot of them, the area outside the Parliament, and they are now marching through down Rustaveli Avenue. That is the main thoroughfare through Tbilisi, and their destination is Hero Square, down the avenue ahead of us here, which they intend to occupy and to block. It's one of the main arterial routes through Tbilisi, through the capital here, and they want to occupy it and block it. So what's really striking about this is that they are digging in their heels, these protesters who believe that that law is effectively a pro-Russian law being pushed through Parliament by a pro-Russian government, and they've been supported in that characterisation of the law by the White House, who have said it is a Kremlin-inspired law, and the European Union has also condemned it, saying it makes it much harder for Georgia to achieve its dream of joining the European Union. So despite all that condemnation of that law, the government has pushed ahead with it. So while protesters are back on the streets of Tbilisi, making their voices heard very loudly, the government's also digging in pushing the law through, but also allowing its police to act with a certain amount of brutality and violence again this afternoon. I mean, we saw things like the police scattering the crowd, goading and taunting them, sort of giving them signs saying, you know, effectively saying, do you want some? So not in any way kind of calming policing, but very aggressive. And some of the pictures we've seen released by protesters of some of their friends being beaten with really bad bruises to their faces, we have seen again today, and we have seen that earlier, opposition politicians followed to their homes by hooded thugs. So I think the impression we have here is that, certainly the protesters have, is that their country is heading towards a kind of Russian future of repressive policing, laws that will allow the government to have more control of the media and more control of human rights groups, the same kind of laws that Vladimir Putin and Alexander Lukashenko have used to usher in more authoritarian rule in Russia and Belarus, and they are determined for that not to happen. They've seen the future looks Russian under this government, and they are determined to stop it, and they're out in force tonight, despite that defeat in the parliament, that bill being passed because Georgian Dream, the governing ruling coalition party, has control of the parliament. Despite that defeat, the fight is not over for them. I spoke to one former president of Georgia today. He said it's going to be a long, protracted, bitter struggle, but they are determined to prevail, and that's certainly the mood on the streets tonight, Sophie, on the capital of Georgia, Tbilisi.
Thank you so much, Dominic. It's quite something to watch you there, marching alongside so many people, so many young people as well, the flags you can see. Quite extraordinary stuff. Thank you so much for bringing it to us today. And you can stay up to date, of course, with the latest updates on that story on our website by scanning the QR code on the screen now. Plus, Yalda Hakim is going to be speaking to the Georgian opposition leader as well. That's at 9 p.m. on The World here on Sky News. So there's going to be lots more coverage about what's going on in Georgia on The World with Yalda Hakim, 9 p.m. Now back here in the UK, an expected showdown between Keir Starmer and the unions today turned into a bit of a love-in, really. A row over Labour's plans on workers' rights failed to materialise, and proposals previously described as a betrayal by union leaders
Nothing
მეგობრებო, ახლა სიტყვი გამოვა სოფლიო დონის მეცო-სოპრანო და რაც მთავარია, სამშობლოს უდიდესი პატრიოტი, ანიტა რაგბერიშვილი.
მოგესალმებით ყველას. საქართველო, ჩვენი
Sala!
Well, the jabs were originally designed to treat diabetes, but their effectiveness as anti-obesity drugs is well known. Now, though, researchers say there are significant cardiovascular benefits for all patients, regardless of weight loss. On the way, we'll discuss if the NHS can afford to prescribe these jabs to everyone who would benefit. And if they're so effective, can it afford not to? Also tonight, our own life sentence, the Nottingham attack.
Good evening. Let's start with that developing story in Georgia. Tens of thousands of people are protesting into the night against the signing of a new law likened to one used in Russia to crack down on dissent. I'll break down what the bill means in a moment, but first I just want to show you the response it's provoked. Have a look at this. Protesters trying to break into Parliament, smashing through security barriers. Inside, politicians brawled with each other in another sign of just how divisive it all is. And then the end result, riot police using tear gas and arresting demonstrators. So that's the anger and emotion of the day, and we'll bring you an eyewitness report from Tbilisi shortly. But first, here's some background. Georgia was once a former Soviet republic, becoming independent in 1991 after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. The reason for the current unrest is the so-called Foreign Agents Bill. The concern is that it's modelled on laws used by Vladimir Putin. The new law requires media and non-governmental organisations to register if they receive more than 20% of funding from abroad. The governing party says it's all about transparency, but the opposition says the bill is a sign of Moscow's apparent influence over Georgia and will make joining the EU more difficult. Hence the anger on the streets over the weekend and today from protesters with Georgian and EU flags. Tonight we'll explain why Georgia's future matters and what could happen next. The question is, what will it be? Vicious repression, the sort we've seen in Russia and Belarus, or turn westward, as Ukraine has done? First, our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, who's in Tbilisi.
Minutes after the vote, anger erupted outside the Georgian parliament. Protesters trying to force their way in, prizing back the barricade. Then the inevitable police response, masked men leaping out, snatch squads grabbing protesters and dragging them away. The police ran amok, scattering the crowd, goading and taunting them. The people of Georgia have seen the future, and the future looks Russian. They are determined to fight it. So the protesters have retreated now down the avenue here, and they are keeping their distance from a lot of security forces who have moved in here. So riot police here in their helmets. Behind them, a number of water cannon trucks and other security forces vehicles. But let's show you here. Up the street here, the numbers of police here. Huge numbers of police have moved in there. They seem to have lost control of the Parliament building for some of the time this afternoon. They're making up for it now with massive force. For some, it was all too much, reduced to tears, screaming in outrage at their own police. Line after line of them masked and sinister, some of them armed.
We tell the police to stop hurting people, but the call has been made from the top to run the people over.
Then they moved in, determined to seize back control, pushing protesters away from the parliament. Earlier, there'd been more chaos inside, MPs exchanging blows. But the opposition wasn't able to block a law seen by many as the beginning of the end for democracy and freedom in Georgia. Outside lines were drawn between an army of police and a sea of protesters determined to face them down.
I think the most vivid picture of what is the mood in this country. On the one hand, you see the youth, the committed people, committed to freedom and independence of this country and for Euro-Atlantic future of this country. And on the other side, you see black, Russian-led group of violent mob. Actually, they are not policemen. They are beating up people. They are violently attacking people. But these people are not afraid because this country is ours.
They believe their dream, Georgia joining the European Union, is threatened by an increasingly authoritarian government beholden to Moscow. The battle is only just beginning, this former president of Georgia told us.
I think we are standing firm on who we are and who we were. We are free people. We are free people that claimed independence 30 years ago, and we're fighting for this independence. And now there is an attempt to take us away from our natural trajectory where we are and where we have been.
They are in it for the long haul. By evening, protesters were back in force.
If the government of Georgia had hoped that passing this bill would send people home feeling defeated, they will be sorely disappointed. The opposite has happened. People have poured into Tbilisi in their thousands, determined to have their voices heard. Despite their show of people power, they have lost another stage in their battle for the future of their country, but are determined to fight on.
And we'll be speaking to Dominic in a moment. But first, Georgia's fight for democracy, as we've been saying, is a long and bloody story dating back decades. Here's my take on how we got here. A country finding itself at a crossroads. Years of instability, overshadowed by its relationship with Russia. It has aspirations to join the European Union, but has also been cultivating a stronger relationship with Moscow. So where is Georgia, and why could what happens next there be so important? The small country sits on the intersections of Europe and Asia. It borders Turkey on its west side, Azerbaijan to the southeast, and crucially, Russia to the north. For nearly 70 years, Georgia sat under Russia's control. Protests in the streets, massive demonstrations in the capital, and finally, independence regained in 1991. Instability followed. In 2003, they called it the Rose Revolution, a non-violent storming of the government accused of corruption, led by young politician Mikhail Saakashvili.
It's the greatest day in the history of this nation. Not a shot was fired.
Then, 5 years later, in 2008, Russian forces began an invasion of Georgia. It marked the start of Europe's first 21st century war. The conflict itself was over in days, but its impact persists. Moscow's ambitions hang over the region. It's effectively maintained control over 20% of Georgia's territory since the invasion.
We want to reset our relationship.
Some blame the US for Moscow's lingering influence, accusing President Obama of being too keen to repair relations with Moscow after the war. And since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, many see the Kremlin's grip on Georgia tightening further. Today, these concerns came to a head. Georgia's parliament voted through a divisive foreign agent bill, which critics say mirrors legislation used by Putin to stifle Russian opposition. Mass demonstrations have engulfed the nation for weeks, angry protesters claiming the law threatens their democratic freedoms. Georgia's president has vowed to veto the bill, but that won't mean much. She can be overridden by another vote in parliament. Many say the real power lies with Bidzina Ivanishvili, a powerful oligarch and the former prime minister, and now chair of the governing Georgian Dream Party, which drafted the bill. He's seen as being under Putin's thumb, aiming to take Georgia deeper into Moscow's shadow. However, with polling suggesting the majority of Georgians want to end the Kremlin's influence, the nation now faces a struggle for its soul. Its future rests on a knife edge, pulled between east and west. And whichever way Georgia turns, it will have implications far beyond its borders. So that's my take there on the situation in Georgia. But let's go back to our Dominic Waghorn, and we saw his powerful report at the top of the programme. He joins us now live from Tbilisi. Dominic, extraordinary coverage of the situation that you've done all day for us. We've seen the protests. We saw what's happened and how it's escalated. But just give us a sense of what's happening there at the moment.
Yeah, thank you, Yada. Yeah, well, has been an extraordinary day, and I think the point to make is that this crisis is only deepening. I think, the government might have hoped that that vote would have kind of diffused the crisis. That hasn't happened at all now. In fact, it's going in a different direction, the opposite direction. There is still protests outside the Parliament, where most of those extraordinary events happened all day. But we've walked now half an hour away from there, and a lot of the protests have come here now to Heroes Square, and they came here in sufficient numbers to shut down this major interchange in Tbilisi, drifting away now, some of them, as we come up to midnight here. So getting late here. But what this shows, I think, and the fact that we now have two sort of locations of unrest in Tbilisi, is that the protesters are digging in their heels. They are preparing for a longer contest, as we heard some of their leaders saying in that report, and they are in no way daunted by the fact that the vote went against them in the parliament because they feel that the future of their country is at stake. And against that, the government is also digging in its heels. Not only did it push that legislation through Parliament in the teeth of fierce opposition, not just from Georgians who've come out in their thousands for days now, but also in the teeth of opposition from allies, the European Union and the Americans, who've called that law a Kremlin-style piece of legislation. Despite that, they have pushed it through, but also they have remained undaunted in terms of the kind of repressive tactics they're using. They have not restrained their police. Despite condemnation from the EU about police violence, we saw more of that today. Snatch squads doing what they did yesterday, grabbing people, beating them. Some of the photographs of those opposition leaders are pretty grim. They have been badly, severely beaten, you can see from the photos of them, and they came in huge numbers. So we have a crisis that is deepening because both sides are not prepared to give any ground.
Yeah, Dom, you mentioned the opposition leaders. I earlier interviewed one, and he will be on the programme just after we speak to you. I put to him that this is a dangerous moment for Georgia, and I asked him what the West should do. When you speak to the protesters, I mean, what are their expectations of the Western world, the international community at this critical moment?
Well, they hope that the European Union and America will come to their aid and will support them and will put more pressure on the government. In terms of what that means, they're not entirely clear or specific, but certainly their expectation is that those allies who've championed Georgia's democratic progress since independence in the early 2000s will do more to help them. And I think there's a huge amount at stake here, not just for Georgia, but also for the outside world. As our Georgian producer was making clear and rather eloquently earlier on this evening, he was saying, you know, Georgia is seen by the region as one of the most progressive democratic countries in the post-Soviet space. It's where people from more repressive Central Asian countries come to enjoy freedom. It's where thousands, tens of thousands of Russians fled across the mountain passes into Georgia. We watched them come over in the early stages of the Ukrainian war. So what happens here is really crucial. If the government here is able to enact and impose a repressive piece of legislation that will lead Georgia towards more autocracy, which is certainly the fear of these protesters, whatever that government says, it will have a chilling impact, not just in Georgia, but across the region. And of course, it comes at a time when they're watching closely, not just across the region, but around the world at the conflict in Ukraine, that conflict, that titanic struggle really between the West and Russia, trying to work out who's going to win, who's going to prevail there. And this is a sign, I think, in terms of many people, whatever the government says here, in the minds of many beyond Georgia, as to the way Vladimir Putin is maintaining his influence far beyond Russia. So there's a huge amount at stake here, which is why I think it's going to be very important to watch what America does next, what the Europeans do next. Are they going to back up what they said rhetorically and diplomatically with some kind of action? The Americans' top diplomat in the region, James O'Brien, was here today, and in a press conference he said if this law is imposed, if it leads to less democracy, if it leads to more police violence, then we can expect sanctions, travel sanctions, financial sanctions on those behind it. So an early warning there from Washington, and it's not just Georgians, it's people around the region and further afield who are going to be watching very closely to see particularly what Washington does next in the way it responds to this growing crisis in Georgia.
Yeah, Dom, I mean, a real struggle between the pro-Western population and Soviet legacy institutions that still remain in Georgia. Thank you so much for bringing us up to date. Well, Dom mentioned there the opposition and how the opposition has been reacting to all this. I guess the question is, can people power change the course of the country, or is Georgia destined to have a future aligned to Moscow? Earlier, I spoke to the opposition leader, Levan Kavashvili. He claims to have been attacked by riot police following protests against the so-called Russia law. Have a listen. Mr. Kavashvili, thank you so much for joining us here on the programme. You were beaten by security forces about 2 weeks ago, but you have continued to demonstrate and come out onto the streets with protesters. Can you tell me why?
They're using Russian law to make Georgia give up their European EU aspirations. Georgia and its people are firm in its aspiration to join EU. Unfortunately, our government instructed from Russia is trying to influence the Georgian people's choice and send a message to the West. That no independent central corridor, independent from Russia, will exist, which would connect Black Sea, Caspian, and Central Asia. Therefore, we are witnessing the decisions of the Georgian oligarch, which is being protested by hundreds of thousands of people.
And we can see the hundreds of thousands of people in the streets. We've seen the way things have developed, and we've seen what's happened today. Just tell us a little bit more about what happened to you personally, because I can also see the bruises on your face.
They have been beating me for 28 minutes. Instructed by Minister of Internal Affairs, Gomelauri, and other top officers of the ministry. And today, they also severely beaten David Katsarava, a public activist. His jaw is broken. They are doing this against dozens of activists. So they started enforcing the Russian law even before it has been passed.
But I mean, are you afraid about the future of your country? Given, we see what's happened to Ukraine, for example, and the demonstrations we're seeing in Georgia at the moment feel very similar to what happened in 2014 in Maidan in Ukraine.
Georgian people is fighting for its freedom. Therefore, we are not afraid to fight for the freedom. We are afraid to be brought back to Russia. Nothing is more scary than Georgia deprived of the civilized world. Georgia is neither Russia or Belarus. Georgian people will end this protest with its victory.
So what?
The more they beat people, more people show up in the streets.
That was Levan Akabishvili, an opposition leader in Georgia, speaking to me a little earlier. So that's the situation there in Georgia. Now to another country that's also dealing with Russia. This evening, the United States' top diplomat pledged unwavering support for Ukraine, insisting the country is not alone in its fight against Russia. On a surprise visit to Kyiv, Antony Blinken vowed to provide Ukraine with the military means to defend itself at a critical moment in this war. But after the capture of 5 villages over the weekend, there's questions over whether aid has been too slow, and there's fears Russia's ground assault could only grow stronger. Our security and defense editor Deborah Haynes spent the day in Ukraine.
Associated Press. Associated Press.
Belarusი რო ის Belarusი რო ეს აქციები იყო და მე რო გამოიწვიე მაგ პერიოდში გავაქირავე და მაგრამ ნერვიულობს ტიპორი პირასთან პირა არ გინახავს მაგრამ ნერვიულობს რა რომ მაგას გამოვეკეცი ბელარუსში და ეხლა რა გავქნაო ეთი ქვიროლა ო იცი როგორ ნერვიულობს ყველა არა მაგრამ ხო მაგიტო ის პოლური თო დედამისთან არ რჩევია და სლავიანობას მიაწვევია. ეს პროგნოზი ხო სწორია. არა შეიძლება. İsyan.
Specials mi jagaron, ¿no? Specials mi jagaron, ¿no? Ningún italiano, Yes, is a problem. Omi, eu vejo que os políticos não estavam, não encheu. Vai, ninguém não está fazendo nada. Não, onde está o naquele outro lugar que faz o problema? Porque o problema faz tudo bem, não se sabe. Onde está o problema? O chefe da sala do mundo. Quem me diz que vai ser? Sabe do mundo isso, não vamos lá. Isso está aí.
Georgia and international reaction to it?
Well, I think the first thing to say, Anna, is that both sides are not backing down. We are outside the Parliament. It's 1 in the morning. People are settling down for the night here. A lot of protesters here, and they're also holding another major intersection across town, half an hour away from here. So the vote went against them, but they are undaunted, and they're expecting the world to come to their aid and to pressure the government to relent on this bill. And the government, in turn, is not backing down either, pushing the law, this detested law, through Parliament, regarded as a pro-Kremlin law, but also not restraining their police, despite a lot of international criticism of what was seen as police brutality yesterday, repeated again today with a number of protesters badly beaten and dragged away by snatch squads. I think the point to make, Anna, is that this place, that the Parliament here, ever since 2003, where Georgia had one of their first colour revolutions, throwing off the yoke of Soviet domination, Georgia has been seen, and that Parliament is seen as a symbol of democracy in the post-Soviet space. It's where people come from more repressive parts of Central Asia to enjoy the freedoms here, and where of Russians, tens of thousands of Russians fled into Georgia at the beginning of the Ukraine war. So what happens here is going to be seen across the region as very important. If this repressive law is imposed and it is able to lead to the crushing of freedom and democracy here, it won't just be chilling in Georgia, it will be across the region, which is why it's so important how the European Union reacts to this, but also how America responds. Chief diplomat here from America has warned that it could lead to sanctions, and people here are going to watch very closely to see if those words are followed through on.
Dominic, live for us there in Tbilisi. Thank you.
Okay.